forgot to switch something. There we go. Guys. I'm back. I'm back from vacation. Are you guys still there? Is everyone still there? I don't know if everyone forgot about me already. I hope you guys are still there. I'm back from vacation. Welcome everyone. Welcome. Let me just make sure that everything is installed properly. Okay, yeah, it is. I just had to check something real quick. It's been a while since I played Death Stranding. I'm kinda excited to get back into it.
We have plenty to talk about over my vacation.
Also, if anyone missed it, I had my return to Twitch stream on Twitch yesterday.
Don't worry guys, I'm not going to stream on Twitch
all that often. In fact,
my Twitch streams are going to be probably like once a week
at most.
Need to change the subtitle.
Give me a second. There we go. Yeah.
And my first Twitch stream in over...
How long? 10 months? Yesterday? That was... interesting. It was interesting to be back on Twitch.
But I don't trust Twitch.
The viewers on Twitch are fine.
I have a very lovely community on Twitch. The people I don't trust on Twitch are Twitch themselves.
You know, Twitch admins and all that. Because of the ban and all that.
So yeah, I kind of thought about this long and hard over my holiday.
Trying to figure out how I want to, you know, handle dual streaming and all that. And I figured
I'm going to stream just VR chat chill times on Twitch whenever, you know, I have those kinds of streams, and then all my gameplay stuff will be on YouTube.
That's why I decided on
YouTube is going to be my main platform
still. And whenever I feel like I want to just chat and chill, I'm just kind of stream on Twitch. That's what I decided to do.
And
I technically didn't get as much rest as I probably should have on my holiday, because I spent a lot of my holiday working on the Pathfinder campaign that I'm gonna be running as DM this weekend.
Unless something happens, if someone is sick or something, the Pathfinder tabletop RPG campaign is definitely happening.
It's definitely happening this weekend. Going to be
running my first campaign as DM
this weekend.
I was supposed to make an adjustment to my campaign. It's fine.
I can do it.
Actually, you know what, chat? Do you guys wanna... You know what? I'm not going to.
I'm not gonna put it off.
In case I forget again, we're gonna do it together.
Give me a second, chat. Give me 1 second.
We are going to make the changes together.
To my Pathfinder campaign. Hi there. Welcome.
You're here to not miss a stream, sorry you're late? No, it's fine, don't worry about it.
It's okay. I'm happy you're here.
Yeah, before we get started on the game, I'm going to do something.
Real quick.
Give me a second, I need to search up some... I need to do this. There we go, okay. We're going to make some minor adjustments to my Pathfinder campaign that I'm going to be running this weekend. And technically I was supposed to make these changes. Oh wait, hang on a second. I was supposed to make these changes
yesterday, but
I forgot, so I'm gonna make it today. Just give me a second. Also, why is the game taking so long to load? I'm a bit worried.
The game shouldn't take that long to load.
I'll check in on it later. But yeah.
Hi.
Hope I'm doing okay. I have a minor headache. I might take some painkillers for it in a minute, depending on
how I feel, but for now,
for now I think I'm just gonna power through it. Okay, let's load into the game. Well, specifically my Pathfinder game.
And make some changes.
Okay, you're hearing
You're hearing Death Stranding behind at the back.
but it's fine, chat, it's fine. Well, we'll ignore Death Stranding for now while I make this change to... Right. I need to... Should I put all these in the same folder? Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna keep in the same folder. Let's see. I'm going to duplicate this. There's a new enemy I'm going to introduce. Let's see. Beaver Knight Dwarf.
There we go. The enemy type.
Beaver Knight Dwarfs. This image doesn't suit them, but it's fine. We'll change that in a moment. Just going to add a add skill. Wait, no, that's not what I wanted.
You guys are seeing behind the
DM veil.
side here.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm okay. Thievery. Hang on. What is the? Hang on. Pathfinder. 2 animal skill. What's the skill associated with?
Travel.
Senses. Animal supports you. Animal support action. Support benefits, only use it. What was the rules on animal handling again?
Come on. Mount.
Hang on.
Different mount.
Specialized mount. Mounted combat, mounted attacks.
Trade mounted. Let me look up the mounted combat.
Logistics.
My
one in PCs mounted enemy should focus most attack on PCs. Come on, an animal, right? That's what I'm looking for.
What is this?
Attempt a nature check.
Okay, so
Apparently, it consolidated.
right skill checks into nature, so
We need to add nature.
to these guys. We're gonna even
Since these are beaver knights, dwarves, they're going to have that. Their melee weapon is going to be
let me see.
we're not going to give them a spear, we're going to give them something else.
Some kind of hammer.
Let me look up.
What would dwarves have as weapons? Let's see here.
Core rulebook.
Let's see. Weapons.
Yeah, bear with me, Chad, while I
Fix up my Pathfinder campaign tea. Can't wait to see what my friends do in this campaign.
martial. Yeah, they're knights, so they should reveal the martial weapon.
Let us give them a
Let's see. A
some kind of hammer.
one-handed hammer. Is there really no normal one-handed hammer? There's a great club.
Hammer. There's a light hammer.
Wall pick. Warhammer, that's what I'm looking for.
Okay. Warhammer is a 1d8.
Bludgeoning.
And it has the shove trait. There we go.
And we're going to name this Warhammer.
There we go.
This prototype token is going to be named Beaver Knight Dwarf.
Okay. And whoops.
That's not what I wanted to do.
Alright,
Range? What range weapon do I want to give them?
let's see.
Considering they're dwarves.
Indian Knights.
I'm tempted. Do I give them a crossbow or do I give them guns?
Decisions. Crossbow or guns?
Range weapons.
Crossbows.
You know what? I'll give them a gun.
I'll give them a gun. The ranged weapon is going to be a hand cannon.
Get rid of this.
Range.
What's the range of the hand cannon?
30 feet.
Yeah, these are going to be level 2 mooks, so they're not going to have much. Modular.
There we go. Reload.
Reload 1. Okay.
There we go.
Attack modifier of +8.
Yeah, that will be the attack value.
And
standard will be piercing.
but modular can switch to anything.
There we go.
Strength Dexcon, all these are fine.
All these are fine. Okay, now I need to search for a
Ahegao dwarf, but before I search for an Ahegao dwarf with an Ahegao face, let me
hide. Let me just make sure I don't accidentally show hentai.
Oh god.
Okay, perfect. I found an Ahegao door.
Let me see if I can find more.
Something a bit clear because this picture is quite dark.
I could clean it up in Photoshop, but I want something that I don't have to clean up.
It just you as a harpy with a tail.
You just me as a harpy?
So wrong. What? What? What?
What?
What's wrong? What do you mean? I'm sorry, Christian. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Welcome. How you doing? I'm back from vacation.
Hope you're doing okay.
I'm looking for something right now, an image I can use for my
campaign. My Pathfinder campaign.
Okay, I might.
Talking about the game. Okay.
Oh, you mean the Death Stranding? Yeah, right now I'm making some changes to my campaign.
So give me a second.
What? I have to log in?
Really? Really?
God damn it.
Hang on.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna use this as the
Image.
open image in new tab.
There we go. Save image.
Okay. Save.
Show in folder.
There we go.
Now let me close this.
Hi Kylon, welcome.
Looks like Norman Reedus fell asleep.
Yeah, sorry Norman. I'm kind of dealing with my
D&D campaign right now.
I'm trying to make some changes
To my D&D campaign.
well, the Pathfinder campaign I'm going to be running.
Alright,
I can show the Brave browser again so you guys can see what I'm working on.
there we go. There.
Yeah, so you guys can see what I'm working on. Well, specifically the campaign I'm working on while I do some
Photo editing. Give me a second.
I need to turn up the exposure.
There we go.
Alright, exposure up.
That should do it.
Overwrite. I'm not going to spend that much time working on a NPC token. Now I need to go to token step.
Wait, there's Pathfinder today?
No, Pathfinder 2 night is
Saturday.
well, specifically Saturday early evening.
I'm just making some changes right now to my Pathfinder campaign that I technically was supposed to do after stream last night, but I forgot, so I'm making the change today.
Ish. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, there we go. We have a dwarf, Ahigao,
Token. There we go.
Alright, let me
See.
dwarf. Okay, I'm going to cut this.
And paste it. Here.
There we go. And then now I'm going to
Upload my
token. Give me a second.
choose file. Come here.
Come here. Where's the token I just created?
There it is. There we go. Okay.
This will be the dwarf icon.
Yes. And
And these are knights, so they are mounted. So
I need to
bring in a new actor.
you're gonna have mounts.
Let's see. Bestiary browser. I know exactly what their mounts are gonna be. See.
You're going to be mounted on.
Wait, let me see. What is this?
Here's an interesting.
Consume lightning?
What the fuck is this? Oh,
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna use this.
instead,
We're going to use this.
yeah, import this. There we go.
I'm going to
Move it into here. There we go.
and this is going to be the beaver.
Yes, yes, this is not a black bear, chat. This is a beaver. Mm-hmm.
You're going to have
Let's see.
you're gonna have a swim speed of let's give them a swim speed of
20. There we go.
Large beaver. You have a grabbing scent mauler. Very good. And then now we need right, before I forget, this is not a black bear, this is a beaver.
Yes. There we go.
And then now we need to find beavers.
Beaver image.
It's a good image for a beaver.
Happy beaver.
Now you know what? I think one of the previous image will do.
Yeah, this. Yeah, perfect.
He even has red teeth.
Yeah, perfect. Perfect.
Perfect image of a beaver.
Yep.
Right. Save this image.
Uh,
And now I need to clear the workspace. I'm going to create a new beaver token.
There. Happy beaver token.
And download. There we go. Alright. This is gonna be called Beaver.
And copy paste this to token.
There we go. And then come over here. Back to Foundry. Now I need to upload my
Image. There we go. Perfect. Right. Large beaver.
with dwarven beaver knights.
Yes. I created a brand new enemy to encounter.
You can kind of, you guys. Okay, technically you guys are seeing a little bit of behind the curtain right now. Don't worry about it. There's no players here, right?
There's no players here
Who's gonna see what I'm planning?
right?
This is there's gonna be
yeah, there's gonna be some interesting encounters in my Pathfinder campaign.
Pathfinder 2, right? Yeah, Pathfinder 2.
Some very, very interesting encounters.
Right, wait, no, this is
Wrong.
this shouldn't be. This isn't a lion. This is the pussycat doll. And the Eidolon for Nicole the wheelchair girl, summoner. Ooh.
Yeah,
I'm
planning lots of interesting encounters.
We even have
This and okay, enough of that.
but I'm still looking forward to the Pathfinder campaign.
It's gonna be streamed this weekend.
Yeah, on YouTube, chat.
Hope you guys look forward to it.
I know, I'm looking forward to it.
Hee. Error. My game crashed.
Whoops. Okay, let me just launch it again.
So,
That's why Northern Readers wasn't moving. The game crashed.
oh well, it's fine though. I'll just relaunch it. A dire beaver
It's just an ordinary beaver
in my setting.
in the Empire of the Hand.
A totally ordinary beaver. That's large.
And is used as a mount by the Dwarven Beaver Knights. My setting is going to be totally normal.
Yes, totally normal. Totally normal.
Totally normal, wholesome setting that definitely doesn't have any.
Mind break going on. Nope, none of that. Teehee. Chat.
Now that we've done with the work I'm supposed to be doing,
Aaron, grab your drinks.
it doesn't matter what you're drinking as long as you're here for the moment, chat. Can be coffee, tea, beer, root beer, water, anything you have, chat. As long as you're here. Going in 3,
2, 1. Green pie. Yes. Oh, by the way,
now that I'm back from vacation, how are you guys doing?
you guys yeah, were you guys
Were you guys good while I was away on vacation?
Kylon, how was your vacation? I really wish I could join you in Japan.
Sadly,
Yeah,
the whole getting banned from
Twitch last year.
kinda fucked up my plans. If I hadn't gone banned from Twitter, I was well, not Twitter, Twitch. I was actually thinking of budgeting for a
Vacation to Japan.
with you. I wanted to see if you wanted to like meet up in Japan.
But unfortunately,
Yeah. But I'm back on Twitch now.
for anyone who missed,
What I was talking about earlier, I'm back on Twitch.
and I'm going to use Twitch as a
Sort of partial stream site. Whenever I want to do VR chat,
oh my, whenever I want to do VR chat and stream.
VR chat and chill streams, that's when I will stream on Twitch.
So yeah,
YouTube is still gonna be my main platform, but Twitch is gonna be like VR chat and chill.
stream times. It was so fun. You're so tired now.
Yeah, I really wanted to meet up with you, but oh well.
Nothing we can do about it though.
Shit happens in life.
Yeah, sus happy noises? What's sus harpy noises? There's no sus harpy noises. What are you talking about? I wasn't making any sus harpy noises.
I mean, yeah, I was laughing and doing a megalomaniac laugh, but
That's not sus. It's just
it's just evil genius laugh. You're just trying to sleep schedule while I was on vacation.
oh,
Oh yeah, you checked last night. You still only have 4 likes. What? Really?
that doesn't make any sense.
I give up trying to figure out
the fucking
like system.
sometimes it updates, sometimes it doesn't.
I don't know why.
You were destroying your sleep schedule.
On some vacation.
Hog week. Aww. It's not good to destroy your sleep schedule
Especially you have to be up.
to do stuff.
Maybe it needed me to log in once more, but I did log in, at least off stream. In fact, I did a lot of grinding off stream. I don't know why it didn't update your game, but you know what? Fuck it, man. Not gonna care. I liked you on my end, and
That's all that matters as far as I'm concerned.
let me check Fragile. Where am I? Right, I'm at Lake North City.
So,
I want to stay here.
so yeah.
My vacation was nice and chill. Actually, no, it wasn't chill.
I spent more time working on stuff,
Preparing for my Pathfinder campaign than actually resting.
but it's fine, Chad.
It's fine.
It's fine. I'm gonna have lots of fun when I stream the Pathfinder game this weekend.
Hope you guys look forward to it too. I'm certainly looking forward to it.
Hi, baby. You good, baby? Good, baby.
Hey, baby.
You got the mirror spook?
Ah, yeah, we got the mirror spook.
It's just a minor spook though. Not ghosts like the fucking
Shower spook. That was terrifying.
Actually, hang on a second. I want to do something.
Chat,
I want to do something.
there's... You guys might notice something. We have beer, chat.
Let's drink some beer.
I'm gonna drink lots of beer. Delicious time for beer.
I love beer that makes me age, don't you?
So yeah, I spent the holiday working on Pathfinder stuff,
I spent the last day of my vacation.
updating my avatar for the VR chat streams, and fancy stuff.
Technically, I need to.
Oh,
Face.
Darren,
I'm gonna drink more.
drink more, drink more, more. Oh,
Oh god.
uh, right, there goes the table. Oh, Vivi,
Vivi.
Vivi. Oh, this is cute.
What happens if I look at the figures? Ah, this is normal.
What about?
Ah, this is normal as well.
What's different? Think?
What? This is normal?
I'm supposed to be drunk.
Is baby the only interactable that's
As drunk readers. So you can't make it to the 5th can then?
apparently not, apparently.
Marvin is too drunk.
What happens if I go and try to...
Interact with...
Yes, I would interact with the damn menu, but it's not coming up.
Game!
Okay, so this is normal though.
You can't hold a liquor.
Yeah, I know, right? What a fucking lightweight.
Getting drunk after just 3 cans of beer. Tisk, tisk.
No more mule trouble.
Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Okay.
Like that.
Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah.
Put a such a weather station.
Life is either.
Study time for a plant line and tend to stick around, become farmers, but oh well, too bad you became farmers. Next one. Feeling tired, Sam?
Some hot springs, hop and skip northeast of where the junk dealers hold up.
Junk dealer? Greater digestive. Oh, okay, yeah, then. Yeah, that I know that.
The greater digestive bus.
We've been there.
Good for letting your bowels moving. Gives you back the.
Miraculous healing properties.
Yeah, we've already been there.
We'll leave that for last.
Junk disposal. I have a job for you.
All of junk is related near my shelter. We've already done this.
Fuck that shit.
This junk disposal doesn't actually give us any useful, well, much by way of useful, like.
So yeah, fuck that shit. Does he got anything?
Do anything different with? I will check in a minute. Try toying with the tablet you bought me. Such flimsy, cheap thing.
Mean the iPad?
Blah blah blah.
Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Yeah. Check back with some time for porter.
The world's fastest brewed beer.
Is it good if it's fastest brew?
Technically using time fall to accelerate the distilling process, but
Still.
sadly I checked chat. I checked to see if there's actually time for porter beer.
But no, the Hideo Kojima didn't actually create a time for porter beer, sadly.
It'd be fun if he actually created it, but no, he didn't. On a long day on a roll,
Blah blah blah. Blah 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 blah.
blah blah blah. Yeah, nothing important here.
Elder.
Rebuild the rolls, rebuild America, blah blah blah.
Blah 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 blah.
Useless, all classic. Release a set of priority, if anyone's reach.
Blah blah. Yeah, fuck that shit.
Porter Chronicles continue.
Quit your bitching, come on.
These, what? Come on, these are some few of the words sandwiches have been overheard uttering.
What?
Who's he talking to?
Quit your bitching, come on.
He's talking to himself or he's talking to BB?
Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah.
Demons, blah blah, if perhaps.
Division.
Blah 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 blah. Should we survive? Yeah, I don't care.
Slaves to the wheat.
Especially first, we could analyze the soil. We vouch for our users before you give it a try.
Light reading figure.
Bumper crop. Turns out history of wheat is really quite fascinating.
Blah 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 blah.
Is that all he's trying to tell me?
Yeah, fuck this shit.
Nothing useful here.
Port Not City.
Blah blah blah. Using the utility pouches to make real carry. What? That's it? You're just calling me to tell me about the utility pouches?
Fuck you! You already know that. Useless motherfuckers.
Memory chips.
An old man's diary.
Secret confessions of someone. Oh, okay, we've already done this.
Wait, no, there's more. Here? Honda Rebel 500.
Different bike. Why does Hideo Kojima love bikes? Hi Kaiju.
Welcome.
How's it going?
Get hentai? Where is it?
Oh, no hentai sadly. There's a Honda.
No hentai.
Oh my god, so many journals. Blah 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 blah.
Unknown.
Use Voido to do it. All my life to
What?
and he used to spell the same tired lines.
You're tired saying my daddy. Drag me. Is this a girl? All my life am I supposed to? Was when I held him.
Before it went Neko.
And he showed me the corpses are precious.
Oh, okay. Team of reporters, blah 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 blah
Blah blah blah blah blah blah blah blah blah blah blah.
blah blah, nothing important, blah blah blah.
You shit dooms. I've never seen anything like it
She can actually use the beach.
compared to us.
My powers are nothing.
Power trick's quite useful.
We can reshape the world.
Like what bridges want something new, something.
Wait, hang on. A world where we're free to do whatever. Wait,
Hang on a second.
hang on a second.
Oh, that makes.
Deep abiding, let me ain't about themselves.
The leaders got dooms.
Hang on.
More.
So much more than bombs.
Hang on. Hang on.
Is this talking about who I think it is?
My partner's powers are extraordinary, sure. But deep down I know the two of us alone don't have what it takes to bring true lasting freedom. No matter how much it may seem to bring people together, it still seems far cry what it should be.
Me and my partner, we have our limits.
As someone who has none, someone could save the world from this madness, make it whole again, put our shattered pieces back together.
Wait, it sounds like this is talking about that crazy terrorist guy. Well, this is the crazy terrorist guy writing.
About fragile
Seems like it.
to me.
And yeah, these are all journal pieces.
Oh. Okay, let me try to
Do the toilet.
think. Use toilet. Pee.
You need to pee? What? Why did that skip?
I don't want to skip that. What the fuck?
Eh? What?
skipped.
Oh well.
Nothing else I can do then, I guess.
Let's get out of here.
We have...
We have deliveries to make.
Let's go, chat. Let's go.
Okay, thank you Hololive for the music.
We're going into the game now. Ish, baby.
Oh, you can see by the skip bar button over here that
We've seen this before. It's Santa Daddy. Oh,
What could it be? What could it be?
oh well. Let's get out of here.
you've seen this so many times already.
Right. Let's get ready to head out, chat.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter.
Time limit off.
Wait, what?
Wait, there was a time limit of a bot in delivery?
What? Eh?
Oh well.
Doesn't matter. I need to remember what I was supposed to do. Yep, thank you. Thank you too.
See here, I don't care.
You're not?
Maxed out yet.
Thank you.
Alright, I want to make a delivery to the Timefall farmer and try to max them out before we continue with the story.
Let me see. You ranked?
Yeah, fuck you. Let's see here. We have the junk dealer, but we don't care about him. The Timefall farmer that's
Just short of being filled, so...
where are they? Okay, they have deliveries from the distro center. One available from there. Bot delivered a 100% damage
Cargo here. Sometimes the bots are garbage.
oh well.
Not my problem.
It's the fucking bots.
Not my fault the bots are garbage.
Okay, we're going to head to the distro center. We're heading to the distro center. Let us.
Grab some... Any delivery heading to the distro center.
There's an order of ceramics from the distro center.
I will deliver this. Accept order.
Alright. I believe I have everything I need, so
Let's just load up the bike.
alright, confirmed.
Let's head out.
Order assigned.
Equipment check.
It's all good.
We're not going to do that crazy story mission just yet. Instead, yeah,
We're going to make this...
delivery to the distro center, and then from the distro center I'm going to head out to the Timefall farm. Although along the way I'm also going to
grab some materials
and store some materials at my online safe house. Just upgrade it a little bit
So that people can have materials they can use.
at my safe house. So let me claim some. Do I have anything in my private lockers?
Yeah, all these ceramics.
I'm gonna grab these. I'm gonna grab the metals as well. Load it onto the bike.
You're going to go to the
Safe house. I'm also going to. Do I want to claim it here?
yeah, we'll claim it here.
We'll claim some resins.
Two orders of 800 resins.
Load it onto the bike. And okay, that will do for now. If we need more, we'll
Grab it from the Bistro Center. Let's go.
wait, hang on.
I almost forgot. It's really important we put on our delivery cap.
There we go. Now we go.
On the road again. I can't wait to get on the road again. Blah 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 blah.
Wait. I'm getting BT sensations here.
Where the fuck?
Eh? That was strange. I've never had BT sensations there before. There's ceramics.
Don't mind if I do.
Stretch my legs.
Come to daddy.
It's the mule. I think mules don't produce that reaction. Only BTs do.
That was weird.
But oh well, I'm not gonna worry too much about it.
Can't drill straight past it anyway.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Ah. Those random porters will actually use timefall shelters? I didn't know that.
Oh, that's cool. Ah.
This one's for you. Thanks for the help. Today's a good day. Aha. This one's for you. Thanks for the help.
Yeah, sure thing.
This one's for you. Thanks for the help. Today's a good day.
There's a hole to the
Thanks
right
for
of
the help.
Harry right before you hit the muse. It could be there.
Oh.
Probably check it out next time. Oh,
Nah.
nah, I don't need that.
I appreciate the offer, but yeah.
Okay, let's get out of here. Nice leisurely drive.
Through the countryside.
I can't wait until I unlock the truck.
Yeah, I already know I unlock the truck eventually.
But I really would prefer to drive a truck.
Instead of this bike. I do not trust myself with bikes. At all. Me and bikes don't mix, chat.
Oh. Ceramics?
I'll definitely take that.
I've never seen this box before. Speaking of hentai, you would think that, you know, porn would be
Very valuable in this post-apocalyptic world.
lots of ceramics. Oh, those are really important.
Let me go and pick this up.
You know, with everyone being forced to essentially just
Survive. Yeah, I would expect hentai to be very popular.
apparently not.
Oh well. Hello Mitchell, welcome.
Welcome, welcome.
How you doing?
Were you okay during my vacation?
Oh, but yeah, by the way,
Just to reiterate to everyone, I'm back on Twitch.
but
Twitch is a
secondary streaming platform.
for if and whenever I want to do a
A VR chat and chill stream, then I go to Twitch. Otherwise, all my gameplay stuff will be on YouTube.
you want to get up there? Thank you. Put this on the bike.
And,
Can I put this on the bike?
no. Fuck.
Okay, hang on.
And I put this on the bike.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, I'll just carry this on my bike.
Yeah, okay. You miss me?
Oh, I missed you guys too. And I had a pretty nice yet busy holiday.
Did a lot of prep work for my Pathfinder campaign.
I'm gonna be streaming this weekend.
Begin scan. Scan the bridges verifying ID. Decontaminating. All clear.
Right.
Sam Porter Bridges.
Now, before we
Deliver the ceramics, we need to draw out some more ceramics.
because if I'm not mistaken, this place
Has oh, the ceramics aren't full here?
okay, then in that case, I'll just make the delivery. There we go. Happy deliveries!
I'm both nervous and excited about the Pathfinder campaign.
I'm gonna be running.
Everything all right, Sam?
I don't know what's gonna happen. I hope I don't fuck it up.
I'll bet your body's aching after carrying all that.
Thank you for the nice rating. Right.
No
Right
shame
now.
in taking a break from time to time.
What? I barely started.
Fuck you.
Good work. New order available.
Now, we are going to take
A delivery to... I'm going to...
tell the bot to make this delivery back to Lakeport City.
Right. Now that that's done...
Take a
Order of...
pesticides.
minimum cargo weight. Okay, we'll accept that.
That's all good.
Confirmed.
Load it onto the bike. Yeah.
There we go.
Okay.
I'm carrying a whole bunch of resins and metals and ceramics.
These are going to go to my safe house.
Going to make this delivery to my safe house so that my safe house can function as a...
Crafting station for people who need it.
I wonder if we'll actually be able to deliver.
Anti-mags in this. Because I feel like it wouldn't be a Hideo Kojima game without, you know,
Is it adult magazines? As usual, it's raining.
but I'm used to it. Right.
We'll stop here. This is my safe house.
My little rest stop.
I built everything here, chat. Alright. Let us...
Drop off
Okay.
my
The materials, I'm going to...
recycle all of this.
Recycle, please. Thank you. Okay, now people have a little bit more stuff they can work with when they come here.
I'm also going to
Recycle that.
Mm-hmm.
Actually low on metals here. I'll try to see if I can get metals from... I believe I have a huge storage of metals and resins and ceramics in the weather station and the farm. So we'll check on those.
On the way back.
I'm also gonna store some...
Cryo crystals here. And okay. Please recycle that for me. This is gonna be for anyone who needs it.
Delivering
My safe house has a lot of rain.
Well,
That's the point.
Thank you for your continued support.
I built a safe house here specifically so that people have a...
Excuse me.
People can have a rest stop.
Where they're able to, you know, relax,
And
take shelter from the rain, and yeah. Why am I seeing that in the garage?
uh,
Anything in the shared locker? Special alloys. Cargo delivery to the weather station. You know, we're heading towards the weather station.
So you know what? We'll take that.
Load that onto the bike. Put these...
On the ground next to me, we're going to recycle those as well.
I'm actually happy that people are using my...
Safe house.
Delivering cargo.
Alright.
Thank you for your continued support.
And that should be...
All for now.
We'll come back here later.
Thank you for your contribution.
If they want to just rest from the rain, they can. If they want to recharge their vehicles, they can.
If they want to sleep, they can. Anything here is for everyone who needs it.
I also built this bridge.
Give me that. Oh god!
God, the bikes in this game are
So jank. Hang on. Hang on. Give me that.
There we go.
Get up there.
Oh god, fucking... Get up.
Come on.
Oh god, fucking...
I'll definitely take that. Thank you.
There we go.
Like that.
Special alloys are important, so I want to make sure we grab that.
There we go.
Come here.
Alright. It's not that far.
Can grab that too.
Stretch my legs.
Oh, I didn't even know that there was this other pathway here.
I wonder who dropped this random metal over here.
Seems like a strange place to leave something behind.
Especially since the weather station is right up there. Oh.
No, I think I might need to put a ladder to...
Get back up. Let's do that.
Just a ladder, please?
There we go. Right. Back on the road.
I wonder how people ended up walking this pathway up to the weather station.
Hey,
Because apparently all these pathways were created by people.
Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified.
Happy Health Delivery Service. Anyone at home?
Got some lost cargo for someone.
Here you go.
Delivering cargo.
No idea who the hell you are, but there's your metals.
Alright, let's see. Any deliveries here? No.
Any cargo heading towards the... nope.
Right. In that case, we'll just grab. I'll just head out and
Go towards the temple farm.
anything else I want to eat.
I'll pick up those ceramics though. Those ceramics are important. Thank you.
I don't care about this safe house.
Nobody uses it anyway.
Should I jump that?
Yeah, why not? Let's go.
Oh boy. I hope I land.
Okay, fine. I'm fine, I'm fine.
I'm fine, Chad.
I'm sure the cargo's fine. Probably.
Sure, it's fine.
It's fine.
Okay, I would like to light your bridge, but we're in the middle of rain right now.
So I can't stop. Oh!
Oh, that.
That was a hard landing. Yeah. Fix up my stuff.
Today's a good
Thank
day.
you.
This one's for you. Today's a good day. This one's for you. Thanks for the help.
Okay, let's get out of here. Ceramics.
Oh. Pick this up. I'm lazy, I don't want to get off my bike.
There we go.
Are the mules still dead?
Since I last played.
Because... Oh yeah, they all dead.
I kinda, ran over the mules last time I was here.
You see this empty mule truck and...
All that destroyed stuff.
Yeah, I
guess you're still all cold.
Oh well.
That's what they get for missing at me.
Give me that. The best way to kill mules, chat?
Is to run them over. Right.
I'm gonna pick up all of that
Full charge.
ceramics.
Just cause I'm eventually gonna take it to a shelter.
Level 2 PPC.
Strange. Mountain. access violation.
That's not good.
And
Damn. And is the game going to start crashing on me often now?
uh,
How?
that's interesting.
Apparently,
Um,
hmm. Apparently, there is a problem with the Epic Game Store version of this game specifically.
oh, I'm a bit worried.
Because during my break, I did install a
Uh,
a, mm, a driver update, and it'll be annoying if a driver update is causing these problems. But
let me see if I can.
uh, let me see if I can follow this advice. Some people are saying run the game directly from the install location, so I'm gonna do just that.
Uh, hmm.
Okay, create this shortcut.
Move the shortcut here.
And let me see if running the game directly from the shortcut.
Stops it from happening.
If it doesn't stop it from happening, then I might have to.
I might have to do
A driver update.
which would be really annoying. I'll have to restart stream.
Technically, you guys don't have to go anywhere. The stream will just stop for like a couple of minutes and then it'll restart. But
Still, be really annoying if I have to do that, but let's see what happens.
I cannot. Fuck. Shit. Loading. Starting the game from exe didn't fucking. Okay, hang on. Let me try to load the game from the.
Normally.
Gonna be really annoying.
Let me see what
What are people saying?
um hmm. Okay, this is fine.
Um.
Hmm. Let me try one more thing.
Let me try to run this as an administrator, see if it'll
Fix it. If it doesn't, then
I might need to update my drivers.
it should be annoying because this problem seems to be.
If this problem was caused by a driver update, then what do I have to roll back my drivers?
Hmm. See what happens.
Nope, I can't run from the exe. Damn it.
Okay,
Chat. I will be right back. I'm gonna try installing the latest driver update from NVIDIA driver.
I
We'll be right back. Stream will stop for a few minutes while I update my drivers. Sorry for the technical
difficulties.
Yeah, okay. I'll be right back, chat.
Mwah.
Hope to see you guys here when I get back. BRB. I think I'm back.
Alright, we're going to try this again. Let me just check.
To make sure that this is running properly.
Okay, yeah.
Might need to refresh
The page.
Right, yeah.
We're gonna try this again.
And we'll see what happens. Hopefully it was just a driver issue as opposed to, well, it was an old driver issue,
If it is a driver issue, hopefully it's an old driver issue.
but we will see.
If it's not an old driver issue and it's something else, then
I'm gonna be
really annoyed. Let's see what happens. Right.
give the game a minute to boot up.
You can hear, see? Alright, that's good.
Waiting for the game to boot up.
That took longer than normal, but
We'll see what happens. I don't know where my last save was.
maybe
Hopefully the game auto saved at the farm.
we'll see.
Not the farm, the
The
weather station, because that was my last interaction.
we'll see what happens. You're fine.
You're fine waiting for me? No,
I appreciate you guys for being here.
I'm I should be thankful for you guys for being here.
You guys allow me to keep doing this.
Alright, let's try to get back into the game.
Mhm. Mhm. Alright, thank you for the music.
And in an effort to further reduce system usage, I'm going to
Shut down even more stuff.
there we go.
Right. Mm. Hmm.
This loading bar is taking a lot longer to fill up than normal.
Which is worrying. Very worrying.
Normally it doesn't take that long to fill up.
If it's taking longer to fill up, then
That this might not be a driver issue.
this might be something else.
Could it be an SSD issue?
Hmm. Oh, hopefully it's not an SSD issue.
Technically, even though I mentioned that I was really interested in taking a holiday to Japan,
Something I realized during my holiday.
during my vacation, is that my PC is getting old. My CPU is 5 years old. Stuff is starting to break down.
Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure.
Right.
Cargo verified. Thank you.
So,
I might need to. I might need to. Oh, it didn't save the mouse cutter, so I'm just gonna. Yeah. I might need to set aside budget for a PC upgrade.
this here.
That might be my big.
Delivering cargo.
Expenditure this year.
Trying to get a PC upgrade my CPU and my motherboard.
I hope I don't have to do it, but
My PC is technically already starting to reach the end of its life cycle, I think.
because, yeah,
5-year-old CPU and motherboard, I probably need to upgrade it. I don't need to upgrade the GPU probably, but the CPU, the motherboard, and new memory, that
well, hard drive, that's really important, I think.
are you sure you're not letting your PC breathe just out? It should be fine.
Um,
And I'm turning on the air conditioning just in case it's an overheating problem.
if it's an overheating problem, then yeah, the air conditioning will help.
Right.
That's donation money. Think looks like wallet.
Well, I will set up a donation goal.
Eventually,
Not right now.
um,
I want to see how my
return to Twitch works out in the long run.
I'm going to be doing Twitch streams. I want to see how my
How my
revenue is like. I want to
see what my
fansly revenue is like, you know.
stuff like that.
So I might not need to make donor goals. It really depends.
on how things go.
It's stuff I can take my time planning out. Probably gonna be an all-year affair.
Getting enough money to upgrade my PC.
Oh fuck.
Oh my god! I'm sure it's fine
I'm sure it's not damaged.
at all. I'm sure it's fine. Totally fine.
I'm sure.
I'm sure.
Ooh, metals.
What else?
Gotta get things sorted.
Yeah. You can Twitch and fax the order.
Yeah. If I really need to, then I might start making like a donor goal for a PC upgrade specifically, like at the end of the towards the second half of the year. But
Yeah.
for now, I want to take things slow and see what happens over time.
I'll let you guys know. Don't worry.
Damn.
Oh,
What's wrong?
don't mind if I do.
Oops.
I'm sure it's fine.
Pick up the damn fucking.
There we go.
Thank you.
There we go.
And, come here. Good boy. Gonna pick up those ceramics again.
Come here. Oh, come on. How did that damage the goods?
Bloody hell.
I call BS.
I call BS. There's no way how they should have damaged it.
Hello again.
You guys still snapping?
After my vehicular manslaughter.
Hey, buddy. You're on the electricity fire right now.
It was a different item, wasn't it?
That was a PPC, not a bullet gun.
Interesting. Populated the point here with a different item.
Oh,
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
I'm going around and around to collect all these ceramics. Thank you. Happy deliveries. Anyone home? Hello?
Make a delivery.
There you go.
Delivering cargo.
It's so kind of you to come and see us again.
I'm gonna stay hydrated, chat.
Bye. Cheers.
Oh my. Look how much there is.
Wow. I wasn't expecting all this.
1% damage.
No, 0% damage.
16%.
Okay, that one I admit, but that's because of the fucking bike.
The bike fucked me over.
That's the only thing that I'll admit to.
Everything else was 1% damage.
More like 0%.
Motherfuckers.
Nice.
Next.
Hologram data goose? Is that a person or
Something else.
Oh, before I forget, there's something we want you to have.
I need to figure out what that goose is.
I don't know if anything constructed nearby. I might have a
New star.
I might have a generator.
All the way
Take care
back
of
to the
yourself, Sam.
weather station.
Come back
Oh,
again
I'll check that out. What the goose
you'll always
is.
be welcome here.
Good work. New order.
I need to.
Return the ball again. Use your ball again.
Delivering cargo.
Right. And now I need to grab.
Look at all this.
Lightweight ceramics, lightweight metals, all of this junk.
I'm taking this with me and
Putting it on the bike.
all of this is also gonna go on the bike.
There you go. Okay, I'm almost completely.
Yeah, my bike is almost completely full up.
Not gonna be able to develop much more.
I'll have to do for now, I guess.
Right. I need deliveries.
I can make engineer.
Time for porter beer.
Oh.
You know what?
Let's get beer. Let's get the beer out to everyone.
Everyone should have beer.
Let's go. You get beer.
Delivered by bot.
And she'll be fine.
Although I'll be nice to the motherfucking elder.
You, Alder, you get bread. Yeah,
Yeah. We'll have the bots deliver some.
fresh bread to the Alder.
Bread is actually one of my favorite things to eat.
For breakfast. At least if I have a proper breakfast.
Nowadays, my breakfast is usually just a heavy, like brunch.
As opposed to, you know, actually breakfast.
Time portability to the craftsman. We're not going that way though. We're going to the distro centers.
So,
Um,
collector, weather station, weather station.
we'll take these two cargoes and head to the weather station. Right. The PPC is about to break, but I think he'll survive the trip back to the... Yeah, all of this is about to break, but yeah, I think he'll survive the trip back to...
The distro center.
Should be okay.
Let's go.
Back to the weather station and then back to the distro center. Let's get out of here.
Have I played straight?
No.
I've seen people play it.
From what I've seen of the game, it looks
Nice. I understand why people like it, but
not my style game. Fresh bread.
getting to the weather station.
Fresh bread.
Wow.
Oh, different porters here.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Time to go.
There we go.
It's a block of butter on the bike.
That's it's because of all the resin.
The resin stuff. Actually, you know what? That PPC is fresh. Give me that PPC.
I'll make good use of it.
Thank you, Mills, for the donation.
Nice.
Some lazy motherfucker is building.
Okay, hang on.
Hang on a second.
You get likes.
Today's a good day. This one's for you.
Because you
Thanks for the help.
you did good by building this bridge.
There's a really
Today's
good
a good
bridge.
day. This one's for you.
Meanwhile, you
You. I don't know who you are.
but stop polluting my fucking world with your unfinished bridge. Who liked this shit? This bridge isn't completed. What the fuck?
Relax.
What? Who would like this shit? Get the fuck out of here. Shitty half completed bitch.
Fuck off.
Wait, hang on. God damn it!
Yeah. Let's get back on the bike. Get out of the way.
And okay, now can I dismantle this fucking...
Half completed bridge.
Yes.
Get the fuck out of here.
Useless.
It's a ram.
It's there are actual ramps in this game.
And it's not there.
Hi, Kyla.
Thanks for the
Wait.
help.
Why am I liking this motherfucker's footsteps? No,
Fuck off. I want to like Kylons.
Kylan's.
Fucking
Get the fuck out of here. No one likes your footsteps.
fuck off, bitch.
Thanks for the help. Today's a good day. This one's for you. Thanks for the help. This one's for you.
big rubber ducky.
There we go. There we go.
Oh shit, rain.
Coming on here too long then. Come here. Come here.
Those are some nice footsteps.
Shitty, shitty footsteps.
Some random person I don't care about. It's raining really heavy right now.
Let's see.
Can I build a...
I could have sworn I built a
charger here?
Did I build a charger here or was I dreaming?
Oh well.
I might have been dreaming.
In any case, I'm gonna build it then.
Generator.
And put a generator.
Right over here.
Perfect. Gonna upgrade it with some of the metals I'm carrying as well.
Man, this thing's working faster.
Construction complete.
Alright, upgrade structure.
I do not have metals in small enough. Damn it. I might have to come back here and upgrade this next time. Shit. Yeah, I'm gonna have to come back here and upgrade it this time. Next time.
Oh. Oh, let's get out of here.
Yep. That wasn't there before, was it?
It definitely was created recently.
Can we...
Let me see.
Can I grab enough metals from...
This shitty safe house to upgrade the
three... I can grab enough metals.
Alright, let's grab the metals. Okay, confirmed. Is
Log onto my bike.
there we go.
Alright.
Yeah.
Now we can go back and upgrade. it's important to have at least one upgrade on any structure you build.
So it gets to level 2
Because if you don't upgrade it, the rain is going to degrade it.
so fucking fast.
So let us...
Okay.
So what we need to do? Upgrade structure.
And materials.
Perfect.
I'm going to put
These onto the bike.
There we go. Wait for this to finish upgrading.
Come on. Come on.
Structure
Come on.
upgraded.
Right.
Let's see.
I will save the level 3 upgrade for when it starts breaking down.
You please.
Aye.
Now what the fuck is goose?
Aww.
Aww. Oh, that's cute.
Right, I'm gonna have goose. Actually no. For this place I want the Nandroid Ludens, but
I'll put the goose elsewhere. Okay, let's get out of here. You know, I'm surprised that my ass is still fine.
after seeing how jank the fucking bike physics are.
Quack quack.
Is it Hong Kong though?
Because it's a goose. Honk honk. 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 Honk honk. Honk.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons.
Happy deliveries.
Cargo verified. Safe travels.
Let's get this lost cargo back to its owners.
Okay.
Delivering cargo.
Special delivery from Heartbeat Health Delivery Service.
Agricultural inspection devices. Oh, now you give me the damn
Fucking.
yeah.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
Anything in the private locker, right? Look at all these metals. Can I put any on the trike?
I can.
One more? Yes.
Put it onto the trike.
And then extra cargo. I'll carry it on my back.
There we go.
Right.
Let's get back down to my rest stop.
nice. There's no
On foot pathway over here.
this is a much more direct pathway leading up to the weather station.
Oh. Honk. Honk, honk. Is it
Honk or honk? It's the
farmer, I believe?
Kylon.
Hi.
Ew, Kylon.
Ew. Ew.
You're using the shitty fatso
Thanks for the help.
game.
This one's
Ew, look at that.
Ew, Kylon, I can't believe you would use
This one's for you.
the ugly motherfucker hologram.
Ew.
I almost feel like I want to take back all of my likes.
Chiron.
Today we learned Kylon has shit taste. Container ruined.
Right here.
A bunch of
A bunch of
containers and equipment is getting ruined, but it's fine. I expected a bunch of it to get ruined.
alright.
Time to... That took a while to load, but that's fine. Alright. All of this is going into...
Storage.
This is also just... Yeah, let's just break this down.
Why not?
We have too much ceramics. We want it to be...
Close to full, but not completely full.
My god!
Really? Oh, okay.
Well, we'll deposit the...
Small ceramic portions then.
Okay,
Here. Perfect.
right, that'll do, and... The rest will be going with us to the distro center. It's H-O-N-K.
Honk, honk. Honk, honk.
Delivering cargo. Thank you for your continued support.
Alright. Let's get out of here.
Thank you for your contribution.
Well, before we go back,
Some quick customization.
yeah... Let me...
Customize this.
I want
That to be
Nenderite?
there we go.
And
I want that to be goose. Perfect. already.
Now whoever rests at this rest stop can
Be accompanied by Goose.
Right.
That's what we wanted to do here. Now let us go.
back to the distress center. Yes, my bike appears to be
Sparking, but it's fine, Chad. I'm sure you can survive at the distress center, right?
shut. Oh god.
It's fine. I'm sure it's fine.
Okay.
Here we are.
Someone's happy.
Verifying ID. Contaminated sewer. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter-Bridges.
Scream.
Someone's happy.
See, I told you.
Perfect.
Happy deliveries.
Actually, there's nothing that I'm going to be to deliver here.
These are gonna be put into storage.
Alright. Now, we need to prep to do a story mission that's gonna take us into the middle of bumfuck nowhere. So let us prepare that, shall we? First things first.
Put this into storage.
Because it's gonna need some repairs.
And in the meantime, I'm gonna use Kylon's bike.
Thank you again for the bike, Kylon.
The Akira bike.
Right. And now we need to carry with us a whole bunch of hermetic grenades, ladders, climbing gear.
So
Let's get rid of stuff that's about to break.
the ladders, I think, are okay.
The PPC is okay, the climbing anchors. Actually, wait, do I want to start with fresh stuff? That'd be better, wouldn't it?
So I don't have to worry about it at all.
You know what? We'll start with fresh stuff.
So we'll recycle all that.
The blood bags. Blood bags are fairly large, so I don't think I need to. Hang on, let me adjust my mic a little bit.
You have to adjust it real quick. Thank you.
Okay. A power skeleton.
That needs to be recycled. Confirmed. Recycle this for me, please.
Thank you for your continued support.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here, bitches.
Alright. Now, in my private locker, what do I have here? Headshot to suit. Right. We're going to be crafting a bunch of stuff. At least
3 ladders.
1 climbing anchor. Do I want a container repair spray? No, don't need it. PPC. I need a support skeleton.
We'll go for the silver one.
And weapons. 6 hermetic grenades, 1 bowler gun. Carry on my back.
I might have gone a little bit overboard with the magic grenades, but oh well. It's safer this way.
Match to suit. Bowler gun.
Hang on, tool rack.
Climbing anchor PPC. Right, I'm gonna grab the other PPC. We're gonna carry 2 PPCs with us.
Carry them back. Okay. Now.
Are there any orders heading out our way?
Mr. Engineer, that's... No, nothing heading our way. Any stuff I can claim?
I'm gonna claim these and put them in my private locker.
I might use those later. Place in storage.
There we go. Wait, no. I need to offload them first.
And then switch to private locker. And then now put this in storage. There we go. Right.
And alright, let us head out. We're gonna be continuing the story mission.
Before we go, thank you for the bike, Kylon. I appreciate your bike sacrifice.
For what we're about to do.
Your bike takes the rough riding like a champ.
Let's get out of here. Can I like?
Thank you for the bridge. Right. Let's get out of here. Alright.
Use bloodback and destroyed resin.
Strange things to have here, but
Or recycle them because we're gonna stop by the
junk.
what was it? Who's over there?
I keep forgetting.
Film director. Yeah, we're gonna be stopping by the film director's house.
Along the way.
There we go. There we go.
Come here. Alright, time to go. Hi, motherfuckers. Hi, motherfuckers.
Wait,
I just realized something. Hang on.
I forgot to put on my power skeleton.
Let me
Get that done.
I was wondering how I was carrying so much stuff.
So let me equip that.
There we go.
earlier.
Someone created a pulse box here.
Handy. I don't need to use it.
There we go.
Pick that. Come here.
Pull up. Let's get going then.
Alright.
Keeping up. Beginning scan.
Happy deliveries.
No deliveries today.
I'm just here as a pit stop.
Weapons will be locked until
Julius Caesar?
welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Interesting.
Interesting name.
I'm not going.
This way though, so yeah, I'm just going to drop off this lost cargo.
Delivering cargo.
Hail Julius Caesar. Ave.
You guys ever read Asterix?
All those Asterix comics. I read, I think, every Asterix comic up until 1996 or something like that.
Literally every Asterix comic.
From the first one all the way up to 1996.
Lost cargo. Someone delivered my lost cargo for me.
Thank you.
I don't even know where I put that.
Oh. Yeah. Alright, deliver lost cargo to the film director. Thank you, whoever delivered this.
Delivering cargo.
Good to see you, Sam. Sorry for the hassle. Oh, man. I don't even know what to say.
You didn't even look at what I delivered.
Ow.
Safe trip. Hey, try not to die.
Alright,
Now that's done. Let us.
recycle? Recycle these things for me, thank you.
Anything else I want to recycle? No.
Right.
Delivering cargo. Thank you for your continued support.
Alright, I need to check something before
Thank
we
you for your contribution.
Head to our destination.
uh
Check on the PPC. What does it take to 400 metals?
sorry.
The boundaries here. Someone put a timefall shelter there. We'll probably use that.
And someone was kind enough to put a timefall shelter there.
There's even a generator there as well. These are all very handy.
So right. All again.
And right, let's get out of here.
Ah,
Don't be a stranger.
oops. Ah, it's fine. Oh, buffer.
Keep on keeping on.
Really? Lost cargo for the film director?
How did this get here?
Okay, you know what? I'll just.
I'll just deliver it.
Keep on keeping on.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID.
So,
It turns out there was something for me to deliver.
All weapons will be locked until the...
Some random person dropped this outside.
here you go. It's literally right outside. You know, you could have walked out here and just.
Picked it up, right?
Delivering cargo.
Lazy motherfucker.
You really are a good guy, Sam. Oh, man. I don't even know what to say.
I used to love reading Asterix comics. It got a bit weird after a certain year.
The humor wasn't there anymore.
Safe travels, Sam. Hey, try not to die.
Although I haven't checked out
Good work. New order of
if they have written more after that, most recent one I read. I haven't read it yet.
Maybe they improved? I'm not sure.
Oh,
Fresh bread delivered. Ah, it's just bread.
it's just a little squish. Doesn't matter if bread is squished, right? Sure, it's fine. Bread is soft. It's fine if it's squished.
I wonder if the bread that they delivered is more like modern bread or
Classic bread.
with the hard crust and all that. Because classic bread is like the crust of the bread is actually really hard.
Oh.
Ooh, signed photographs of movie stars?
Yeah, why not?
Let's have the bot do that for me.
deploying autonomous delivery bot.
I'm gonna be busy with a star mission, so I'll have the bot do it. Good luck, bot.
Right.
Let us get out of here.
Now we'll go.
So long, Sam Bridges.
Weapons restriction.
Keep on keeping on.
Oh,
You know what? Let's stop by the hot springs.
okay. Someone even built a timefall shelter here.
I'm Sam! Today's a good day. Thanks for the help. Today's a good day. This one's for you. Today's a good day.
Let's take a bath.
Yeah, enjoy it while you can, Sam.
So that's why you built that there.
So we could have music. Oh. Oh, little baby's sleeping.
Unfortunately, due to
The whole Twitch thing and me needing to upgrade my computer.
I doubt I'll be able to go to Japan
This is living.
over the next couple of years.
Definitely not this year.
I'll have to see how well my streams do.
Over this year. And
But if I'm lucky, maybe I can go to visit Japan next year.
do a trip with Kylon.
Because I would really like to visit Japan with Kylon. I really want to visit the hot springs again.
The hot springs in Japan are so nice.
Wait, let's get out of here.
Yeah.
Time to pick up the quest.
Give me that. I'm not gonna do any of the Crater Lake.
Stuff because they don't give you shit for those.
It's not worth it. Oh, God damn it.
Get up there.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Fragile Express ID.
Excuse me?
All weapons will be lost until departure. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Happy deliveries. You had a mission for me?
Nothing in a private locker.
Right. The Chiral Artist Studio.
We have to walk through. Well,
Fuck this. Okay.
let's listen to the briefing.
Hey, Sam. The junk dealer told me a little bit more about the order, and I figured you would want to hear it.
I mean, I'm making the damn
After you
delivery
complete
of
the
Of course I want to
delivery,
hear it.
He wants you to bring his girl back to his shelter. People call her the chiral artist.
Hmm?
She likes to use chiral matter in her work. Makes all kinds of things with it. Sculptures, paintings, clothing, jewelry. You'll be delivering one of her pieces, in fact. A chiral hourglass.
Huh?
To say it's fragile would be an understatement. But yeah, it's really
Fragile
freaking
cargo.
fragile. Treat it like a child. Be gentle. Got it? You need to carry it by hand and move slowly. Definitely no falling.
Fuck.
Oh, and the dealer enclosed a message with the parcel. Make sure it gets to the girl.
Fuck fragile cargo.
That's gonna be annoying as fuck. Okay, we're definitely gonna be carrying it on the bike then.
According to the junk dealer, the chiral hourglass is extremely fragile, and that kind of cargo is best carried by hand.
Wait, really? I have no choice but to carry it by hand?
Are you serious?
Oh, this mission is going to be a massive pain.
From the junk dealer. Sam,
Huh?
that active skeleton is built for speed. It's designed to augment muscle movement, enabling you to travel faster. There's even a boost function if you really need to hustle, but it'll eat up battery about as fast as you eat up the ground. To think he made a thing like that out of junk. Talent like his shouldn't go to waste.
Oh.
Equip the speed skeleton? Ah, I see.
So now I have to decide between the speed skeleton or the power skeleton.
I'm gonna put my power skeleton in the private locker. Let's try out the speed skeleton. Hatch the suit. it's giving me back my hip attachments, which is nice. Well,
Kylan, looks like I'm leaving your bike here.
is there any place I could store Kylan's bike?
Nearby.
Ugh. It's back there. Nah, I'm gonna leave the bike here.
I'm sure I'll be fine if I park it here, right?
Okay, we're about to go into BT territory.
Because every time I come by here, it always has ET warnings, so
I'm gonna prepare to deal with BTs.
oh god. Yep.
Okay, I think what we're gonna do is we're going to...
Hang on,
we need to plan our pathway.
never hide.
Right.
Gotta go slow.
Someone left his bike here.
Okay,
You know what, we'll put this down and we'll deal with...
we'll deal with the assholes first. We're not gonna risk damaging our cargo.
Okay, get the grenades out.
We'll try to aim for that time for shoulder.
Shit.
I see you. Fuck you.
I see you too.
Take this.
Oh shit.
No, you don't. I see you, bitch. Give me that.
Not gonna stray too far.
I'll come here first. Oh. Right, these are used up. Swap. Let's go. Fuck you. I see you.
Wait, no.
He's far enough away there, I don't think we need to bother. We'll just keep going.
And I used to think that the crafter was an asshole.
No, the junk dealer is even more asshole. Come here. Die, bitch.
Navigation check.
Okay. On course.
God, I hope it's not raining the entire way there.
That's gonna be so fucking annoying. Fuck you too. There's someone else.
Someone else nearby.
Where? Where? There.
Close enough to be a danger.
Fuck you.
Come on.
Slow and steady.
I don't care about fucking speed.
The junk dealer's girlfriend can wait.
Far enough away from it.
But that one is in the way. So,
Okay, where'd he go?
there he is. Take this. Hang on.
How the hell is Kylon's bike damaged?
What? Why?
It's not raining there, what the fuck? I hope that Kylon's bike doesn't explode before I get back.
That's gonna be annoying. If it does.
Okay.
Oh!
Okay, hang on.
Equipment check.
Let's manage equipment a little bit.
Um,
Right.
attach that to suit.
Place that.
Attach that to suit.
On tool rack. Put that on the tool rack.
And right, let's go. Looks like a smooth from piano.
There we go.
Come here.
Nice.
The veins lit up too.
That's good.
There we go.
There's our destination. Right there.
Okay, let me check on.
Kylon's bike because
Is Kyla's bike still degrading?
it is.
Oh my god, why is Kyla's bike degrading so quickly? Okay, we'll do what we came here to do and then dash back.
Back to Kylon's bike. I don't know why Kylon's bike is degrading so fast. Thank you.
We might be able to actually sprint back.
We'll see what the speed skeleton feels like.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Fragile Express ID verified.
RP deliveries.
All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified.
Hello? Anyone home?
Delivering cargo.
Are you with Fragile Express? No. You're a Bridges porter, aren't you? I'm not expecting a package. Oh, it's nothing dangerous, is it? Oh my lord. I never thought I'd see this again. Let me have a closer look. Oh, incredible. Not so much as a single scratch. I can't thank you enough.
You look different. Very different. Heck yeah, I think he...
Oh wow.
Oh, okay.
One of my bots have completed deliveries.
Right, the text on American history.
Oh. You know what that special
What do you even call it?
that banner tells me? behind by name. It tells me that you can eventually change your clothes colors.
I'm looking forward to being able to customize the color of my clothes.
So, I'm on the one and only chiral network now. That's wonderful. I'm happy to be a part of the UCA.
Oh, just like that? Alright. Here's your chiral juice. Although, from what I've heard about you, it seems like you already work with chiral juice.
Anti-BT handgun?
Ooh, what's this?
That might be really handy.
We'll test it out.
See and access other player structures.
Thank you.
You'll drop by again, won't you?
Wait, Kyle Artis's mother? Oh my god, an actual human?
Take me with you.
What?
Please.
What?
I have to see him again.
You're who I'm looking for, but...
I made this for him, you know. When the terrorists attacked, my mother and I barely escaped with our lives.
Are you French?
I tried to find him afterwards. I did.
Or...
I just didn't know where to look.
I'm trying to place that accent.
But that's not why I stopped. My mother never liked him. She made that pretty clear. But I didn't think she'd go as far as to lie. So when she said that he died, I believed her. Until I heard that message. It's him. It's really him.
I can't tell if she's French or
I
Chinese.
should never have given up.
Or maybe Japanese.
Deep down, I knew he was out there somewhere.
That accent is really strong.
But I couldn't leave my mother all alone. So I tried to make my peace with it.
She's definitely East
Only I
Asian.
couldn't. Not even if I do wanted to. I was stuck in the past. Unable to move on. Take me to him. I'm begging you. I'm ready to go. Right now if you want. Just say you take me.
So... I'm going to help you, Yellow.
Okay, I guess. Your mom might hate me for it though.
But,
So that just solved a really big question I had.
all this time, I was wondering whether these people I was delivering for, whether or not they're real people or they're just holograms and constructs.
But apparently, at least this person is real.
So, okay.
main reason why I was unsure whether or not the people I was delivering from was real or if they're holographic construct is because there were at least 2 people I delivered for where their reactions were weird. When they joined the chiral network, they look down at your hands and you're like, oh wow, so this is how it feels to be part of the chiral network. I was like, why are you looking at your hands? This is literally what they did. They looked down at your hands and were like, oh wow. And I'm like, why are you looking down at your hands? Oh, what difference would it make if you're part of the chiral network or not? Your hands are real, right? And because of that, I was like, wait, what if these people aren't real? What if they're robots or AI or some kind of like holographic construct or some shit? But at the very least, this person's real, so right. So am I supposed to deliver a person? Question mark?
That there's a handgun configured to fire hermetic rounds. Bullets loaded with your own blood. Should do some damage to any BTs you come across. The gun draws blood from your body, or any bags on hand, to fill its cartridges when in use. Length of the trigger pull determines the amount loaded into the next round. Longer pulls mean more blood and more potential damage to the BT on the receiving end. Just don't drain yourself dry by accident, okay?
Ooh. That would be handy, actually. I have a bunch of grenades on me, but... Oh. We could craft one. Although this person has very low resources, I don't think I want to craft it here. Oh.
Delivering cargo.
Let's see what's entailed in delivering people. That seems like it might be a weird job. New standard orders. Antique curio. The distro center. Junk dealer. Walk preserve water soluble. Vogue warning. What does Vogue warning mean again? Mean Vogue if the container breaks, we should keep the container in good condition. Okay, the first thing we're gonna take is this and see what it requires me to do, because I don't know what... Yeah, I don't know what this involves. My hand. Let's listen to the briefing.
It's not often that we're asked to transport people, but with the world being the way it is, it might well be the safest way to travel.
Anyway, Sam, the Cairo artist wants you to take her to the junk dealer. To do so, your only option is to carry her in a body bag.
What?
It might seem strange, but it'll keep her safe from timefall and chiral contamination, while allowing her to breathe.
Really? A body bag? Okay. Really strange way to transport living people, but alright. I guess we'll do it. I'm not gonna craft this here. We'll just use up the grenades we have.
As you know, you'll be transporting a living human being for a change. It goes without saying that any falls or heavy impacts sustained may result in injury to your client. So proceed with caution, now more than ever.
I carry on my back.
Right. What can I bring with me?
Or more, what can't I bring with me?
Hmm.
I'm going to put these in storage
Along with
2 of these hermetic grenades.
PPC attached to suit.
I don't think I need a ladder. Where I'm going, I don't need a ladder. And another PPC.
Attached to suit. Alright. This will be all load out.
Alright, let's get out of here.
Get out? Yes.
I'm surprised your mom is not screaming.
Get back here, young lady. You're not going to go to that tramp.
I'll hold the hourglass. I don't want it to break.
Oh,
Thank you for your
the head
contribution.
portion is gonna stay open.
Okay, that's less morbid. Okay.
Okay,
Lady?
see you around, I guess. Anti-curios delivered to the distro center.
Yeah,
Deploying
I have a
autonomous
bot.
delivery bot.
Deliver this for me.
Okay, let's go. Go take a dip with the onsen with her.
Can
Does it actually do something?
if I go into the onsen with her?
Was that a hint for me to do something?
I will do.
If there's actually something.
That happens if I go to the onsen with her.
Have a pleasant journey.
It's not far from here, I think. Look for the turf. It bubbles up and spreads. That's how you can tell. It'll swallow you up if you're ready. It's bottomless. Or so claim the code who uses places to dispose of terrarium-contaminated waste.
By the way, her
And
voice
others
actor is
too.
East Asian, isn't
If
she?
you don't have time to burn them, there's always the task.
Her mother talks normal, but she talks like she has a really strange accent.
Yeah, kind of. Let me know if there is actually a special scene with her
Like going to the
by going to the onsen. Then I will. All these people building bridges into the rock face.
did they hack?
Well.
Okay,
As long as I retrace my steps.
I should be good.
There's a scene with her.
Really? Okay, we'll go. Rather than deliver her to her where she's going, we'll take a detour to the hot springs.
But we have to get through this area first. And also, your bike appears to be exploding.
Did the motherfuckers respawn?
I hope the motherfuckers didn't respawn.
There's one nearby here.
I know there's one close to
the junk dealer, so we'll go right there.
the character's also Japanese too. How is this Japanese character? How does this Japanese character have a Caucasian mom?
That's what I want to know. Yeah, I don't know if there's a special cutscene or anything that you're in the part here.
Oh really?
Okay, then let's go and take a part with our cargo, yes.
Oh god. Okay, yeah, we're ignoring that.
Bye bye.
Carry someone alive, that is.
Okay, we will.
Thanks for letting me know.
Hehe. Are you okay?
Sam, are you good?
Yeah, we're good.
We're fine. Oh. Okay.
Let me check on your bike real quick because your bike is
Beginning scan.
I was getting some warning messages from your bike.
Express ID verified. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Yeah, how? What the hell? What the hell happened to your bike? Your bike was pristine when I left it here.
And now it's all rusted over.
Can I not? Ah, I can't load it onto the trike.
Really?
Well, guess I'm walking. Wait, can I get onto the bike?
Oh, I can.
Okay, so apparently we can put dead bodies onto the bike, but not living people.
Fine. Fine. Fine.
Let's go to the hot spring. Okay, I need to
Turn around.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Alright.
Okay, ma'am. I know I'm supposed to take you to your boyfriend and help you elope, but
Before we do that, we gotta make you presentable.
let's take a bath.
Be careful.
Oh! All right. Did I just stand so far away? Go closer, come on. I hope you wash your back.
You take a dip with a dead body. All you can find out.
Go kill.
Go kill a mule. Then
Go to the bath.
close to the crafter.
Ba-ban, ba-ban, ban, ban. Ban, 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 ban.
Other people are calling out too.
Ban, 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 ban. Ba-ban, ban, 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 ban. Habiba, no, no. EU Dana. EU Dana. Now this is living. Soak it in, Sam. Soak it in.
So that's the
bath song that you were telling me about.
Now this is living.
Wait, why did I receive a light from the chiral artist? I'm helping her daughter elope with the guy that she hates.
Oh, hell yeah. Now this is living. Soak it in, Sam. Soak it in. Oh, hell yeah.
Oh,
Soak it in, Sam. Soak it in. Oh, hell yeah.
okay. Let's go.
Get warmed up.
Now that you're nice and clean, time to get you to your boyfriend.
Fresh and good girl sign.
Mm-hmm.
Now your precious bike?
Ah, don't worry.
Your bike is nice and strong.
Sure, I'll be fine.
Rest is advised.
You know, I'm wondering what happens if we take people in with us to safe houses.
I'm kinda curious. Let's find out.
There's a safe house right over there.
Let's find out.
And since you're crying about your bike,
This will give your bike time to repair.
oops, didn't know you're a few minutes back. Yeah.
It's fine though, yeah.
I called out, she sang with me, and apparently the other people around sang as well. And now I'm gonna test something. We're gonna find out what happens if you enter your safe house. A safe house.
With a living person. Let's go.
And this will give your bike time to be repaired.
Because, you know, your precious bike is sparking.
Good morning, Sam. Blood collection
Aw.
complete. Thank
Does she
you for
not
your
sleep with you?
generosity.
Really? She doesn't sleep with you?
Aww.
Oh, but
I was hoping that she'll sleep with you.
oh well. Mr. Bar Papa Yedis song.
I'm saying it totally wrong. Oh, well, it's fine.
I expect him to be able to sing a Japanese song properly.
EX grenade number 1.
Brought her to a hot spring, got in naked with her, ran to a private room, all before beginning to her boyfriend. Yep. Gotta make sure that she's, unharmed, right? I personally inspect all the goods I'm supposed to deliver. Yep. And now that I'm done inspecting the goods, gotta make sure we shower after. Wait, are you tracking a person? Listen. She wanted it. Is it? Yes, technically I'm human trafficking, but it's not bad since she wanted it, chat. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's just I made sure she enjoyed the trip. Yes, took her to a bar, spent the night with her, took her on a nice date. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's totally fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. If we can only take one photo per pose. I like how he just puts an ads for Norman's show.
I don't know anything about that show actually.
Kinda curious what it's about. Hi, BB. You awake? Good morning.
Hey, baby.
Anti-BD handgun.
I wonder if this thing does damage to humans.
I'm going to assume no.
Just ride around, visit some famous people in different cities and states.
Oh, really?
Oh. Pretty wholesome sounding show, actually.
Right. Let us put on our gear and head on out.
We've lost the beer, but I believe it's possible to get the beer back.
Yeah, bike's good as new.
You worry too much. Let's get out of here.
Scan. Scanning bridges ID. Fragile Express
Ah, fuck off.
All the junk. Right.
RB deliveries.
All clear.
Special health delivery service.
I'm actually performing a health delivery service.
I'm not even joking right now.
Oh, by the way, chat, for anyone that doesn't know, Kylon gets it, but
For anyone that doesn't know,
health delivery service is it's a euphemism for
uh,
uh
people who visit you, usually at night, and you know, you spend the night together. uh,
and there's some
money exchanged, and yeah,
that's what health delivery service is.
it's a Japanese thing. It's what is their term for um
Uh
nighttime company. Yes, yes.
that's what that's what I've been saying every time I mention health delivery service, but now I'm actually performing health delivery service.
Here you go.
Why didn't I just take out a
Are you hurt?
bag? But you know, I'm not gonna question it.
Thanks, Bridges. I can't believe you're alive.
That's my line, silly.
I thought you were dead.
My mom told me you were.
Aww.
I kept it close. Always. But after the attack, it stopped working.
Wait,
I thought
how-
about fixing it. Getting the sand flowing again.
Wait, how does a
But it felt
hourglass
too much like
break?
moving on.
What?
Like forgetting you.
Well, now we can both move on. Together, you and me. If you're ready.
Of course.
What?
The man I knew. They don't peddle junk. He fixed things, made them like new again. Picking up the pieces and making the most of them. That's what I do best too. But this is one piece. We don't need. The only time that matters is the time I spend with you. So let's count the moments ourselves together. I'm asking you to marry me, dummy.
Oh my god.
I will. I do. Yes.
I'm a pimp,
Now
basically.
that's it.
Yeah, pretty much.
What?
Although normally I pimp myself.
Don't hate Mom, please. Tell her this is what we want. Help her to understand and accept it. Because she needs us, and I need her.
All right. I'm pretty good at patching things up.
Toxic chiralium at the entrance.
It's fine. I'll clean it up.
I've got a chiralium container anyway. can see the little detour we took, but it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Gotta make sure that the goods are
Delivered in good condition, right?
my
Personal guarantee.
Oh wow! Immediately joining the UCA.
Alright.
Sorry, I was such an asshole. I treated you and Fragile like shit.
Yeah, you did.
I'm gonna try and make a fresh start with my girl. And though I can't do half of what you people do out there every day, I'm ready to pull my weight. If you need anything fixed, I'm your man. The UCA can count on me.
Okay.
It'll take some getting used to, but it's past time. We will join the UCA's network. I won't let you down. I swear.
We'll never forget you. Thank you.
What? Oh, that was cute. All right.
Ah, that was wholesome. Well, here's BTGs to christen your marriage.
Speed skeleton.
I don't think I'd like the speed skeleton. I can't really think of a situation where I would need to be running fast. I tend to take things slow rather than run. I mean, yeah. Okay, thinking about it, the times when I would have needed the speed skeleton were back when I still didn't have the hematic grenades, where the only way to avoid the BT, well, the only way to deal with BTs was just to avoid them and run away. Now that we have hematic grenades and an anti-BT gun, I don't think I need to run anymore.
So I think I'll just use the power skeleton.
Sam, that whole region is connected to the Cairo network now. Head for the next area. To connect South Knot City, you'll need to make a delivery from Lake Knot City.
Huh? Not sure I follow. Why not just get them on the network? Let them print what they need.
Because you can't print everything. You do know that, right? Food, medicine, organic compounds, that blood of yours that's proven so effective against BTs? None of that can be sent via the network. Only the old-fashioned way. The people of South Knot have been struggling ever since the last attack. Now, if they're to survive, they'll need all the supplies Lake Knot can spare. Head back there and pick up the order. By the way, sometimes you might find yourself traveling home empty-handed, right? Wasted trip, I say. Make the most out of it by making sure you've always got an order on your back. For instance, one just came in from the junk dealer. A joint request from him and the Cairo artist, looks like. I think it'd be in everyone's best interest if you took it on. Check the terminal for details.
Heads up, Sam. I'm detecting abnormal Cairo levels to the north of South Knot City. The numbers indicate heavy timefall in the area.
Okay.
It appears to be some kind of storm, but nothing like anything I've ever seen before. Though, truth be told, I can't actually see it either. The storm should be right outside my lab, but with the baby, I'm in no position to investigate. Doesn't seem to have done any real damage yet, but would you mind looking into it for me? Just be sure to keep your distance, alright?
Alright, let's see. Glass we claim from junk.
There's a bunch of orders here that we'll probably want to do.
Just standard orders for Sam. Heading to the distro center. Okay. I need to check my mail.
Because I saw mail here. What's that?
Delivery for Pepper.
Delivery request for you? Special talent calls herself a cosplayer.
Did really cosplay still exist?
Needs a new sewing kit.
Would you find one? Where am I supposed to find one of those?
Slaves to eat no more.
Blah blah, yeah, this is useless.
Right,
we're gonna stick around here to perform some deliveries for the Cairo artist's mother and the junk dealer.
Between the two of them.
But before we do that, let me go to the washroom.
I need to pee. Enjoy the music in the meantime.
I'll be right back after a 3-minute break, alright, chat?
Mwah.
Love you guys. Hope you guys are enjoying Stream Survival. Yeah, BRB.
Blah. Alright.
I'm back. Yeah.
Maybe doing boss battles or something?
Something over considered something.
What was that in response to?
I completely forgotten. I know I was talking about equipment. Oh right, the speed This the speed thing. Yeah, thinking about it, if I know I'm gonna be going into a boss battle, then the speed.
Skeleton will be more useful than the power skeleton.
But for general use, I'm probably just gonna be using the power skeleton. Okay, I'm back.
Let's go.
Got some deliveries to make.
Between
The couple and
the bitch hell mom.
demon mom. Ay.
Oh?
You can use those little darlings to stun your enemies and give yourself some breathing room. Just equip and toss. They'll trigger on contact. They deliver a shock that should incapacitate every living thing within the blast radius. Living only, though. They won't do you any good against BTs.
Stun grenades.
Alright.
I think I... In this temporary mobile... So my mazer gun has always been able to... has always been able to stun vehicles. I didn't know that. The mazer gun is effective while wide area of discharge near water.
Not entirely sure what that means.
But oh well. Okay, let me
mess with my equipment.
the speed skeleton. Gonna put it into private locker. 2 hermetic grenades.
We're going to
Right, remove cargo and equip
yes. There we go.
PPCs.
Carry on back.
We're just going to drive back to
The artist's mom and grab some stuff from her.
well, grab the stuff we left behind. Yeah, I think this should be good. The speed skeleton, we're leaving it here. Take on orders.
More fish.
Well, I'm going to have a bot deliver
this for me. Off you go, bot.
Deploying autonomous delivery bot.
Do I want this bot to deliver metals and special alloys?
I can't remember if my metals and special alloys was already returned to max for a craftsman.
Yeah, why not?
We lose nothing by just
Deploying
sending it up.
autonomous delivery bot.
Hi, Mitchell also. Welcome.
Oh wait, shit, I just noticed that.
Half of the chat was from you.
Whoops, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I hope you're doing okay. That's my bad.
Leg bot, yes, she's the leg bot. Just literally just a pair of legs with some stuff on top of it.
Alright.
We're going to be delivering this to the girl's mom. The mom of the girl whom we just helped to elope.
And ran away to get married with her boyfriend, the junk dealer.
I'm surprised that the mom doesn't want to kill me right now. Because I helped her daughter elope.
Oh well.
Okay, put this on to junk.
Really? Oh, metals are difficult to acquire these days.
Oh, well, I hope that's a good wedding gift and not something that the mom is going to be like pissed off about.
And yeah.
Did no one build a bridge here?
There's no bridge here.
Hang on, before we go, let me check something.
How much materials do you have?
Not a lot. Okay, let me just see if I can actually build a bridge here, because this
approach to this house here
is really awful. I want to see if I can build a bridge.
Hi, Cass. Welcome.
Oh.
No can do, Sam. Structures can't be built that close together. You'll need to settle for a different spot outside the sensor ring.
Change bridge length. Can I build a bridge somehow like this?
Anywhere.
I wonder how people are able to build their really weird length bridges.
Because I want to build a bridge from that hill back to that hill, if possible.
Can I really not do that? Oh, hang on.
Hang on. I saw something.
Hang on. Oh, it snapped.
Come on, where's this?
Come on.
Come on.
It snapped to something just now.
Come on. Where is it?
Where did it snap to the build spot just now?
Come on.
Oh, there it is.
There it is. It's right here.
Alright.
I'll lay down the foundation first.
And then I'm going to come back and
build it up.
I'll bring materials from the distro center.
Nope.
Bend over the table. You need lunch? Hello? Okay. Okay, sure. Get over here and you get to eat me.
Can we talk about Pathfinder more a bit? Been very AWOL, so I could stand to chat about it. Yeah, sure, go ahead, no problem. More than welcome to chat about the Pathfinder game tomorrow. In fact, I did a slight Pathfinder. Well, at the start of the stream, I built up some NPCs for Pathfinder, or more like I added 2 new NPCs that could potentially be encountered by you guys.
So yeah,
we can talk tomorrow. We can talk right now.
Whatever you want.
And I do need you to do some stuff, actually. well, two main things beyond whatever you want to talk about. I need you to settle on any kind of token art for your character and have your token art have any border that's not square, and pick a color that you want to represent yourself, whether through pings or the token border or whatever. Pick any color you want to represent you, and yeah.
That's with regards to the token border.
I also need you to prepare anything that could work as a Discord reactive image. If you've ever seen me stream with friends and stuff like that, and you saw your little image pop up,
that's what I mean.
If you have no image handy, or no pair of images handy that you can use to be like your rest image and your talking image, I could just meet up with you in VRC, and you can use any avatar you want to represent yourself, and we could take pictures.
So yeah, hopefully we can get that done either
later today or tomorrow. Metals and ceramics. I want that to be offloaded
and placed onto the... I want that to be recycled.
Where's that going? It's going to the digital center, so we're not going to do that just yet.
Alright. Recycle
these two.
Alright.
Delivering cargo. Thank you for your continued support.
Alright. Do I want to build with the metals that's here?
You know what? We'll finish up the bridge now.
We'll just do it.
Carry that on my back.
Alright. Eventually I'll upgrade the bridge, but for now we'll just build it up.
At the very least.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Alright. Let's finish the bridge. There we go.
Please stand clear of the designated construction area.
Alright, while that's building,
I'm going to just get back onto the bike and make the delivery.
this bridge will make traversing this gorge here a lot easier.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying
You're gonna go
ID
get
structure
supper?
complete.
Alright guys,
Weapons detected.
hope you had a good stream. Thanks for stopping by. Let us know what you are eating once you get back.
Fine.
Let's get out of here.
We have deliveries to make to the mom.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
your bike is going to continue serving me.
Taiwan.
Give me that.
And yeah.
BTs as usual.
Come here.
Let's go.
Right.
BTs are still cleared off from last time.
That's good.
Let me grab that.
Come here. Let's go. Ah. Thank you for the charge, but I can't stay.
Get off here. Oh, God damn it.
Come on. Fuck. Oh, there we go.
Ooh, porters.
Okay,
This bridge I can like.
this one's for you. Thanks for the help. This one's for you. Today's a good day.
Yeah.
The fuck is that?
What's that?
What is this?
A light bridge? Eh?
What? Interesting.
Is this meant to help us reach higher up areas or some shit?
No. It's a car bridge.
Oh, interesting. I guess I'm gonna unlock that eventually.
Fancy, yeah, I know, right?
A light bridge. Let's go.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID.
RP deliveries.
ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Please don't kill me.
I was only doing what I was told. Helping your daughter elope.
Oh god, oh fuck.
Hang on. Wait, I almost dropped my...
My headset.
It's fine.
It's fine.
Delivering cargo.
Look at different angles.
Yeah, the guy built it wrongly.
Thank you so much for coming. You really are a wonderful person.
What?
We're blessed to have
What? I'm surprised you're not trying to strangle me for helping your daughter elope.
I mean,
This is a woman who went as far as lie to her daughter's boyfriend, telling him that her daughter died. When the boyfriend was looking for her daughter, she was like, "Yeah, my daughter's dead. You can stop looking for her now." And I'm like, okay.
she's just smiling, just to, you know, lure me into a false sense of security.
And then she's going to like poison my food or something.
My daughter's happy and is happy for her.
Her daughter literally just escaped her home.
Literally, she's like, take me away from here. I'm ready to go.
And yeah, yeah, I'm fairly certain the mom is just smiling,
just to, you know, lure me into a false sense of security, and then she's gonna kill me later.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's what she's planning.
Listen, I know you've got a lot of stuff to carry, but if you have room for a little more, there's something I want to give you.
Oh? What's that?
Oh, these are the chiral boots.
Okay. So, what are they like?
My level cards required in order to wear them.
Can it be reproduced using a carpenter?
Right, so yeah. Might as well carry it with me.
Load it onto the bike.
We'll put these on my back.
Of course, it's the same with the previous one.
Again, won't you?
She just straight up, she was
never like angry at me for what I did, so yeah.
I'm slightly concerned.
Just slightly concerned that she's going to stab me later.
Delivering cargo.
Poison my food. This is giving me a NPC idea for Pathfinder.
That's fine. It's fine. I've got plenty of encounters already planned. In fact, I have more than I need.
So, yeah. I'll save it for next time.
Oh, a bunch of deliveries going back to the junk dealer.
Okay.
Let me recycle
these things. Just get rid of them.
Delivering cargo. Thank you for your continued support.
Right. This is what we're gonna do. We're going to take on
all of these orders
at the same time. Premium delivery.
Right.
Less than 20% damage.
And 20% damage, quantity 6 or more, yeah.
Okay, we can handle all those at the same time.
Let me... I'm gonna save the BT gun for later. I don't think we need it right now.
Let's get out of here.
Load these onto the bike.
Yes, get out.
Thank you for your contribution.
Could you... Hang on, I need to check something.
How much does it take to upgrade bridges again? Right, 160.
I think what I'm gonna do
is
I'm going to withdraw. Actually, wait, no, before I withdraw,
let me take this off.
see how much junk I'm carrying.
Hold on to the transport.
Okay.
Fog can only be safely transported in a sealed container. And if that container breaks, you've got a toxic gas leak on your hands. You should pack some extra repair spray just in case.
I'll
Fog is
be fine.
invaluable for the development of new technologies. And those same technologies might be of benefit to you someday.
Okay, load onto the bike.
Right, that's all good.
Alright. Get out.
I think we can carry
One consignment of metals.
confirmed. Can I load it onto the bike? No.
Alright, I'll carry it on my back. Why is my ear so itchy all of a sudden?
Sorry about it. Right. And need other stuff I can take.
Ooh, a resin?
Offload this and
I'm going to recycle it.
Alright. Thank you. And let us go. There are a bunch of deliveries coming.
Why do people put a bunch of ladders here?
Come on, get fucking.
Really? What a shitty bridge.
Ow. Come on. Yeah, sorry.
Right.
Hopefully the BGs didn't respawn. Let's go. Okay. Smooth sailing.
There's lots of bikes here.
Probably abandoned by all the people who had to do that story quest. Look at that. Let me put some materials for upgrade.
We'll be upgrading the structure very soon.
It's not completed yet, but
Yeah. If I kill some of the BT snakes that we keep from activating a pause all the time.
8 days later, it's still glitter.
Eventually gonna respawn. Though I think they only respawn when the rain disappears and comes back.
That seems to be how it works.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID.
I'm not gonna question BT spawns though.
It's always been weird.
All weapons will be locked until departure.
IP deliveries.
Thank you.
Come on. The health delivery service is back.
Deliver requested
Cargo. There you go.
Delivering cargo.
Hello, Sam.
Hey,
Wow, just look at it all.
this is more than enough to cover us.
I wonder if they're already married.
or if there's even a ceremony. It is a post-apocalyptic world.
I doubt there'll be a full ceremony or anything like that. But considering that the mom is telling me to deliver family furniture to them, I guess the mom has accepted the boyfriend.
I guess they're cool now.
Instead of the mom wanting to, like, poison me, I guess it's safe? Maybe?
Remote stun bomb.
Ooh. Wow, that went all the way up to level 4.
A little bit more than I can max this character.
Alright. Thank you.
There's something we'd like you to have.
Okay, based on the fact
You got room for it?
I'll have a look.
based on the fact that my game has
Oh!
so this is where the chiral ladders are from.
Oh. Once place.
That'll be available. Can't be recreated, of course.
Oh, fucking course.
I'm gonna end up just hoarding all of this can't be printed stuff because
Yeah, I'm a hoarder. Oh.
yeah, what was I saying?
Come by again soon.
Oh.
Thanks, Sam.
I wanted to say something.
But I forgot.
Good work.
Chat, what did I want to say? I was about to say something, but
I got distracted.
fuck.
Okay, I forgot what I wanted to say.
Fuck.
Ah, you know what? I'm not gonna think about it.
Not gonna think about it. If it's important, I'll remember it.
Alright, we need to do this order for Sam. Prototype delivery.
Alright, we'll take that.
That there's an RC stun bomb. When triggered, it emits a powerful electric shock. Should be enough to incapacitate every living thing in range. Oh, and it's coated with a special adhesive that'll ensure it sticks to any surface you throw it at. Keep that in mind if you have to use one.
Sticky bomb, alright? Load that onto the bike. It's all good. Get out.
Order assigned.
Recycle ceramics for me, please. Thank you. Clay materials. I need 600 more metals, please. Thank you. Can it be loaded on bike? No, it can't. Alright. Oops. Wait, we can scroll back? Yeah, you can. Let me know what I was talking about. Before I saw the Kyrillium letters, I wanted to mention something, but my brain got distracted. What other standard orders are there? Anti-rust solvent lost during delivery. We're not gonna do that right now. Special glass working tools. I'm gonna... I don't know when I'm going to come back this way. That's the problem. Hang on. We'll take this first. Okay, load down to the bike. Wait, load as many onto the bike as I can. And then the rest I'm carrying. Get out. Right.
Thank you for your
Right. Now you. Okay, so there are a bunch of orders to go to her from several different people, so there's a chance we might be coming back out here eventually. Before we leave this area, let me check something. What the fuck is the sewing kit? That's Stranding. Sewing kit delivery. New sewing kit. He's telling me to find one, but I don't know from where. Sewing kit is a lost cargo. Is that what she wants from me? I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to... Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to find a sewing kit or if the game will give me a sewing kit. Based on the fact that... Oh, right. Now I remember. My game was crashing earlier and I didn't know what was causing it to crash, but it seems like it's not crashing anymore, so... Yeah. Based on the fact that the game has yet to crash since I restarted the stream, I'm going to assume that the problem is solved. So, yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
contribution.
My brain just got interrupted. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, I think we'll be coming back here to make a delivery out to the crazy mom, so let's get out of here.
Weapons restricted.
Yeah.
Going to set the bridge to be upgraded.
There you go. And materials.
Confirmed.
Yeah, I fixed my computer recently. I have a feeling that the crashes were due to a driver update. I think one of the studio drivers wasn't playing nice with this game.
So, that was causing me to crash.
But it's fine though. I updated the drivers. I stopped the stream to update the drivers and it's not crashing anymore.
So it's all good. That's all I'm trying to figure out.
Structure upgraded.
So yeah, it's just a driver issue.
Don't have to worry about it. Huh.
Someone has a bridge here.
This thing spawned a bridge right next to my charger.
Interesting.
I always thought that there was a limit to, you know,
How close objects could spawn to each other, but
apparently bridges and chargers can be close together.
I'm not gonna think about it. Yeah. Urgent.
Right, I can't do that just yet.
Right, let's get out of here.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Let me repair the vault containers here. Right, off we go. See that?
It's gonna go to my safe house.
Eventually. We got married.
What? They got married and they didn't even invite me to the wedding?
After all the trouble I went through to help you guys along.
You guys didn't even invite me to your wedding.
Some people just don't respect the delivery guy.
Ooh, something heading to the junk dealer? I am going back that way, so I should pick that up. Yeah.
Someone's happy.
Come on. Thank you.
Beginning scan.
Happy deliveries.
Verifying ID. Weapons detected. Decontaminating suit. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Okay. Let me see.
Does this place need metals? Yes, it does.
So let's recycle these.
Eh? When these get destroyed.
Oh well. recycle these as well for me.
They gave me a floating carrier as well.
Recycle.
Oh, this is about to explode.
So recycle. The polar gun.
It's okay for now.
That's all okay. Hey, please recycle that for me, thank you. You maxed out everyone's stars and I never delivered it, I get.
I mean, I still send out bots. And whenever I have to
go a specific direction,
I'll just pick up delivery since I'm heading that way anyway. Deliver requested cargo.
Here you go.
Come a long way, huh? Hope your cargo held up as well as you. Looking good. Looking good. Guess you were the right man for the job.
Give me those likes.
Backpack customization.
Ooh.
We are about to take a sleep break, so
yeah, let's find out what this backpack customization is. Carl Bridge.
Ah, that's a PPC level 2 construction. I feel like I don't actually want to build Carl Bridge though. Could be handy. I'll see what no, there's one spot I can think of that could use a Carl Bridge.
I'll survey the area first.
See if I need to build one there or if someone has already built one.
See what I can do. Look at all this junk I'm delivering. Job well done. Oh yes, it is. Well,
yeah, there's one area that I've been wanting to build a bridge at, but I couldn't build it just because the area is so rocky.
Maybe the Carl Bridge will work.
I'll see what I can do.
So, here's stuff you brought. Motor and a pouch. They're not like our usual supplies. New designs, like you heard. To think a junk dealer made this. Heard he was a pro, but even so, it's impressive work. I'll notify HQ and try to expedite evaluations.
Oh?
What?
Hey, just got the evaluation results from the people at the distro center for those prototypes you dropped off. Looks like both caught their eye. The motor, for one, was impressive. They really couldn't believe it was made from scrap.
It can be fitted to a modified truck and be
Huh?
ready to go in no time.
Oh, a truck!
They contracted the
Truck?
junk dealer straight away and got it added to the list of supplies that can be fabricated. They have
Check,
good things
check,
to say about
check,
the pouch,
guys,
too.
check.
Contract has already been made, and you'll find the pouch in their private room. If you want to customize your backpack, you'll need to drop by one anyway. Anyway, I hope you appreciate what those two did for you, and give this new gear a try.
Yay, Chuck.
I've been standing there for 3 days.
Yeah. Can't believe they made me wait here for 3 days.
Lost furniture, no. We'll deal with that ourselves.
Right, private locker.
Put this,
And this, and this, and this.
into storage. It's being carried on my back.
That's fine. It's all good.
Right. No, that's I'm taking that.
Pots. Metals to the engineer.
Resin and special alloys.
To the junk dealer.
Antique games.
I'm gonna have a bot make this delivery for me.
Can you imagine what it must have been like for Sam just standing there?
Frozen for 3 days. Not being able to leave or move.
So that's the sewing kit for the cosplayer. Do I go to the cosplayer first or do I go to the...
Back this way first.
Decisions.
I will sleep on it.
Thank you for your bike again, Kylon.
I appreciate it.
Storing vehicle. Standing.
The bike served me very well. Took all the hard riding like a champ. Teehee.
Let's... I want to check something at the firing range.
Alright, anti-BT handgun.
Blood bag.
Alright,
Was drained slams blood. Oh, this takes ages to charge. Okay, each shot still takes 1 bullet but takes more blood. The thing I'm wondering is, does this gun do damage to humans?
That's what I want to know.
I'm probably gonna have to test this out in the field.
Handgun, assault rifle.
Destroy all targets.
Eliminate all BTs.
You think it just annoys them?
Have you tested it out?
Yeah, you can let me know what the BT gun does to enemies.
Well, specifically human enemies.
I'll find out anyway just by testing it out, but
if you know exactly what it does, then it'll save some time. I mean,
like, let us
rest in the private room. Alternatively, if you don't know, I can look it up while we're resting.
Good morning, Sam. Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
Sam.
Oh?
Don't know if you're aware, but you can customize your pack in your private room.
Oh yeah, you
Why
told
not give
me.
it a try?
Alright, recovery quest, retrieve my chip from the mules. Alright, lad, we just got a whole bunch of shit they want us to do.
Okay, hang on.
Death Stranding.
Anti-BT gun.
Death Stranding wiki.
Let's see. Transfusion rounds.
Handgun fires. Charge with Sam's blood. To affect BTs, each shot can be charged.
If no perplex are equipped.
The weapon draws from Sam's blood.
High density. Making aiming easier.
Holds 8 rounds, 16 in reserves. Sam's ammo can be replenished to save up. Has no effect on living targets, really.
So, firing
a bullet at humans doesn't do anything to them.
That's silly. But oh well. Fine. Guess it doesn't do anything to them.
A blood bullet doesn't kill people.
Somehow. Why? Who knows?
EX grenade number 1.
and take a shower and
Drink water.
isn't killing people in Death Stranding bad?
Just as giving nuclear bombs more or less.
Yeah, technically it does, but
Sometimes people just need to die.
right, Jack? Sometimes
Some people you just gotta kill someone.
you understand, right, Jack?
Sometimes people just need to die.
And it doesn't make sense to me that
A blood gun doesn't hurt people at all.
it's not that it doesn't hurt them, it straight up doesn't do anything.
It straight up said has no effect.
How does that make sense?
Being shot by a bullet made of blood won't have an effect on you.
Doesn't matter if it's made of blood.
Ah well.
Oh. Hey!
Hey, you got married.
How nice!
You didn't invite me to the wedding, you bitch. What's all those likes for, huh?
Huh, bitch?
You know the risk I took to help you elope?
You have any idea how scary moms can be if they hate a certain significant other?
And how much they destroy anyone who helps their daughters elope?
You know what risk I took to get you to your boyfriend? Huh?
Bitch. And despite that, you still didn't invite me to your wedding? God fucking...
Fuck you! My daughter's getting married.
Oh, okay, I guess she's okay then.
We're not related at all.
Oh, they're not related, no one.
No wonder.
I was wondering, wait, her mom is Caucasian, but her daughter is talking with a very thick East Asian accent. I'm like,
How? What? How does that make sense?
so it turns out they're not related.
Took in 5 years back.
Really? They've only been together for 5 years?
What? Barely speak a word of English. The parents were in Japanese. Marriage to Norway. I knew I had to protect her. Make sure no one ever heard her though. I ended up doing that myself by being too protective in the end. Trying to make up for it.
Really? Well, only after 5 years you're already making up for it?
Alright. That was quick. Just make sure you're doing okay.
Yeah, of course.
Of course. No worries.
Come roar on the racetrack of your dreams. Building materials. Your racetrack dreams will come true. Sleek number known as the Roadster will become available for fabrication if your results are good enough.
Oh! There's an unlock? If we do well on the racetrack?
I might try to do that eventually.
Not right now, but eventually.
Oh, hey!
Keanu!
Hey there, Sam the man. It's Jay. Clear recall? Memory bit recognized? I gotta say, these delivery systems of yours, they're pretty damn advanced. Only took me a fucking minute or two after hijacking them to locate my second chip. The chip, you'll know it when you see it. You see V. Big ol' V like last time, like home. What, V?
Huh?
Problem is, these fucking mules got to it first. Stuck it in a postbox for safekeeping. But you, I know you, Sam the man. But a guy like you loves a challenge. Am I right? Right? Take the order, run with it, and I'll update your map with the latest info. The rest is up to you though. Finding chips is one thing. Takes a living, breathing person to go get him. I don't think. I don't qualify at the moment. When you're up for it, you'll find the gig order waiting for you at Lake North City. Oh wow, we're all the way back at Lake North City?
Oh.
I'm not gonna do that for a while, I think.
Oh. Any interviews first? Junk dealer is hourglass. See how the sand flows upwards?
It's Chiral crystals.
Okay.
Blah blah blah.
Thank you, person. Just need to fix something for her. Okay.
Hang on, I need to adjust my chair.
Don't know what it takes. People kind of scare me.
Really? Aw, he used to be a neat.
Oh, asexual world. Records suggest that widespread aversion towards physical contact and intimacy was a phenomenon to be observed even before Death Stranding.
Really?
Increasing popularity of the sexist lifestyle. Younger cohorts were self-identifying as asexual, claiming to be incapable of feeling desire or attraction. Less likely to have children. Many other unique identities were recognized during this period, such as demisexual,
oh god, pan-romantic, unrestricted by sex. Oh god, okay, yeah, this is just...
future scientists wondering what the fuck was going on. All the insanity going on right now with all those different sexualities. One theory posits that the Stranding accelerated the proliferation of these sexualities, terrifying you all in which BTs roam. People grow reticent to form, emotional connections with others.
Really?
There has been no measurable decrease in human fertility. Birth rate dropped dramatically. Incidents of sexual harassment and stuff also seen a sharp decrease.
Sex could not be further from minds. Really? People don't fuck anymore?
At all? They don't have any empirical data.
But when the world goes to shit, people are more likely to want to fuck, not avoid fucking.
What? Really? The vast majority of population could be categorized as asexual.
Really? I really doubt this. Controversial thesis widely regarded as unsubstantiated and discriminatory.
Increase self-identification of sexuality due to increased social awareness.
With certain entities falling outside. Blah 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 blah.
Blah.
Christian concealment. A variety of factors contribute to reduced sexual activity. Studies are ongoing. Yeah, when the apocalypse occurs, people are more likely to want to band together and fuck like rabbits, not
fuck less. You don't have the luxury of waiting to,
get your life settled, get a good job, things like that. You're just literally trying to survive.
That's when people will fuck more, not fuck less.
Oh well. Maybe something else is going on.
Let me check on him. Baby. Baby. Good morning. You awake?
How you doing, baby?
Right.
Let me
Check on color scheme changes. Anything? Nope.
nothing here.
I can customize my bag, right?
Let's see.
Bag customize.
Accessories?
Empty. Windmill?
Oh, that's cute. Alright.
I'll have the accessory. Fabricate attachments. Grenade pouch. Free up space in your bag, allowing you to carry more cargo. Cut this from timefall. Oh my god! Oh, that's gonna be so helpful! Increase amount of battery available to active skeletons and equipment.
Okay.
Patch reverse strike.
Yeah. Bunch of patches. Ooh. Hmm.
Interesting.
Hmm.
My blood type is O, but I don't know if it's O minus or O plus.
Hmm.
Okay, let's manufacture this. Can I only...
I can only fit one. Hang on.
How does...
How's this work?
Oh, I see.
Okay. Hmm.
I assume eventually I'm going to be able to fabricate even more stuff.
Let's fabricate some grenade pouches first. Mm-hmm.
I can even rotate it as well.
Oh. Okay. What about all these stamps? Mama just killed a man with a gun against his head. But my chicken now is dead. Mama, life has just begun.
Ah, these things take up slots.
Hmm. That's unfortunate.
Oh well. You can hold 5 grenades per pouch. Alright, makes sense. Alright, I'll just fabricate some
Patches for now. If I'm gonna replace these, I'll replace this next time.
Wait, hang on.
Remove. Leave me in a pod. There we go.
Okay.
Confirmed. Yips, thank you. So,
Backpack customization is just this for now. What about color scheme?
that's what I was looking for.
What color do I want my bag to be? I've always been partial to black.
At least for backpacks. Alright. Hey, scary to head out, chat. And here I was just thinking I was going to have to start leaving my grenades behind. Because of, the whole, I'm now carrying guns, but since they gave me those pouches, I'm gonna be able to carry all the bags, the grenades now. My ball is eating. Everyone, grab your drinks. Time to take our combat drugs, chat. And it doesn't matter what you're drinking as long as you're here for the moment. It can be coffee, tea, beer, root beer, water, anything you have, chat. We have lots of drinks here at the Roost Cafe. Going in 3, 2, 1. Bye. Cheers, everyone. Alright. I managed to get my beer back. If you use up all of your beer, apparently I can't remember which way it is, but either deliver to the Timefall farm or take the beer delivery quest from the Timefall farm and it will refresh the beer for you. Right. We've drank our beer. Let's get back out there. Ooh. A cutscene? Yeah, fast, baby. Yeah, we've seen it before.
Sorry about the mess. I got caught in the rain.
You've always drunk 3 cans. Yeah, if you only drink 3, then it never disappears. If you try to go for any more than 3, it'll disappear on you. But then, if you deliver to the Timefall farm or do the beer delivery from the Timefall farm, then you'll bring the beer back. Alright, let's do some inventory management, shall we? I've decided that we are going to go and visit the cosplayer first. So, this lost cargo, put it in the private locker for now. These hermetic grenades. Grenade pouch. Grenade pouch. So since I have 6 grenade pouches, that means I can carry 6 of these grenades, right? So let's create more hermetic grenades, shall we? Put a utility pouch. Right. Let us fabricate.
You can now use your PCC to construct chiral bridges. They require much less space to deploy than the standard type. The unit also includes an ID authenticator that can be used to bar access to anyone but Bridges personnel.
Oh?
Be advised that a safety feature prevents usage during Timefall. Use it wisely.
Alright. Registered freely. Which terminal? Alright. We might build one of those eventually, but for now we're gonna build... Wait, no. Hang on. That's level 1. We want the level 2 gun. Fabricate a level 2 gun.
2 more hermetic grenades.
2 remote stun bombs.
I don't think there was anything else we needed, right? We need PPCs.
I'm out of PPCs, so...
Fabricate 2 PPCs.
And a truck. Heck yeah. Fine, we finally have the fucking truck.
I've wanted this for so long. Okay.
Carry.
PPCs on the back. Carry BT hanger on the back.
Any pouch. There we go.
And eating pork chops, asparagus. Clariac?
What's Clariac?
The bowler gun will be fine.
For now.
Put it on the tool rack.
And... oh, that's good. Alright, let's go.
Celeriac?
I still don't know what Celeriac is. What's Celeriac?
Change
Color. Yay, I have a truck. Chad.
Fucking finally! I have to drive around in a bike that I'm gonna crash. It's called celery root. Celery. Oh, it's a root. Okay, I'm kind of curious about that.
Celeriac. Celeriac.
Huh. I don't really like the taste of celery, but what does celeriac taste like?
Looks starchy.
Name it Chakkud?
Oh yeah, definitely.
I'm going to
isekai all those motherfucking mules.
Tee.
Bots? Oh yeah, I mean... Tastes a bit like celery.
Yeah. A potato or turnip that tastes like celery?
Disgusting. Special alloys.
Yeesh.
Thank you.
Keep trying to refill the craftsman's special alloys. Yeah, that banner behind my name already spoiled to me the fact that eventually I'm going to be able to
recolor my clothes.
Oh well.
Let's see here. Engineer. Antique games. Stranding.
We're gonna be doing multiple deliveries,
so
we'll assign one bot to deliver metals to the engineer.
Go. Considering celery tastes like water. Celery doesn't taste like water. Celery has a distinct flavor.
It's tasteless, but at the same time has a distinct like aftertaste to it
that I really, really dislike. So yeah, disgusting.
Yuck.
So
pesticides delivery to the Time Fall Farm. We've already done that. Okay.
we're going to order for Sam.
Sewing kit delivery to the cosplayer.
Accept. Let's go.
Wait, we're going to want to fix up that road, aren't we?
So yeah, let's
confirm.
load it into the truck.
And let's see, head up.
Order assigned.
Yeah, I want to fix this up. What do we need? 930 metals.
700 ceramics.
Okay. Let's claim some stuff. $930 metals, 700 ceramics. We'll use this. Actually, I'm also gonna grab all of this and
store most of it at my safe house.
Alright. With 400 metals, we need 930.
So 530 more metals. Withdraw that, and that. Confirmed. We're gonna heat up some leftover BBQ ribs and some cheesy potatoes.
Ooh.
Oh, that sounds good.
You get everything onto the truck. How much stuff can the truck actually carry?
Can't really see because the truck is closed off.
Owl. I'm gonna nap until 7 p.m.
That's 20 minutes. Aren't naps usually like 4 hours?
It's a proper nap, 4 hours. Alright. Let us
go. My new truck could. Okay.
The bar lights at the back show you. Oh my god, I loaded so much junk and it can still take more?
Wow. Okay, our truck is amazing.
It's slow, but it's fine.
Can have a leisurely drive through the countryside.
Yeah, I haven't even filled up half of the cargo capacity on this thing.
Even after all the metals I'm carrying. Truck is really good, yeah.
Carry so much stuff, and combined with the fact that it doesn't seem to be handling as okay.
Maybe it can tip over a bit, but it's fine. It's fine, Chan, it's fine.
I'm sure I won't tip over the truck.
Probably.
Okay, I'm going to stop here for a short layover and drop off the materials. Durability is still good.
So, recycle.
I need 970 metals, so the metals I'm keeping.
The ceramics, I'm keeping that.
Everything else, throw into the damn recycler. Right. Now whoever uses my safe house can find a lot of materials here. Not great at going uphill if it slides.
Delivering cargo.
Unless we go straight up then. Alright. I'll figure it out.
Thank you for your continued
We shall be good.
Alright.
Thank you for your contribution.
Let's get out of here.
We got a
Road to build and then a sewing kit to deliver.
yeah, the truck's handling is so much better than the bike.
The bike is so fucking jank. This on the other hand,
It's not constantly trying to go. Oh god! Hang on. Okay. I guess I have to.
do the rest on foot, maybe.
Yeah, we'll do the rest on foot. Can I not? Oh fucking hell!
Okay, hang on a second.
It's annoying.
Hang on. Hang on. I need to build a house. Listen, this is the first time I'm going out there in that direction, okay?
Give me a break. Okay.
I'll park the car here and then
Stretch my legs.
I'll build up the road.
Let's go. Yeah, you'll be fine.
Stop crying. Can't offer roll.
It probably can, but the problem is that
You saw the crazy uneven roads ahead.
yeah, no, ain't no way I'm going. Someone dropped their bike off the road.
He probably drove off the road.
It's like, well, I ain't moving that bike anymore.
Tee. Yeah, look at this.
Look at how jagged this terrain is.
Like how I'm going to drive through this, even on a truck.
Right there's the paver.
Come here.
Okay, rebuild the road.
And material.
I am 100 over for ceramics, but yeah, that's fine.
Deposit cryo crystals and build up. Let's go. Much better.
Right, let's get back to the truck. I want to pick up that hematic grenade for whoever that belongs to.
Yeah, why not?
We drop it off at the distro center.
Nice central location for whoever that belongs to. Get up here. There you go. Load it up. And let's get this so I can get to the cosplayer now.
Alright.
Oops.
Ah, it's fine.
Where?
How do I get down there? Another fucking drop off. I need to find the next
Constructor.
Oops.
Oops.
God
Damn it. Come on. Get. Go. Come fucking.
yeah.
Come on.
Get.
Fucking hell. Come on, bitch.
Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna drive off.
It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, we'll go to the cosplay first.
I'll find the constructor later.
Oh god.
Where the hell is this place?
God damn it!
Get the fuck off the... There we go. Alright. Pick these up. Happy deliveries. Anyone home?
Scanning bridges ID. Fragile.
Hello? Heartbeat Health Delivery Service.
Delivering cargo.
Does anyone need some nighttime company?
Wow, great! You made it!
Oh, you're cute.
I told myself there were bound to be a few scratches, but looks like I was wrong.
Heck yeah. Give me them likes.
Oh, becoming affiliates already?
Alright. Come on in.
Can you make it official? Whenever I mention your name to my partner, he gets all excited and starts talking about how much he wants to meet you.
Aww.
pretty interested in the
Aw,
chiral
she has a
network, too.
partner.
Totally on
Damn
board
it.
with it and everything.
Damn it.
But I'm still having trouble wrapping my head around it. I guess what I'm saying is that I'm okay with trying it out, just without any of the extra strings, if that's an option. If it is, then would you mind doing the honors?
Here you go. Just a tip.
Right.
Yeah, she is cute. Well, would you and your partner like to have some threesomes?
Hey, Sam. Sam Bridges.
Oh, god damn it, Conan.
Welcome
Okay,
to
maybe
our
not.
summer
No,
home
thank you.
By the falls. Oh, well, thanks for making the trip. I've always wanted to meet you. I know what you're thinking.
I retract
Is that
my
an
offer
honor
for
on
a
my head,
threesome.
or am I just happy to see you? Well, both. Actually, the otter's a member of the weasel family. I have weasels in my family, but enough about my brother.
Oh god damn it.
Man, you are tough. Hey, did you know that otters can survive without land? Oh yeah, they eat, sleep, even give birth, all in the water. The only thing they can't do in the water is drown. Such good swimmers, they. Okay.
Get better material.
You laugh about as much as this guy.
Oh,
Hey, by the way, you should have this. It'll help you on your way. Yeah, don't worry about me. I've got an otter one.
Oh god damn it. Shut the fuck up.
Come on. Come on, otter one? That's pretty good. Come. Oh, man, you're the only audience I've had in like 12 years.
how the hell would that help me?
The otter hood?
Yeah, what? What? How? What? How the hell would that
By
help
the way,
me?
that hood was threaded by the hand of my cosplay partner. And she's amazing. It's triple stitched. That's got silk. She's incredible.
You still have silk?
Wear it and you too can ride the river rapids without fear. Unless you're afraid of looking too sexy. Right? Really? Still
Is that
nothing?
James Woods? It's
You know what?
Conan.
Fine.
Conan Opera.
Just go. Just go, okay? Yeah,
Well,
and
no.
make the
Well,
river
what
your
was his
friend.
name?
Conan O'Brien.
The comedian.
Good work. New order available. Please enter.
Conan O'Brien, right?
Yeah, it's Conan O'Brien.
Fucking Conan O'Brien.
Yeah. Which is why I said I retract my offer.
Of threesome.
Oh, special medals? Don't mind if I do. That's gonna go to my safe house.
What orders do you have?
Hand cream. Delivered to the Carl Artist Studio.
Oh,
Yeah, actually, you know what? We're gonna do that.
we will take this delivery.
And we'll take top quality underwear.
Let's see.
3 or more. Cargo condition. Good.
Alright, yeah.
Carry on my back and then we'll store these on the truck.
Order assigned.
I get those two. You get those two crossbench.
What, Conan O'Brien and
What's whatever that other guy's name is?
I wonder why there's a climbing rope there.
Doesn't seem to lead anywhere at all.
Gotta be just get around this fucking thing. Okay. That's not the context. You know what? I'm not.
I don't care.
Load onto the truck.
Attach that to suit.
The ladder.
Attach that to suit. There we go.
The currently of him using the string office cut you off the scan in the game.
Yeah. Silly Conan.
Okay, I need to back up here. Oh god, this
Tiny
place is awful.
and
Come on, get the fuck out of here. Okay, maybe I need to park further out.
because getting into this place is difficult.
Okay, before we leave this place, I want to try to see if I can spot the next auto paver. I want to sight it so that I know how much materials I need to bring with me next time.
Where is it?
Okay.
Gonna get those medals.
There is another auto paver, right?
We fell into a hole by the cosplay entrance too.
Was ran out of batteries.
Really? That face is a death trap, I swear. On the truck.
Alright. Is it just me or is my truck sliding backwards?
Could you stop?
Alright, time to load.
Where's the next auto paver?
Has to be around here somewhere.
Where the fuck is it? Oh shit, new territory.
Just got another one to deal with.
Let's seeing the next auto paver, are you? Oh god damn it. Where the hell would the next... Oh, there it is!
Oh, I spotted it already.
Ah, well.
Since we're here, I'm just going to collect all those materials.
Why not?
Let me put this here. Yeah. That too.
And
Lots of corals here. Thank you.
right.
Now let's get back.
There's metals way down there, but yeah, that's too far away.
Not gonna bother with that. Alright. Put this onto the truck. Attach this to my suit. And
Let's get back to my safe house. You know what? I'm going to pick that up.
I'm heading that direction anyway.
Or close to it.
There we go. Let me double check something real quick.
Okay.
Right, that's the film director.
Yeah, he's on the way back towards the...
Happy couple and the car artist. So
We'll be delivering to him.
excuse me.
Okay.
Okay. Come on.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Okay, I see why you say that this truck has issues dealing with these sort of areas.
Oh wait, no, that's not where I want to go.
That's where I want to go. Fuck off, bitch.
Oh really? Oh my god.
You think the truck will be able to push the bike aside, but no.
Apparently the bike is made of bricks.
Okay. Need to do another delivery. Recycle.
These metals and special alloys.
Get in there.
Too much.
Yeah,
And we'll do this first.
Delivering cargo.
It's okay as long as you hit straight up.
I'll probably handle better if the center of gravity wasn't so damn high on those trucks.
Oh, let's see here.
Excuse me.
Thank you for your contribution.
I want to... what's it take to upgrade this?
6,000 special alloys.
Okay, now let's start.
Just start adding it.
Delivering cargo.
The amount of special alloys this thing requires is insane.
You know, it is right when you need to wash face.
As well as hands. Personally, I usually eat ribs with a fork and knife.
Yes, you may scream at me.
And call me a heathen for eating ribs with fork and knife.
Oh right, I forgot. I was supposed to plan my route. Just deliveries from the Craftsman, Lignor City, Weather Station.
Oh boy.
I'm not gonna go all the way back to Lignor City. I'm just gonna go as far as the Craftsman.
What about the junk dealer? You have some from the engineer.
The collector as well. We might stop by the collector.
Time for farmer?
And the engineer. Okay, we're going to stop by the... Craftsman, the engineer, and come all the way back to the distro center.
Go to the collector.
And yeah, that's gonna be our route.
You went, came and grabbed a hunk of meat and ball. That's fine. I just prefer it to be clean.
I don't actually like the feeling of oiliness.
On my hands, on my face, or anywhere. So, whenever I eat anything, I almost never use my hands.
Safe travels. Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons restrictions lifted.
Get the fuck off the road!
Oh god damn it. I feel like the weight value of the bikes is like crazy high.
Because this truck feels so floaty while the bike just...
Well, the bike just goes smash, smash, crash, smash. You get the feeling after driving this for a while. The truck feels floaty, but the bike feels like it's made of lead. Another person lost some
junk here.
We will go to the engineer first, pick up the stuff from the engineer, then loop back to the craftsman, and then get to the distro center.
Oh,
A delivery for the cosplayer.
ah, fuck you.
I do want to grab that.
How nice of them to put a ladder for us here.
I wish other parts of the highway would have these ladders.
Hey, come here. Someone's ball again. I'll get it back to civilization.
Let's get up.
It's kind of silly how quickly everything rests in this game.
I mean, yeah, I know there's the whole time for stuff, but my truck looks so run down already.
I barely started using it.
Alright, time to move.
Engineer. Engineer. Film director.
I'll grab those stuff.
Come here. There's another package further up, but
Yeah, I'm not going to grab those.
let's go. The cosplayer itself have timefall storms. They really wreck vehicles fast.
Are they different form of timefall?
I've not noticed any like different timefalliness yet.
Oh god.
Okay. Calculated chat.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying
IP deliveries.
weapons. Protected. All weapons will be locked until
I'm here to pick up some packages for the
border bridges.
Oh, is it the eloped couple? Scrap metal.
machine oil, ship serving equipment.
Metal delivery to the distribution center. Right, we'll take on
Machine oil.
scrap. Yeah, anything heading to the craftsman we'll take as well.
Because we're heading back Dudley. Anything heading to Distro Center we'll take as well. Payment delivery.
Does anyone have a time limit? Nope.
Alright, let's go. Let's go. It's the rain, but just much heavier.
Interesting. I'll try to keep an eye on the rain, see if it actually looks different.
Confirmed. Let's head out.
Order assigned.
Thanks. Until next time.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Really? Come on. There you go.
I wonder if this timefall shelter will actually protect the truck from rain. Oops. 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 It's fine.
It's fine.
Let's go. I wonder why I'm losing blood occasionally. I'm not hitting anything, am I?
It's very weird. Oh. It does protect? Oh.
Well, eventually I'll test this out.
Keep on keeping on. Safe travels.
Delivery for the distro center, huh?
Okay then.
Okay.
Come on.
What?
Put it on the damn truck. Thank you.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be
Happy
locked.
deliveries.
Cargo verified. Thank you.
Do you have a package for me?
Actually, I also have packages for you, so let's...
Get this all squared away.
Delivering cargo.
Hey, Sam. How are things? How you Bridges guys manage it, I'll never know.
I'm just amazing. Customer satisfaction is always guaranteed. No matter what. Hehe. After all, I am operating a health delivery service.
Let's...
Patch.
What?
Wait, this is new?
Oh.
Interesting. So,
So now... different people have new unlocks they're giving us?
that's mildly annoying.
I don't know which people have unlocks to give me.
Oh.
Just so you know, I've put something aside for you. Maybe you could use it more than me.
Go ahead and grab it whenever.
More customs, thank you. Put this in the truck. We'll store these in the distro center.
Seeing you in action gives me hope. Keep
Uh,
it up, Sam.
I really,
Good work.
sorry, I really
New
need to
order
pee.
available.
Give me
Please access delivery
1
terminal
minute.
for further
I'll
information.
BRB. Everyone, make sure you guys get up and go to the washroom as well if you need to, okay? I'll be right back. Mwah. I'll try to be quick. Alright, I'm back, Jack. Is backpack customizations? Yeah, I know. The problem is that I've maxed out so many people and I don't know which person is going to give me new backpack customizations. Which means I'm gonna have to go back and make deliveries to everyone again. At least everyone who've already 5-starred. The main people should be doable, but a couple of others, yeah, I don't know. People like the Elder, the Musician, any Ludens fan, anyone who's out of the way, those are going to be annoying to redo. Oh. I'll worry about it next time. Maybe I'll do that off stream, just a little bit of random deliveries to all those places. Alright. I should probably, yeah. Now, my sign actually says Heartbeat Health Delivery Service. I'm getting a little bit peckish, but I wonder what I should eat. I could always go for just some, basic cup noodles. Give me a second, I need to do something. Oh, I'm gonna put that behind me. Yeah. There we go. And then this is gonna move
this here. Make it a bit larger. There we go.
Yeah, more coffee cup.
Move that over here. There we go. Perfect. Alright.
Let's get back into the game.
Shall we? We have more health deliveries to make.
Let's see here. A resin delivery to the distro center.
Watchtower repair materials.
Standard orders.
Engineer, elder. We'll take that.
Resins.
We'll take that. Premium deliveries.
Any time limits?
No? Okay. Let's go.
You know what? I'm going to craft a ladder.
Hang on. Fabricate, yes.
Load all cargo onto the truck.
Ladders carry on back. And alright. Let's get out of here. Yeah.
Like,
your pizza is cold.
sorry, but
I'm not responsible for
any time for causing mold to grow on your pizza.
it's force majeure. I'm not responsible for that.
See, how long have you been streaming for? About 7 hours. Yeah, I think after we're done making these bunch of deliveries, then I'm going to get something to eat.
In
the meantime, I'll decide whether or not I want to eat just cup noodle or go for something a bit more substantial.
get some food delivered. What do you guys think?
Cosplayer.
I want that.
Something for the Chiral Artist Studio as well.
So we'll grab both of those. Come on.
What do you guys think? Should I just eat a cup noodle or go for something more substantial?
Give me that. Eat steak? Yeah, no. There has to be something within my budget.
You probably are not solving carbs only.
I should.
I'm worried about the amount of money I'm spending though. Especially since I mentioned earlier that I need to save money for
potentially a computer upgrade. You guys wanna feed me?
Right, time to move.
Anything?
bunch of motherfuckers over there, but
Fuck you.
okay, I was tempted to try something, but no, I'm not gonna try it.
Fucking
Get off the damn road. Piece of shit bike. Why are you on the road? Motherfucker. Get off. Get off! Oh wow. I didn't think it would actually explode. Ah well. Metals. I'll definitely take that. Thank you. Price range? Maybe some turtle meat. Turtle meat is actually quite expensive here.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Decontaminating suit. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
You know what? I think... Oh, I'm rich, I wouldn't want to eat something so expensive just cause. I'd rather just eat something nice and cheap and tasty. What about Subway? Yeah, Subway would be nice. Although I don't know if Subway's open yet and it's still quite early, so I'll likely just get whatever cheap discount item I can get. And that's all good-ish. Happy deliveries!
So you made it. I gotta hand it to you. Not many guys out there who can do what you do.
Truck long range. Oh, the truck's already long range. What? What? Immediately truck long range 3? What? What? Oh. I'm gonna have to check that out. Bridges stuff. Just order some truck deeper and truck of bread, late night food truck fried rice with lots of grass. It gets even longer range, lots of batteries. Huh. But does it take away some of the internal carrying capacity? I'll have to check it out.
No shame in taking a break from time to time.
Good work. New order available.
Let me see. Fabricate.
So, truck. You don't think it does really, so... Is there really no downside to using truck long range?
Hang on, let me check this. Stranding.
Truck long range. Is there a difference in weight capacity in various truck models?
Meal truck.
Physical way much more caregiving cargo.
Cargo features LED lights.
Light up. Massive cargo load. Long range areas have same cargo limit. It just okay, so there is literally no downside to using the long range truck.
Right, in that case,
we need to do some inventory management. Wait, hang on. Before we do that,
let me deliver lost cargo.
the cosplayer lost cargo I'm gonna entrust to someone else.
And all these going to...
These I'm gonna deliver myself. These I'm going to
drop off here. Benji? I wonder if that's Bonji. Probably not.
Alright,
Now...
Actually, you know what? Before I do this... You know what, chat?
If I am going to order food...
I might as well do it now.
Might as well do it now.
So that food can get here while I'm doing inventory management.
Let's see, what can I find that's cheap and discounted? And
it's not good to have double music playing.
Right. Let's see.
Any cheap food I can find?
Hmm.
50% off.
Actual pizza.
I see.
Calzone, but calzone is...
I feel like calzone would be just as unhealthy as me eating a cup noodle.
Homemade food is cheaper.
There's nothing I can eat homemade that I'll be able to eat at the computer though.
While I'm playing. If I want to eat while streaming,
it has to be something that I can eat while sitting here, and the stuff that we have here,
it's homemade,
is rice and meat and vegetables.
So yeah, it's not good for eating while streaming.
No.
Only squishy donburi. As much as I would like to order a
Don, that defeats the purpose of me ordering food
to eat with you guys. Oh no. Flash sale. Yeah.
Oh god, this
This Carlson looks so good for
cooking stream. Here's the thing. The way my house is set up, it's not conducive to a cooking stream. I wish I could do a cooking stream, but
I can't. The kitchen is so very, very, very far away from the router.
and any cooking stream I try to do will be a laggy mess.
I thought about it.
If I could, I would have done a cooking stream for things like macaroni and cheese, or
our eggnog making. I would have done a cooking stream for that already if I could, but sadly I can't.
steal Numi's house. Yes, if I want to do a cooking stream, I have to steal Numi's house. How about a sandwich? A sandwich would be healthier than
calzones, right?
as delicious as those calzones look.
The sandwich should be a lot healthier. Let's see.
Did you? No? Big bird, no? One big. Late.
Achilles?
Signature 10 tortilla.
Chicken chunks? Avocado?
This is a breakfast. But avocado corn salsa, secret sauce. Green sour cream.
This place has sandwiches and it also has wraps.
I haven't had a sandwich before. I'm tempted to try this sandwich.
Chicken or beef?
Play open here. They have steam buns, so you want to try them?
Steam buns? Oh,
Char siu bao? Melty cheese. Otherwise,
special. I like sandwich with fries.
soy cream. You know what?
I'll try the
beef sandwich.
cancel your order? Yeah. Delivery. Use office discounts. Use now. Apply.
This gives me.
Round to that amount.
What about you? What do you give me? Exactly the same.
Really? Yeah, it comes out to exactly the same. Well, oh.
Okay.
Food has been ordered. I'm getting a
Club sandwich. Well, not club sandwich, a
some kind of like
steak sandwich thing. With fries.
alright. It should be good.
Let's see. I still have coffee. This is the last of my coffee, so.
Let me finish up my coffee.
And then I need to let
People know to expect a release of.
everyone grab your drinks. Remember, it doesn't matter what you're drinking as long as you're here for the moment. It can be coffee, tea, beer, root beer, water, anything you have, chat.
As long as you're here.
Going in 3,
2, 1. Green pie. Cheers. Okay.
Okay, let me go and
Put my
coffee cup away.
I'll be right back, Jack.
Shouldn't take too long. And food is on the way. This is.
How expensive is this actually?
Let me convert this to USD for you guys. I said convert it to USD.
Thank you.
Wait, no. Reverse.
4 USD.
Yeah, 4 USD for beef sandwich and fries. So yeah, I'll be right back.
Mwah. Love you all.
Won't take too long.
I'm back.
I'm back.
Sorry that took a bit longer than I thought.
I went to make tea. Double check. Make sure that my food is actually
Still coming. Because sometimes things get cancelled.
randomly. I never ordered from this place before, so I don't know. Oh, for delivery already?
Wow. Oh.
Input efficiency. Orders need to group together. Hang in there, they'll be there soon.
Okay.
Apparently, my order is already off delivery. That was fast.
They probably
Have the food already made.
Oh.
In that case, I'm not going to put my stuff back on because more than likely I'm gonna have to go downstairs again to grab the food very soon.
Instead I'll just sit here and chill.
Well, kind of chill, but more like do the inventory management that I mentioned earlier and do some prep work before we head out. Let's see here. Right, this was cargo. Offload that.
All of this I'm going to deliver at once. Lost cargo.
Film director, film director.
Right.
The locker.
All of these go into private locker.
And then all that.
Unload it. Right. Okay.
Now I need to. Oh god, that thing looks
Awful. Alright, I'm gonna send for repair.
And I'm going to make improved version 6 additional battery units install.
Large amounts of cargo. Shares limitation with base model. Needs to be driven on flat surface or roads in order to show its true width.
It's weird how the truck, this really Land Rover looking truck, is a road only vehicle, whereas the bikes are all-terrain vehicles.
Oh. Everything on the ground. Load up onto the truck. Okay. Customize my vehicle.
Yeah, my truck. Sadly, I can't rename vehicles. I can.
I have to take whatever name they came with.
The truck color scheme is honestly not that great.
I don't want it to be like all just one color.
But at the same time, it looks kind of weird. it's like the truck is bald. You know?
Like the top of the truck is his hair, and that's the only part that we recolor. That looks really strange. Oh well. Gotta wrap my colors.
So that's the extra battery, huh?
Pots. Do you have anything? I see why Eradicate hates the last mission of Destiny. It's just dumb.
I mean, it's Destiny.
Of course it's dumb. What do you expect?
Let us... You know what, I'm just going to...
Have my bots run some deliveries for me. He kinda explained that the boss just keeps spawning trash mobs all around you.
Sounds about right. Auto delivery. I currently have 2 auto deliveries running. Oh, we'll send out one more. Send out metals and ceramics to the
Meta station. I'm waiting for my food to get here. I want to...
I only head out while the food is still on its way. Alternatively,
I could just go to the collector.
it's not too far.
Yeah, I'll head out to the collector. Also,
Give me a second.
ears are itchy again. I don't know why my ears really itchy today. Right.
I need to fabricate a PPC-2 and be ready to...
Be ready to build something.
Alright,
Let's get out of here.
we're going to just check out the road leading to the collector.
Wait, hang on. I just realized I might have forgotten something.
Good morning, Sam.
I forgot something.
Hang on. Yeah, this. I've got to take this.
Hope your beef bread is good. Yeah, I hope so too.
I have no idea if it's gonna be good, but I will find out soon enough.
It's already out for delivery. Get out, yes.
Order assigned.
I'll take pictures and let you guys know as usual whether it's good or bad.
Safe travel journey.
so it's good to know that the truck actually won't tip over.
I was intentionally trying to tip over the truck, but it'll actually not. Cosplayer.
Hang on. I want this. Someone lost their bike down there. Put this on the truck.
And let's go.
Excuse me.
Okay.
Oh my god, I just noticed the battery on this thing.
This thing is insane.
Oh, lots of stuff to the film director here.
Okay.
Okay, the one annoying thing about
Traveling in the truck is the fact that I can't just stop and pick these things up.
I have to actually get out of the truck. Every time, get out, get in, get out, get in.
Come on.
What? That doesn't look safe in the slightest. Huh.
What?
How do you even... You know what? I'm not gonna question it.
I'm not gonna fucking question it. Come here. Give me that. Right.
Now let us try to build a...
Carl Bridge.
One that is not as shit as that.
Look at that. Like, what the fuck?
How do you even... What? What? That looks so fucking dangerous.
This is safer.
Oh, right.
I'll leave the truck here. Oh wait, no, hang on, let me just double check to make sure that there's nothing in the truck that's...
Heading to the collector. Do you have anything heading to the collector?
Ornaments. Those are all the... That's going to the cosplayer.
Right, so.
Construction complete.
What does it need to upgrade?
Let's see. A lot of Kyro crystals.
And very few special alloys. You know what? I think I might just spend the amount right now.
Just to upgrade it.
I'll get the special alloys from the collector.
There, this is a safe bridge.
Unlike whatever the fuck that is. What is this doing down here?
Beginning scan.
Strange.
Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected.
Claim materials.
360 special alloy.
Thank you. I'm actually going to do something else as well.
Skip. Claim.
Give me that as well. Thank you. Carry on back. Yes. Thank you.
Fabricate another. Wait, do I have a PPC-2 here?
I do.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take this.
And now make a delivery. Use your emergency fuel.
Delivering cargo.
Well, if it isn't Sam Bridges. Very good. Very good. I think you might be something of a prodigy, Sam. Up there with the best of the best. If not the best.
Okay, Ray.
My food is definitely on the way.
I can see on the map now. Thank you for the likes.
Ah, Sam. You'll forgive me if I impose upon...
Yeah.
Good work.
See any bot deliveries I can make?
The junk dealer.
Porter Mule.
Big delivery.
Porter and Mule is a board game?
Really?
I'll have a bot handle this.
Deploying autonomous delivery bot.
And now I'm going to take
A great deliverer. Don't need that.
Don't need that.
A big delivery that no, that is important.
Okay, grab that.
Any special conditions?
Okay.
We can take that. Let's go.
And until back, sorry.
Get out.
Yeesh. You don't know why the mules don't just steal the bot's cargo?
I have a feeling they try.
I'm fairly certain that
Weapons restricted.
mule attacks are calculated.
Wait, where did my wire? Oh, there it is.
You can see my wire follow. Okay,
We are going to build another
peepees.
Carol bridge here.
So that's how you change the angle, huh?
Build it right over
here. I'm fairly certain that mule territory is calculated in the
damage that
Construction complete.
delete the things that the bots are handling can take.
yeah.
Right,
Add this.
and add this.
Right.
Structure upgraded.
Alright. Customize structure. And the right ludens.
You know, one thing missing from this chiral bridge is guardrails.
That looks so dangerous.
I'm going to upgrade this one now.
Knowing Hideo Kojima, the delivery bots probably have some kind of really weird self-defense mechanism.
Alright, let me
Put these away.
oh my god, the truck can carry so much stuff.
Structure upgraded.
Ew, disgusting.
This fucking
Disgusting.
ugh,
Get the fuck out of here.
bad bitch. I think my food is here, so this is what I'm gonna do, chat. I'm going to park
Okay.
Sam at the film director,
I'm gonna go get my food.
and then we're gonna.
Alright.
Let's attend to the plan. Normally, I want to get the special alloy, but not right now.
Maybe on the way back. Leave me alone. Motherfuckers. Fuck off. Yeah, there's actually a physical limit to how far the truck will tilt over. I've been testing whether I can make the truck fall over backwards, and it actually prevents me from doing so.
Stretch my legs.
Okay. Gonna park our car here.
Beginning scan.
Happy deliveries.
Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo
Right,
Thank you.
several things have to be done right now, chat. I have to go get food, but I also need to go to the washroom for number 2, so I'll be right back. Okay? Okay. Give me a... Sorry to take an extended break, but yeah, give me a 10-minute break. I'll try to be quick. Mwah, love y'all. I'll be right back. Wait, hang on, what? Wait, that's what it means when we rest? What? Ah, that's bullshit. I thought we could actually sleep here. Okay, hang on. Hang on, I'll be right back. BRB. I'll be right back. Mwah, mwah, mwah.
Okay, chat. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Okay. So, everything is happening at once. My idea for
Resting.
apparently doesn't work the way I thought it was going to work.
So give me a second.
What was my let me check something.
Data log.
What just happened? Port Not City has deteriorated generator.
Ladder.
I can't switch maps, can I?
I can't.
Damn. What do I do?
What do I do? Okay.
Okay, this is what I'm gonna do.
Instead of
Resting here at the wait, not there. Instead of resting at the
film director,
we're just gonna drop off everything in the film director and then rest at
that safe house there. Okay. So rest and keep there.
Give me a second. Deliver lost cargo.
Yeah, this is all going to you. These are.
Why is this Julius Caesar lost cargo keep coming back? Okay, all of these I'm going to handle myself.
But these two?
I'm going to drop off.
What do we have here?
Yeah. Shut the fuck up. Let me get out of here. Fuck off.
Hey. Good work.
And
Now,
bots have delivered. Yep.
alright, thank you.
Signed photographs of movie stars. Yeah, go.
Deploying.
And is there anything for the okay, that's not something that we're gonna do right now.
Share locker, claim cargo. Anything heading towards the artists or
These two are going to the junk dealer.
so we'll take these two.
Like not city. Why there's so many cargo from Julius Caesar?
And I'm not gonna question it.
Distribution center.
Weather station.
Right.
Nothing you want from here? Confirmed.
Right.
Hey, try not to die.
Right. And now let's go and park
At
the hot springs.
I'm sorry, people who are expecting my deliveries.
The trucker is hungry. He needs.
Park the later store in the garage. Leave it on to damage repair.
Sorry, gotcha.
You already know that.
Yes, sorry.
People are expecting deliveries.
The trucker is hungry and needs food. The trucker needs dinner. Okay.
Now, let me.
Take the picture off.
You know, according to the picture, they were supposed to cut the sandwich, but
Apparently they didn't. So.
this may or may not be necessary.
Good morning, Sam. Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
Yeah, for you guys.
Come on.
What time you work?
Keep current selection. Use photo. Beef sandwich with fries.
Is popper
Food. There we go.
okay.
Picture poster on my Discord.
Now I will
Show it to you guys. Oh god,
what's happening to my Discord?
my Discord is acting so slow.
Yeah.
Discord, what the fuck happened?
I don't know why my Discord is lagging so much.
Oh,
I'm just going to get the image and then immediately shut off Discord because
fuck that shit. I don't know what's wrong with it.
okay.
There we go.
My sandwich.
Chaka is giving one.
Chaka has to eat.
Chaka is hungry. If Chaka doesn't eat, Chaka will
get listless
and
all over and
all the boxes will break.
you don't want Chaka to fall over and break all the boxes, right?
What'd you get there?
Some kind of like beef sandwich. It's got excuse me. Tomatoes, caramelized onions, cheese, and beef strips.
And
In oh god, lettuce as well. would almost say maybe a Chili's cheesesteak sandwich, but it's not actually a cheesesteak sandwich. It's more like some kind of club sandwich with beef in it. Or a burger not in a burger bun. I'm eating the fries first. America's quintessential favorite spelled with a U.
Eh? What's spelled with a U?
Burger? What they call on a wrap when you get burger on a toast. Oh, I didn't know it had a specific name.
I've never heard of that before.
The French fries are
a little cold.
I have a feeling that this food was cooked earlier, but oh well, it's fine. I don't really expect the French fries to be great. Favorite instead. Oh, you mean the word favorite?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm used to British spelling.
I mean, when someone,
I can't remember who, but someone was like tried to correct my spelling in my D&B brief.
he tried to remove the U.
And I was like, we use the Queen's English here.
Oh yeah. Only the Queen's English.
Nothing else here. Mostly because he knows SpongeBob will bubble blast when people started translating the order he gave, since it was a whole thing.
Really?
There was a SpongeBob episode about burger on bread.
The country that actually owns the language.
The only proper English. God save the Queen.
Alright.
Now I'm gonna try to eat the sandwich. It's also home of the Squidward line, "We serve food here, sir."
Did you say that?
Gee, hang on, I'm going to take off my headset.
So,
if anybody plays any alerts, sorry, yeah, I accidentally. Now, this is gonna be a bit difficult. This sandwich isn't cut, so I'm gonna have to eat it as Okay, looking at this, I'll have to take a bite of the patty. I haven't reached it yet, but the vegetables are nice. The tomatoes are nice. Onions are good. Okay. Yeah, it's literally just it's literally just a burger in sandwich bread rather than burger buns. The onions, the cheese, the lettuce. Not bad though. Pretty tasty. The burger patty is well done. Normally I prefer medium well beef burger patties, but oh well. Okay, this is turning out to be quite messy. The sandwich bread is falling apart. Not bad. Not bad at all. Would I buy this again? Probably not. For what it is, ultimately. It's tasty, it fills me up, but I could get better for within the same price range. Oh well.
It's still good.
Although the cheese was tasty.
And
The vegetables were fresh. Tomato was fresh as well.
like this was fresh. Yeah. Tasty enough.
Should keep me going.
Until the end of the stream. It's a student book.
Excuse me.
Alright. Alright.
I'm okay. The meat was so well done, it's a little dry, but the tomatoes added the juiciness in.
Last time you eat steak?
You find out why you don't like steak. It's fancy, but you would take some pork over steak. It's hard to find really good steak. Let me go water. Coming back, Chad. Coming back.
Yeah.
As I was saying, it's hard to find really good steak, unfortunately. Steak is one of those foods where if it's not good, it's bad. Like really bad.
It's hard to get steak right.
But when you can get steak right, it's
So good. And they kept on running to walls and falling asleep.
Wait, what?
Cass!
Cass, were you falling asleep while streaming?
Are you that sleepy, Cass?
If you're that sleepy, you should have just kept on sleeping. Not while sticking to every ground me into burgers. Well, I do like burgers, but burgers and steak are like two different forms of beef. I do like both when they're made well. A good burger is good and a good steak is good as well. Although, it's easier to find a good burger.
I used to find a good steak.
Steak is just so darn expensive.
Good fried chicken? Or a semi-boiled tasteless type you got from KFC last time?
I don't know how people can fuck up fried chicken, seriously.
Semi-boiled?
How does that even happen? Like, I keep hearing horror stories from Numi about how bad the fried chicken the KFC is near his house. I'm like, how the hell do you fuck up fried chicken?
Doesn't make sense to me. I can't imagine bad fried chicken. Boneless bucket.
And it's plenty tasty. I haven't actually had KFC for ages. At least not the chicken from KFC. Normally I just have the chicken sandwiches, or we call them chicken burgers around here. I know Americans get pedantic that It's not a chicken burger, it's a fucking chicken sandwich, but we call it chicken burger. How about malcontent? Malcontent? You're gonna get some strange reactions from Ganon because I believe malcontent was a primary antagonist in at least a few of his D&D campaigns. If it's made using burger buns, it's burger. Yeah, the chicken burgers that we get here, they are made using burger buns. But yeah, malcontent would work. It's a very unsprightly name, but it could work. I think I have an idea of how to weave that into the interaction I have planned for you. Yeah, I think I know exactly how to weave that in. Biogenesis. I feel it with a definition. Coming with a whole fish between two buns. Behold the burger! Fish burger! Call it filet fish, fish burger. Tea. Oh, KFC. Chicken skin, 10 out of 10, salty, peppery, well done. Need a very much. Salt, and so on and so on. New KFC. You can make better chicken at home with only salt. Oh. Has it really become that bad since?
Nice.
Fish burger, uncooked fish. Fish from the ocean slapped directly onto the bun.
Yeah.
Sushi burger.
Yes.
It's a sushi burger.
Oh yeah, Mitchell, I wanted to ask. Did you hear what I mentioned? The things I needed from you with regards to your Pathfinder character? And you didn't respond, so I'm not sure if you heard what I
said
about what I needed from you. Need a sprite name for your character?
The sprite names are quite weird, but yeah.
Either name works. As long as I know the name ahead of time, I can think of ways to weave it into your interaction.
Not sure you can make it tomorrow.
Well, you don't have to talk that much, to be honest. I just need you to prepare the two things I mentioned for you. I need you to prepare. Well, those are the important things that that would take time to prepare, but you don't necessarily need me there to help you prepare it.
Mainly a token.
And the border of the token would be whatever you want to be your primary color that represents you. It doesn't have to be the same color as your character, just a color that represents you. I need that. NGTuber, got it. Yep.
Okay.
That's the most important thing. Other stuff, you would already know, like prepare a name for your character. if you want, prepare a name for your Eidolon as well. And you can just DM me or type that up in Discord.
The only reason why I mentioned possibly meeting up is because if you need to take pictures from,
or if you want to use a VR chat avatar as a token or a PNG tuber thing, I will be able to help you take pictures for it easily in VR chat. But if you think you can handle it, then you can prepare it yourself.
No worries.
Oh, one thing that I do need, I should mention. I haven't mentioned this yet. The game is scheduled to start at 4 p.m. EST, right? I would like everyone to, even if they're not like immediately available to like sit down and really focus or whatever, I just need people to be around and ready and just check in at about 3 p.m. EST so that I can do sound check, last minute adjustments to my overlays, and you guys can ask me any last minute questions, things like that. 3 p.m. EST?
Yeah. Like I mentioned,
you don't, at 3 p.m. EST, you guys don't have to like be at the computer the entire time. Between then and 4, I just need you guys to at least be able to check in
at some point, so that
can make all the final adjustments necessary.
Nothing new. Let me check on the bag again. Let's see.
I wonder when I'll get a new accessory.
I know, that's all I have. I do not see
Bridges in general.
Yeah, disappointing.
I rather have baby and bike and
Kojima.
Tell Cannon and White. I'll probably post a message on Discord, but you know what? I'll do it.
I'll do it.
Wait, hang on. Fuck, my Discord is dying right now.
Okay, yeah.
If you could ping the D&D role, let Gannon and White know that I need on game day itself, game is scheduled to start at 4 p.m. but I need them to be available to chat from 3 p.m. onwards EST or soundcheck and stuff, so yeah.
Oh, what do you think about the caribous?
I haven't used them yet.
Makes them extra durable. If you didn't wear them and just hold on onto them as a keepsake,
I might just do that actually.
Just hoard all these things that I can't like craft on my own.
I wonder how much more durable they are in relation to the
other uncraftable boots. I'll deliver the samples we provided.
Thanks for that. I really appreciate it. Bruh, by the way, bro, a few more designs working out, bro. Yeah. Shut the fuck up. The outer hood I made for you is special. I know because I tested it out myself. By putting it on, you transform into an otter and not just you will become one with the water. Did you notice that I even put Bridges' logo on it too? Wait, does it actually allow us to do stuff with the water? Hang on. We're not near any water right now, but I'll test it out next time we're near water. Humans should strive to live in harmony with nature. I don't know what voice I'm going for with it. We won't survive for long, you know. We're always fighting it. We need to go with nature's flow, bruh. Surrender ourselves to the natural rhythms of the world. Yes, the text is yellow. Yeah, I need to test that. That's what I think anyway. That's why I got into cosplay, bro. I wanted to lose myself in the character. Get the character take over, you know, bro. Some people think it's just and the rest of her email is unintelligible. Right. Hi, Conan. Have you used your auto hood? Not yet, but I'm gonna test it out soon. I'm putting on pretty much turning out the. Why did it keep telling me I'll turn into an otter? Does it have an effect if I'm not in water? I'm kinda curious. Let's eat and prep for our delivery. Cream pie, everyone. Cheers. And time to drink more beer? Yes, we're hydrating with beer. Although sadly I'm not hydrating with beer, I'm hydrating with tea. Whether auto hood in the shower? I don't think I can, unfortunately. The auto hood is not selectable in here. I'll have to wear it outside. Big the cat on Valium. Yeah. Make the cat on muscle relaxant. That's how the cosplayer makes her stuff. She gets high and then just enters a stupor and starts, oh god, and starts knitting. We ran out of beer now. When that happened? Since we visited the Timefall farm. I can get beer. Hehe. It's technically a temporary thing, but it's possible to get the beer back. Let's get out of here. Accidentally killed 3 old-growth redwood in your EPM set because you wanted to build around them. Yeah, incredibly sensitive to ground pollution. Oh no, Cass! Cass! You're the bad guy from Captain Planet. You're polluting the world, Cass. Didn't Captain Planet tell you that you're supposed to look after, the environment?
have to take care of the environment. Otherwise, Captain Planet will come and sodomize you with his 5 friends.
And he won't stop until you
Promise to not pollute the environment anymore.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID.
Go.
Clear. Weapons detected. All
Excuse me,
weapons will be
excuse me,
locked until departure.
excuse me.
Cargo verified. Thank you.
Happy deliveries!
a PPC level 2.
Really?
Oh, hi there. Pleasure meeting you guys. Let's see, we're gonna deliver cargo.
Yeah? You can't save the planet without a ton of steel, sadly. Need lasers to shoot the meteor.
Nah, you're not saving the planet for everyone, you're saving it for yourself.
Sam, it's good to see you.
I appreciate you making the trip.
If you
Life
hadn't
finds
come
a
along,
way,
I don't
even
know
if
how we
humans
would have
aren't around
managed.
anymore.
You did good. Thanks.
You think I watch a different show?
What? What? That definitely happened in Captain Planet. This is, the 5 humans, normal people hold you down, and then they summon Captain Planet, and then he starts sodomizing you until you promise to not pollute the planet anymore. And they all take turns. That happens in Captain Planet, right? Captain Planet in hiding and won't give us his magic ring.
Ah,
Oh well.
speed skeleton 3.
Thank you.
And maxed.
Perfect. Nice. Give me that likes.
I know you've been waiting like 3 days for this,
But it's fine. No one else is running this. Even though technically the other port is directly outside, no one else is running this route. Only me. Is unless his outfit gets stained, he's completely powerless because he's the worst fucking superhero ever. That's fine. They usually just clean you up with holy water, right? That's usually how he comes back.
holy water. I'm gonna go sleep. I'll be streaming a little tomorrow.
Alright. Good night, guys. Mwah. Mwah.
Sleep well.
Give me all them likes. Gimme.
There's something we'd like you to have.
This is for you. You got room for it?
Give me my star.
The game there's a really?
Yeah.
You're gonna be playing with game devs?
Wow. Have
Come by
fun.
again soon.
Hope it goes well.
Thanks, Sam.
Good work. New.
They will lost cargo.
I'm gonna deliver these myself.
Don't interest. And that I'm going to just
Put it in storage.
I don't know why this random PPC2 is over here.
Delivering cargo.
Outside the door. Strange. Each one of those stars in your clear.
Each star is a delivery point whose rep I've maxed out.
Yes, I
grind rep.
that's just how I do. Let's see.
Metals and special alloy to craftsman, special alloy to the distro center.
I am.
You know what? I'll tell the bots to do this for me.
Deploying autonomous delivery bot.
While I'm busy dealing with deliveries in this area, the bots will
Deliver these metals.
Off you go.
Deploying autonomous delivery bot.
Are we actually playing Pathfinder tomorrow?
It's not tomorrow. Today is Thursday, isn't it?
Isn't today Thursday?
Yeah, still Thursday. Tomorrow is Friday. Pathfinder's on Saturday.
Isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, so the only thing that you and I would be doing tomorrow, if you do happen to be available, is I would do the last minute, the last look through of your character, help you with whatever you need and stuff like that.
That's all I'll be doing tomorrow.
If you happen to feel up to it. If not, you can just do things in your own time and send me the stuff.
So, yeah. Recycle this for me. A bowler gun.
Do I want to recycle this now or later? Where we're going? 55% is still okay.
Delivering cargo.
Let me drink lots of water.
Thank you for your continued support.
The burger really was trying. I prefer my burgers more juicy. Oh well.
Okay.
Now we check the share locker.
It's going to a distro center.
Don't care about that.
You know what? I'm going to take and use this guy's bowler gun.
I'm also going to offload this and recycle it. Yeah, my old bowler gun.
Recycle that.
This resin. Recycle it. Thank you. You got your days one? Yeah, no worries. No worries.
Delivering cargo. Thank you for your continued support.
And now we take the delivery meant for
All components stolen by Muse. There's a bunch of deliveries here, but technically I don't need to do these anymore because he's maxed out.
Instead we're going to try to max out the Cairo artist. I'll get as close to max as possible.
Right. Let's try to do premium delivery.
Alright. Let's go. Load them all onto the truck.
Alright.
Let's head out.
Thank you.
Let's see.
I want to see what the anti-BT gun is like.
Oh wow.
Oh, that
That was so cool. Do you really need to do that? The whole, like, destroying the container thing?
Oops, that's not what I wanted.
Right, let me do some cargo management. I should do suit. Right. Let's go.
Combines.
Alright.
We're heading to
This girl's mom.
God damn it. Come on.
Get around this.
Fucking. There we go.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Okay, hang on.
I've got to check the weather. How's the weather forecast?
Oh yeah, of course it's raining.
It always rains here. Oh well.
Nothing I can do except brave the storm.
There we go.
You know, something just occurred to me.
I can keep all this non-essential stuff in the truck. That way it'll be safe.
The truck protects everything.
And I'll just keep the BT handgun on me.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I should do.
If there's something's clear up, but it's rare.
Yeah, well.
It's never cleared up for me.
So, sucks to be me, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, look.
It's just non-stop raining.
And of course, BTs.
Yep.
Okay. Time to go.
Let's try to see if I can
Drive through.
Are the BTs still clear from before?
They are.
No BTs at all, okay?
Let's go.
I'm not gonna stop for anything.
Let's go. Alright, we're clear. That was easy.
Ooh, cosplayer?
Okay.
Ran down a BT.
I don't think you can. If you run into a BT with your bike,
The BT just immediately stops you, and you get fucked in the ass with your tentacles.
I drift in the truck?
I don't think the truck moves fast enough to allow me to drift in it.
Truck is a really, really slow vehicle.
There we go. Come on, let's roll.
Why are people building random bridges over here?
These don't do anything.
And why are people building fucking ladders here?
Verifying ID.
What?
Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you. Weapons restrictions lifted. Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected.
Time for sick
All
jumps.
weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo
This
verified.
feels like
I'll be able to get up here faster by just taking the stairs.
oh. IP deliveries. Hello? Special health delivery service.
Delivering cargo.
Hello again. It's always good to see a friendly face. You really are a wonderful person. We're blessed to have you.
Speedrunner's timed is faster. Ugh. Of all the useless things to speedrun.
Walking up to the mom.
Thank you. Thank you for that as well. Nice. Card, this is mother. Vehicle color data. Carol Gold.
Can paint my vehicles gold now.
I got the blink color.
There's so many different versions of gold in this game.
I'm fairly certain there's another version of gold or yellow.
And one really, really hideous yellow that... Wait, I can't remember if it was called yellow but it looks green, or if it was called green but looks yellow. But there's a very hideous color in this game.
That doesn't make any sense if you look at it. Of course I don't use it. Oh wow.
Okay, so I'm learning that eventually Sam gets a gun.
Look at that. That's actually a gun.
Listen, I know you've got a lot of stuff to carry, but if you have room for a little more, there's something I want to give you.
For me?
Ah, more carol boots.
Alright, I'll take it.
I'll load it onto the truck.
Thanks Thanks again for everything. And be sure to take care of yourself out there.
Good work. New.
Let's see. Anything she can deliver?
Solvents for making chiral paint to the cosplayer. I would want to deliver this myself.
So... Check the post-delivery damage. Anti-curio. I don't understand how these two things have damages calculated differently.
I don't get it. Well, I'm not gonna question it. I'ma send the bot out to
deliver this. Off you go, bot.
Deploying autonomous delivery bot.
Oh yes, guns. They said the game was only one about killing.
Yeah, he kept saying it wasn't about killing, and technically, yeah.
If you kill anyone, you get punished. But
I wonder how the gun is gonna function. Right, we're going to take a retrieval mission. Ornaments lost near
Crater Lake. Premium delivery. Cargo condition. Less than 20% damage.
Alright, we'll take this.
Confirmed. Let's go.
Order assigned.
Recycle ceramics.
Thank you for your continued support.
Thank you.
Right.
Let's go and do that retrieval mission. I'll take the truck out.
Retrieve ornaments.
Right, so how do we get across this lake?
Is it possible to go around the back?
I wonder. Could try to go around the back.
Keep on keeping on. Weapons restrictions lifted.
What?
Of course they put a fucking ridge here.
Um,
Damn it. Oh, that is way too deep.
fuck. So it looks like I either climb the ridge and walk, or...
You know, we'll climb the ridge and walk.
I'll park the truck here.
Keep our stuff in storage.
And then I'll just walk.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying
God damn it! Fucking, come on! Get off the fucking rock! Fat ass! Chuck! Come on!
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons
You can go around the lake
All
to the
weapons
other
will
side.
be locked until
Yes, I
departure.
could,
All
but the
clear.
problem with going around the lake
Sand Porter bridges.
to the other side is that
This is BT territory.
all of that is BT territory, and I want to avoid it if I can.
So,
We're going to try to walk around this way, see if we can avoid the BTs that way.
that's not the plan. Anyway,
We'll leave the truck here.
should be safe. Going to return this. Is it?
Yeah, it is.
I've been there before. It's BT territory. I want to try to avoid them as much as possible.
Look at all these dirty Chinese people.
In my game. Littering all over the place. Fucking Chinese, I swear. Right,
Put all of these into storage.
The rest I'll carry.
You're gonna start breaking down midway through, but
Oh well. They're meant to be used, right, Chuck?
Okay, let's go.
We're huffing it.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Let me organize my shoulder cargo.
Put a PPC there.
Put a PPC there. Go. Come here, little disgusting insects. Can I eat you?
There we go. There we go.
Alright. Let's see how we can navigate this.
Bridge. I think I'll just use a ladder.
Outside permitted construction.
What do you mean outside permitted construction area?
What? Why can't I build here?
What the fuck? Huh?
Excuse me, game? That's not outside permitted construction area.
Game?
I think the ocean's on this side here.
Wait, is it?
Oh god damn it, that's an invisible wall.
Fuck!
Really? That's not the ocean! Look at that! Really, game? Really? I can't fucking... Oh, you gotta be fucking shitting me! Ugh.
Okay, fine, game, fine. Fuck you too, fine. Fine, fine.
I know, go the long way around. Fucking
Asshole fucking game is that.
fucking swear. Like I can see the damn beach on the other side, but no,
No, they just want to force me to go the other way around.
put a shitty invisible wall there. Fucking game. Fucking. Asshole game. I could look around the damn rock face and see the land on the other side, but no! Do they let me? Do they let me just go over that tiny ridge? No!
You motherfuckers.
Put all these back under the fucking truck! Fucking pissed. Let's get the fuck out of here. Fucking bitch.
Lady.
Shitty quest. Fucking fuck. Oh look. Port is coming.
Enjoy seeing the bitch lady.
Bitches, sorry.
Time to punish BT territory.
Uh-oh.
Oh, here we go.
We'll trace the water's edge. Whoa, God!
Yeah, that's what happens.
Yeah!
Back.
What? Wait, what?
What?
What's going on? What game?
Come on.
Let me out! Let me move! Yeah.
Fuck you.
No!
Fucking.
Fuck you, game! Fuck you, dog! Leave me alone! Oh, God! Yeah! Oh, fucking! Oh! 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 What the fuck is that? Oh, God! Ah! Eek! Leave me the fuck alone, bitch! Bad dog! Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
So,
we learned that the monsters that spawn change depending on the area. And that's what happens when you drive a vehicle into a BT. The BT just literally just
Stops it in its tracks. Doesn't matter how fast you're going.
just instantly stop. Yeah. We'll start from the back.
And work our way forward.
Bitches, you and your stupid fucking delivery quests for the fucking fuck.
I wonder when I should start actually trying to fight these things. Doesn't really kill them for good, does it?
Come on, let's roll. Gotta stretch my legs.
And that should be the last one. Pick it up. God damn it. Thank you.
Technically, we could get all of those right now because the fact that we dealt with the boss by running away from it means that this entire region is clear. I could run around and collect all that junk.
Yeah, you know what?
It's really hard to scavenge around here and grab materials for the bitch lady and
My daughter, so we're gonna do that over here.
I'm not gonna get the stuff from the weather station. That cosplay thing.
Okay. And then we'll loop back around, heading back towards the truck.
We'll grab all the materials and stock up the
Bitch lady and the daughter with good materials.
Is that a constructor? There's a road constructor here. It connects back to the main road.
Interesting.
Oh shit.
Okay,
Okay, we're going back the other way. We're not fucking with that shit right now. Back the other way. Wait, please don't tell me that. Oh no. You're fucking back. Fuck. Oh, you gotta be shitting me. Really? Really? My truck is in the middle of BD territory now. Shit. Okay, now we're getting the fuck out of here. Wow. Fuck off, bitch! Shoot you in the eye!
Don't you look hurt?
Fuck you! Yeah.
I don't think I need to full charge against this one. Oh wait.
Okay, maybe I do.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! No, fuck you, bitch! Are you done?
Okay, yeah.
Note to self, full charge. Oh shit!
There's a baby there.
Oh god. Ah! Fucking ah! Ah! No, not again! Yeah.
Fuck off! Fuck off! Fuck off!
Yeah.
Fuck you!
Are you gonna die anytime soon? Oh, they come back?
Are you serious?
No, 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 no.
Fuck off! Fuck off! Fuck off! Fuck off!
Okay,
Fuck you! Fuck you!
I'm leaving.
I'm fucking leaving! Fucking die! Fucking fuck off!
Don't you
Fucking die!
Yeah.
Get the fuck off me!
Take this, bitch.
We're getting the fuck out of here!
Yeah.
reload.
Alright, let's get the fuck out of here before anything else happens. I hate this place. Never coming back here. No, fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fucking bitch! Fuck off! Leave me alone! Oh my god! Not again! Okay, hang on. Hang on. Grenades on my fucking... Yeah. Yeah! Fuck off! Ah! Shut the fuck up, baby! Now's not the time! God. Yeah.
Stretch my legs.
Sorry, they're just doing baby things.
Baby gotta learn today. Stop crying or you get a dildo up your ass. Also, I think I need all those carrier crystals.
Nice. There we go.
Yeah.
Stop here for a charge.
I need a safe house around here. Nobody's built any around here though. Look at all that those shitty bridges. Ah, goddamn.
I suppose we can just drive back out towards the hot springs.
Give me a second. You?
Give it that.
You useless?
Fuck off.
Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear.
We just damaged that were a bit forest damage.
No, they just built shittily.
Whoever built those bridges are awful.
Ah, I need to pee. Fucking, God fucking damn it. Fucking, I swear this fucking game is fucking, okay, I'll be right back.
Alright.
God damn it. God damn it, I swear. Fucking BTs everywhere. Keep trying to
Tentacle me up the ass.
fucking,
Yeah. Okay. Right. I get back into my BD chest harness.
One, two, three, four, five, six,
7. Get into that hole, bitch! There you go. Okay. Calm. Nice and calm. Health delivery service time. Yes. We'll all come here. All good and calm here. Alright. Let's get those deliveries on the way. Is your ornaments? I'll be appreciate what I went through to get these for you.
Oh, thank you so much for coming. We'd have nothing if it weren't for people like you.
And you can see me go back and forth at that ridge line.
even though I could see land on the other side.
Invisible wall ass game.
Okay,
Thank you for maxing out.
Ooh, I have another bot.
Alright, I'll take it.
Listen, I know you've got a lot of stuff to carry, but if you have room for a little more, there's something I want to give you.
Yay! Another star.
So many stars.
Hi.
Thanks again for everything. And be sure to take care of yourself out there.
Of course.
Good work. New.
Aye. We're gonna head back towards the junk dealer and then head back out. I'm also gonna take a bunch of deliveries for the cosplayer.
Want to try to get as much rep with her as I can.
Yep, that's all good.
This order involves heavy load.
Yeah, that's fine.
Vehicle. Yeah, vehicle.
But that was interesting.
All was interesting, but
You were hearing me screaming.
I'm guessing.
And swearing expletives at the fucking
Bitch lady.
We're gonna stop by the distro center to rest and recover on the way to the cosplay.
Driving right to the beach area.
Well, I would, you know, try to avoid the damn BT area. I tried to go around, but
No! The game said you have to go directly into the middle. So I had no choice.
fucking game. I take a leisurely drive back to the junk dealer and then back to
the distro center.
And we'll rest there for a little bit before heading out to the cosplay. Through hugging the beach.
I did hug the beach.
And there was a fucking
BT right on the beach.
And yeah, the shit happened. And then I was like, you know what? Since I had to fight all the motherfuckers and the rain is gone, you know what? I should try to just collect stuff from the town nearby, because wait, hang on, can I not put this on? It's already on.
I don't see it
at all. Auto hood? So I can wear the cap and auto hood?
What? Yeah, I'm not gonna question it.
Yeah, I went into the city to try to collect some of the crates there, but then suddenly the raid started again.
Well, I was in the middle of the fucking city.
And then things went to shit. And there's raid here as well. I swear, the game fucking respawns the BTs that I cleared out.
It's fucking sad. You better not respawn the fucking BTs, motherfucker.
What the hell, Epic?
Welcome. How you doing?
I'm back from my holiday.
Okay.
The route's still clear.
Good. What?
What? Excuse me?
Oh, fuck you for leaving.
Yeah. Ah! Okay, yeah, so I can drift in the truck.
It's just really, really, really difficult.
God damn it.
Fucking get the trash out of here.
Motherfucking harpy deliveries, bitch. Here's your shit. Your mom is an asshole. Never want to fucking deliver anything more again.
Hello, Sam.
Hey.
If you hadn't come around, I don't know how we would have managed.
You did good. Thanks.
Here's your fucking furniture. Jeez, how much furniture do you fucking have? This is the second time I've done this. And you still have more? Much love, children's books.
Are they trying to make babies?
I'm guessing they're trying to make babies. Special alloys delivered. Alright. Metals. Mm-hmm. Alright.
Very slowly inching towards getting the craftsman back to
having full metal alloys.
There's something we'd like you to have.
This is for you. You got room for it?
Oh, more Kyle letters.
Alright,
Oh, put it on the truck.
so much shit on the truck.
Come by again soon.
Thanks, Sam.
Oh, I don't mind coming by here.
I just never want to visit your mom again.
Because a fucking bitch send me out to the
Retrieve stuff from fucking BD territory. Oh my god, fucking.
I say.
It's the fucking antique furniture.
Deploying autonomous delivery bot.
Strangely compelling paintings.
Yeah, I'll dispatch a bot.
Why not?
Deploying autonomous delivery bot.
We're gonna take a rest at the distro center, so
All the deliveries will be completed by the time we
exit the distro center again. Alright. I need to check on the cosplayer.
This is really weird.
I see the road bending this way, but
I do not see the next auto paver along the line except these, but this doesn't look like it's right.
It's very strange. I wonder where the next auto paver is if it's not this one.
I'm not gonna question it.
Let us take orders for distro center.
Yeah, we'll take orders for the distro center.
And we'll take a short break there before we move on to the cosplayer.
You're gonna go to bed?
Alright, good night, Harold. Thanks for being here.
As a reminder for everyone going to bed,
I am
I'm mainly on YouTube,
But I will do Twitch streams every now and then whenever I want to do VR chat and chill streams.
Those are gonna be on Twitch.
Otherwise,
all my streams will be on YouTube.
And frankly,
this isn't the plan.
God damn it, this thing is in the way.
When close enough, it won't be on your map, you think? I figured I would have seen it by now, but apparently not.
I assume I will find. Oh god damn it! I will find it eventually.
In the meantime, I will just build up the road that I can see.
Next to the cosplayer.
Oh, I see footsteps.
Second. There's so many jump ramps here.
I wonder if they're actually efficient.
Total tetanus hazard now. Don't worry about it.
Technically, tetanus doesn't actually come from rust.
Do you know? Tetanus doesn't actually come from rust.
It's just that tetanus, the thing that causes tetanus is common in places that would have rust, but it doesn't actually come from rust. So it's fine. Don't worry about it. Run. Fuck you, assholes. Leaving. Isn't it a type of fungus that grows on rust? Technically, no, it's not a type of fungus that grows on rust, but rather it's a type of fungus that is present in situations where rust would be present. It's not actually from the rust. It just happens that where there's rust, there's also the conditions where the fungus would,
you know. Sorry. That's fine.
We're going to
put the vehicle in storage and sleep. Use your deliveries.
Everything all right, Zep?
Oh yeah, everything's peachy.
I bet your body's aching after carrying all that.
Give me those little legs so I can sleep and shower. Oh, the bot's completed delivery.
Alright. I'll just send a bot out before we sleep.
Thank you.
No shame in.
Good work. New.
I really wish they wouldn't kick us out every time we get done with... Oh shit, there's a bunch of deliveries for the film director, I forgot.
I'm just going to entrust the film director stuff.
Someone will take it to the film director for me.
Right. Delivery bots.
A metal delivery. We don't need to send metals to that guy anymore.
I'm gonna set a bot out to the bitch lady.
94%
damage. Enjoy your 94% damage. Good, bitch. And alright, let's rest.
Your work is greatly appreciated.
Don't worry, the truck will be repaired by the time we're done resting.
It's nice having engineers.
And I'll back and call.
I feel like I need to sneeze.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Hang on, I need to sneeze. Yeah.
Oh god.
Good morning, son. Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
Okay.
I'm fine. Oh,
I'm fine.
I'm fine. Alright,
I'm good.
I'm good. Let's turn on some nice music.
EX grenade number 1. EX grenade number 2.
Nothing like a nice relaxing shower After all that hardship.
I'm surprised I only got one EX grenade number 0 from all that. I was in the rain a lot.
Oh. No photos? Guess not. Maybe he's still satisfied from the previous photos.
Let's get out of here.
Let's see if baby's okay. Maybe, are you okay? Things got a little bit stressful on that last one.
Tired, huh?
Yeah, okay. Alright. Let me see.
Check badge.
Ooh.
Wait, what? Oh, I can't.
Okay.
Let me remove the trike badge because
Fuck that shit. I did take the truck badge. Yeah.
still can't fabricate anything else besides grenades and
extra battery as useful attachment, so
yeah, I'll keep those as is. Any items remove or point loss?
yeah, I don't care. Get rid of the trike. I'm not a bike person, I'm a truck person. Neil from the junk dealer. The ladder I gave you.
Ah, he's talking about the chiral ladders.
I will be able to fabricate a replacement. Super slight. We're talking super lightweight and time fall resistant to boot.
Unless you lose it, you haven't, right? They say that, and yet we can't actually keep the ladders that we use.
We can't retrieve it. Any levels we put down, they're gone for good. They either stay where they are until they break down, or we dismantle them and don't get anything back.
Oh. Everyone, another dose of combat drugs coming up. We have to visit the cosplayer now and deliver some materials.
Got a drinks chat. Green pie. Cheers, everyone. Alright, let's drink beer and put on my cap.
Alright.
I think we're good to...
Wait, is there something?
No, we're good to go.
We're good.
Let's go.
Time to visit the cosplayer and build more roads.
the world look like hundreds of millions of years ago? It was just one big continent.
Yeah, we've seen this already. Good as new.
Let's take on some orders. These are telling us to go back to
The main city. We're not gonna do that.
I'm instead going to do these.
Oh my god. Precious paintings. 70% damage. Ah, shit's fine.
Just a little bit of mud and grime and dirt on those precious paintings.
Just give them a little spit shine and they'll be as good as new.
Let's see.
Whiskey flavor.
We're going to send another
Material delivery to the craftsman.
gonna send tableware
To the couple as well. Off you go.
right.
Now, any orders going out to the cosplayer?
There's one going to the Timefall farm, but we're not going there right now.
Any shared cargo going to the cosplayer?
Doesn't look like it. Materials? Yes, any materials you guys can spare
would be greatly appreciated.
Right.
Let's see here.
Recycle.
These blood bags.
Recycle that hematic grenade.
This boot is about to break. Anything else? No. Right, confront. Please recycle this for me. Thank you.
Thank you for your continued support.
Alright. Now, private locker. Put those into the truck.
Place into your utility pouch. We're gonna put these into
storage. And we're going to test out the chiral boots. Right.
And
is there anything else I'm missing?
Right, let us... Let us do inventory management real quick. The custom carol letters, I'm going to save them. Put these into storage. And I'm still short one blood bag, so need one more blood bag. Right, and I think that's everything we need as far as equipment goes. Now we need to calculate how much...
Thank you.
Materials we need.
I'm not gonna build everything.
I'm just gonna build that one.
1,000 cow crystal, please have that. 2,700 metals. 2,400 ceramics.
Okay.
Your contribution.
What do we have in our truck? Better for me to just deposit all of this into
The safe house.
earmark all of these for safe house and then
Grab ceramics and metal. Here.
as round numbers.
It'll be easier to calculate. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
I need 2,700 metals and
How much? Ceramics? I forgot. Load these into the truck.
how much ceramics do we need?
2040.
It's 2040 then.
This should be enough.
Right.
Give me that, please. Thank you.
And let's head up.
Double check any cargo heading out to the cosplayer.
Nothing. Right.
Oh, whoops.
I forgot to bring ladders and
Climbing anchors. Forgot that real quick. I think I did an equipment check before heading out.
I thought I left them in the truck, but apparently not.
Ladders and
Did I accidentally dismantle the climbing anchor?
oh,
Nope, here it is.
Yep, all good. Let's get out of here.
Have a pleasant journey. Weapons restrictions lifted.
I want to get that special alloy. You know, I'm so happy we have so many different delivery requests that allows us to regenerate materials in these phases. Even if we decide not to attack the mules.
It's a way for us to almost kind of passively regenerate materials during times when we're busy doing other stuff.
Hey. Who dropped this here? Oh, mine now.
Special alloys is precious enough that I'm going to recycle this myself.
Sorry. Wherever this belong to. Finders keepers.
At least when it comes to precious metals.
Surprisingly, it's not raining.
Someone's happy.
It's actually sunny.
Yeah, that's nice.
Oh, now it's raining.
Okay, there's the rain.
No, that's not what I wanted.
Recycle.
Recycle the resins.
Recycle these metals. Recycles.
We have a lot of ceramics here. More than I expected.
That's a slight problem.
Let's see how far we can push the next build along.
Special alloys. Confirmed.
Thank you for your continued support.
Alright,
Thank you for
I'm going to toss the special alloys into the
upgrade section. There we go. Okay, before we do anything,
I have to test something. Put all of this into the truck.
what happens
if I go swimming while wearing this.
Does it actually turn me into an otter?
I'm not turning into an otter. My stamina's still going down. Does the fucking otter hat do nothing?
Does it actually do nothing? Is it actually just a joke?
I swear, it was just a fucking joke.
Yeah. I'm gonna look this up.
As soon as I'm done
managing my inventory. Is everything good?
I forgot the grenade.
Right.
I will craft a grenade at the
cosplayer. Okay, hang on a second.
Is the fucking otter hat a joke?
I have to see. Hang on. Death Stranding otter hat. The otter hood is a headwear. While wearing it, Sam will still get swept away by river currents and loose unsecured packages. But he may smoothly ride rivers downstream while floating on his back and can perform barrel rolls and other hard
otter gestures. What, really?
Really? Really?
I have to lose my footing? Then I can just like ride the...
What? Really?
What a useless item!
God fucking damn it!
Yeah.
How is that hood withstanding time for?
I don't know. Some weird joke magic.
But that's the only explanation I have for what's going on.
Someone's happy.
Fuck off, bike!
Good morning, Sam.
Right.
Before we deliver to the
cosplayer, let's try to see if we can find that builder.
That's a big one.
I look like a fucking idiot. Ugh. Oh shit.
There's BTs there, really?
Okay, we're going the other way.
We're going the other way.
Yeah.
Fucking, come on. How about here?
Okay, here's the problem I'm foreseeing. If I were to build this road up now, I'd be wasting a lot of resources because eventually, once this area gets connected to the chiral network, a lot of resources will be, well, half the resources will be filled up for it, so
I don't think I want to waste my resources on it. Just no.
I'll leave it as this for now, and then we'll... Oh shit.
Telepathy.
Safe travels.
You need to connect more places, basically.
Yeah.
We'll get that done.
Stretch and relax.
But for now,
I'm gonna grab
all of this and
bring it to the cosplayer.
wait, I can't carry all that.
Okay, how about just this?
No.
Okay, how about...
Just this.
Really? Okay, apparently those are gigantic. Oh, fuck.
Okay, hang on.
Okay, we're gonna have to do this over multiple...
trips.
Actually, all of my equipment... I'm gonna
put it away into the truck. I'll preserve it that way.
Ah, that's too heavy.
Damn. How about this one? This one's fine.
Right, we'll carry this for now and then we'll come back and grab...
The others.
Nope. Fuck! That's not what I wanted!
Right. A random ball again. Here. In the middle of fucking nowhere.
Oh well. We'll take it in with us.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID.
Oh.
Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All
Deliver requested cargo. Thank you.
delivering cargo.
Thank you so much, Sam. You're the best. You're like the dream porter or something.
I mean, I am the best. I'm the best around. Nothing's gonna ever keep me down. I'm the best around. Nothing's ever gonna keep me down. I know the rest of the lyrics. title. Your name is known to all. Oh.
Keep your battles more easily. Alright, thank you.
Well, Sam, whenever we talk about the chiral network, he's all, sign me up, UCA, all the way. Which happens to be exactly how I feel. Can you make it official?
Alright. Yes, your second load of BTGs. Enjoy.
You know, I only just noticed that Sam cries whenever he does this.
Backpack customization feature, utility pouch.
Appreciate the help, Sam.
New pouch?
Good work.
I'm not gonna be able to make use of it for a while though. Ah, god damn it, this shit is full. Alright, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm just going to...
I'm just going to put this into the private locker for now.
This shit's gonna stay here.
Level lost cargo. Someone lost their bowler gun.
This is chiralium allergies. Seems like everyone has that reaction to chiralium though.
Because of the connection to the beach or whatever.
Resin, ceramics, special alloys.
Yeah, everything's full.
There's no point in me claiming those materials right now.
Oh.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Thanks again.
Something just occurred to me. No, you know what?
No, you know what?
No, fucking...
Beginning scan. Scanning.
I just thought of something.
Verifying.
Take this back.
I have an idea.
Weapons restrictions lifted. Good morning, Sam. Safe travels.
If this place is full, I'm not gonna keep this shit here.
Instead,
I'm gonna keep these at my safe house.
Let's roll.
Keep on keeping up.
is that new? I think it's very new. Just gonna drop this off at the safe house.
Fuck off, bike. And there's the drifting truck.
recycle all the metals.
Oh, there's actually full up on metals.
Right, and the rest goes into the private locker.
To be used when it comes time for us to extend the road.
And I'm just going to fabricate a hermetic grenade. Level 1.
Place into the grenade pouch.
Right.
Thank you for your
Let's get out of here.
I'm going to check out what quest the cosplayer has for us now.
Seems to be a lot of terminology that makes things sound more benign than they need to be.
Yeah. I'm still wondering how we're using BTs to connect everyone.
They say they're using the beach and stuff, but
I feel like we're actually using BTs rather than just the beach.
you ever get that feeling that there's more going on? And seems obvious.
Okay.
Yeah.
Safe travels.
All the time. That's why gamers are just...
I mean, to be fair, Hideo Kojima is special, even with stuff like that.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID.
Right. Let's see, what does she have for us? Medicine and drinks for a hangover. Really? You want me to go to the distribution center?
Really? Really?
Ugh. Delivery time limit, huh? Okay,
Fine, we'll take it.
well, take it.
Apparently you need emergency hangover medication.
40 minutes to make the delivery.
Accepted. Oh, yes.
Order assigned. Delivery parameters updated. Weapons restrictions
And
lifted.
actually, playing the guy thing applying the guy who was in front of him in the prologue game you might not have even played.
Oh, you mean the
Twist about who you actually are in Metal Gear Solid 5.
I didn't finish Metal Gear Solid 5, but I
Figured out the twist.
Keep on keeping on.
Any hangover medication? Let's go. Emergency hangover medication!
Keep on keeping on.
Oops.
So I'm one of those repeat games like
Why stipulation?
I went through the entire game.
And entire voyage.
Oh yeah.
The MGS storyline is really weird.
Good fun, but
really weird. Kansai Drifter!
Alright, we're going to deliver.
And also grab these.
Load these onto the truck. Make a delivery.
Here's your top quality underwear. I have no idea what you intend to do with this, but here you go.
So you made it. You're really something, you know that?
Where did you slip it?
What? This is not my underwear, Dills.
For someone else. I can wear other people's underwear. Unless it's a hot chick's underwear. Hee.
No shame in taking a break from time to time.
Good work. New.
Let's see.
Bots?
2 out of 3 available. Let's have the bots deliver some high protein edible plants to the other.
I mean, that's what you're going to do with... Do it.
And then that's what you're going to do it with the underwear.
Oh, that's what you meant.
Anything for me? Nope. Okay.
Let's get back out there.
We have emergency medication to deliver.
Let's go.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey. Decon keeping on. Weapons restrictions lifted.
Hate those fucking Rise and Zero Dawn robot things.
They look like fucking enemies. And they're basically magic repair.
Repair powder.
Apparently need to fix the restricted timefall would be.
Hell it up.
It's mainly cause they use magic powder to make a lot of this shit.
The road is basically being lifted by chiral powder.
That's why it's able to float in the air without any like support beams and stuff. Alright.
There we are.
Stretch my legs.
Oh hey, I didn't notice that. Yeah. a lot of technology in this game
has adapted to use the time sand that floats upward. That's part of the Death Stranding, but not really.
It's linked, but not. It gets complicated. Right, let's go.
Safe travels. Have a pleasant journey.
Happy deliveries!
Bridges ID. Verify.
Here's your hangover medication. What were you guys doing last night?
I'm so glad you came, Sam. You're like the dream porter or something.
Dream Porter. Yeah.
I'll take that. That or everyone lives underground or something.
Technically, they do.
A lot of these preppers are in bunkers underground.
Yes, the entrances are exposed, but otherwise, you're technically living in underground bunkers.
Right, level 3.
I doubt I'll be able to. Ooh, another grenade pouch.
I'll definitely take that.
Ooh, immediately level 4.
Okay. Perfect. And what is completed delivery?
Ah, right. The tableware is
Slightly shattered, but it's fine. I'm sure you can fix shattered ceramics, right?
you just use some of that resin. Yes.
Glue it back together.
I hope you'll come again.
Good work. New order available.
What?
Please access delivery.
Really?
Another order? There's the retrieval mission.
I was wondering when she was going to throw one of these at us.
Material for clothes washed away by river. Alright, time to go wading through a damn river. Less than 8% damage.
Should be able to do this just fine. That's probably why people aren't too miffed about damaged goods, so long as I'm able to repair.
Need to use a gold dust, sure, but then nothing. The gold dust is mainly for anything that floats. Normal repair, they use things like resin.
Mainly.
Going to put this
Down and get out, yes.
Order assigned.
Alright, please recycle these.
Ceramics, if you would. Thank you.
Ancient Egyptian repairing objects with gold dust to give them
Character.
Is there an ancient tradition of doing that?
Repairing gold dust. First time I've heard of it.
Thank you for your contribution. Weapons restrictions lifted.
I'll see you later, Sam.
Hi, Mr. Conan. And cosplayer woman.
I guess the otter mask might be helpful here.
Cause I'm gonna be wading through the water.
Keep on keeping on.
Let's get out of here.
Keep on keeping on.
What's the best way to get there?
Should I drive or should I park my truck? Yeah, I know I'm gonna have to park my truck.
It's pouring here. I'll make use of this safe house.
And I'm going to take out the PPC and ladders. I think that's gonna be useful for what I'm about to do.
The rest will be stored in the garage. Right. Oh my god. Please store my vehicle in the garage. Thank you.
Let me go to the washroom. I need to pee.
Again. Sorry I've been having to pee a lot, chat, but I've been drinking tea and lots of water since I ate the burger.
After all, it's not good to hold it in. So I'll be right back, Jen. Don't worry, I'll it's quick.
Just need pee.
Happy.
Okay, I'm back.
Get back into some chest on this. Kintsugi Golden Joinery. The Japanese art of repairing broken pottery by mending the breakage with lacquer mixed with powdered gold, silver, or platinum. It treats breakage and repair as part of history of the object rather than something to disguise. Interesting. 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, yeah, I guess it is true that we could technically use chiral crystals as a replacement for repairing any structure in the game. Even if chiral crystals weren't involved in the original construction of the structure.
So, maybe there's a bit of that? Perhaps?
Not sure. This is technically not gold though, this is
time sand. Floating time sand. So, I don't know if it's, if the symbolism matches.
oh well. Right. Let us get back in there.
Storing vehicle.
It's golf loading times and from God Kojima's episode point to add maybe.
Yeah, I suppose so. Kojima is known for stuffing his game
Full of references. References are everywhere.
Oh really? The rain stops now?
Oh fuck you too, game.
I'm amazed that someone was able to build a bridge here.
Got my legs. This will be useful.
Yeah, how the hell did he build a bridge landing here?
He hacks.
I wonder if he hacks the game. I don't know if I can cross the red portion. Okay.
Barely.
Maybe I need more ladders. Kylon!
I see Kylo's ladder there. Thank you for the ladder, Kylon.
It's gonna be helpful.
Thank you, Kylon. I appreciate this.
Let me just inch forward until... God damn it. Come on.
Come on, light the damn ladder. Thank you.
Thanks for the help. This one's for you. Today's a good day. This one's for you. Thanks for the help.
Oh, fucking... The way the character behaves on the ladder is a little bit
janky. You get likes too for putting a ladder on.
Thanks for the help.
Mr. Felipe Gatuno 69.
Thanks for the help.
Enjoy your legs. Oh, there's another ladder here.
Today's a good day. This one's for you. Thanks for the help.
Oh my god, what crappy ladders in your game here. I guess I got lucky with that weird bridge over there.
We're gonna build another ladder here. Might as well use up all the ladders.
That's what they're for anyway.
We'll use up the last ladder.
Starting from here.
I said
starting from here!
God damn it!
Alright. Hold on. Everything we need. Now we just have to get back without falling off the ladder bridges. Should be fine, right?
If we fall off, we're going to go over a waterfall.
I'm sure I'll be fine. Hopefully. Just fine. It'll be just fine. Ah, damn it. Inch forward, there we go. And yeah. Yeah, I don't know how he managed to build a bridge here. This is an illegal landing. I wonder if people have died by falling off the waterfall. Oh well. So I really kind of have one of these asynchronous multiplayer. Oh yes. Fun. I definitely enjoy finding Kylon's buildings in the map.
How you doing, Sam?
Someone dumped special alloys there.
Oh. You know, we're gonna grab it.
It's definitely worth grabbing.
There we go.
I don't know who lost this special alloy, but
I'll take it. And special alloys are very valuable material, so
it's mine now. You saw a video of someone dying to a waterfall. I kind of wish we could see,
you know, shadows of people dying like in Dark Souls.
I would love to see how people trip and fall off the waterfall. That'd be fun.
Fun to watch and laugh at them. Wow!
Alright,
Let us
bring my vehicle back from the garage.
Thank you for building this. This is really helpful.
Mr. Huntress.
Right. Now let me make sure I grab my materials and stuff from the private locker.
Right. The ancient bylaw of finders keepers, losers weepers. Yep. Although I will usually return stuff.
If it's not something valuable like special alloy and metals and ceramics, sorry, but those things are so hard to find that I have to take it for myself. Alright. Special alloy ceramics. Bring this down, and the rest will leave it in the car.
Safe travels.
Streaming for 10 hours, by the way.
Yeah. I intended today to be a long stream.
I wanted to make more progress in this game.
And you know how this game is.
It's like you just keep playing it forever.
Alright. Deliver requested cargo.
Here you go. I have no idea how your cloth ended up in the river overlooking the waterfall, but
Wow, great! You made it! If it wasn't for you, I don't know where I'd be. Thanks, Sam.
Wasn't there a problem for the bomb? Oh, 12 hours.
12 hours the limit, so
As long as I stop before the 12-hour mark, then it's all good.
so don't worry.
And we're maxed with the
Cosplayers provided.
backpack out. Oh, alright. Yeah, as long as we finish before the 12-hour mark, then it's all good.
Bot has completed delivery.
Alright. We're going to do a little bit more deliveries, maybe one more big delivery, and then we'll call it a stream for today. You can get tons of it that way, lots of metals and ceramics. I'll keep that in mind.
It's a good thing you stopped by, because I have a very special present I've been meaning to give you. And I won't take no for an answer.
Another star? Yay! Another star! Where's Conan though?
I want to hear more Conan shitty jokes.
I hope you'll come again.
Yes. We didn't record that many lines for Conan and his shitty jokes.
Alright, let's see. Let me recycle this.
And recycle this. It's not a furry suit. No, thank you.
If it was a fucking furry suit, I'm okay. If it's
a onesie,
a cute onesie, then that's fine. I might wear that. But
no fucking furry suit. No, thank you. No, thank you. I will never wear a fucking furry suit.
Deliver hand cream. I'm gonna tell the bot to handle that for me.
Deploying autonomous delivery bot.
In VT pajamas, well. Yeah.
Onesie, duck, Kigurumi? Is that the word for it? Kigurumi?
That'd be cute.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Be careful out there.
I'd be surprised if
Hideo Kojima doesn't eventually put someone in a Kigurumi.
Safe travels.
Call them PT pajamas, but yeah, I think they're technically called onesies.
I believe that's the proper English term for it.
Not too sure though. Come on, get up the hill!
Yeah.
I will do one less big delivery going from
the distro center back to the lake.
And then we'll see how much time we have left.
Keep on keeping up.
Yeah, Raiden running around butt naked. Technically, yes, but that's different from a Kigurumi.
Oh, fucking.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
We're fine, chat. We're fine.
Everything's under control. Everything's totally under control.
Have I mentioned that back when I played Borderlands 1 with friends, I would volunteer to drive, and my friends very quickly learned to not ride in any car I was driving.
It wasn't my fault, chat.
It wasn't my fault. It's not my fault that I could somehow flip the car while driving down a straight highway.
In Borderlands.
Or I'd be driving along, we'd be driving together, they're in one car, I'm in another car. Kind of like a convoy, driving to the next town, they're in front of me. And then next thing you knew, suddenly my car exploded and I'm dead and I need to... And I'm asking them for a revive.
And yeah, it's not my fault, Chad.
The game moved the cliff.
I swear. The cliffs were moving. There wasn't a cliff there, according to where...
My memory. Can't count the number of times the cliff
just spontaneously moved and
was magically in my way.
It's BS, I tell you.
If it weren't for the fucking moving cliffs, then I wouldn't have died nearly as often
driving. My friend rode in the buggy I was driving once.
And then after that, he went to the other guy and he was like, Andy, let me ride with you.
He sounded so scared to be in my car after riding with you just once.
Alright, I need a... Wait, hang on.
What was in my car?
I need 3 letters and 1 PPC. Wait, I have another PPC? Must be in storage.
I'll pick it up. Right. Load it all onto the truck.
Do I have a PPC in storage?
Yes, I do. Right. Put that into the truck.
And now let us take on some orders. There's one order I want to take on that I specifically need the truck for, so we're gonna do that.
We'll send a bot to fertilize the bonsai tree.
Right. Alright. First, we are going to go to the film director. We're going to pick up a large order from the film director, and then we'll come back here and pick up a whole bunch of orders, chaining our way all the way back to the lakes.
I'm not gonna bother picking those up.
I'll pick that up.
Okay.
I'll return it to wherever that belongs to at the distro center. Time to run the gauntlet.
Oh, so that's how I count a pulse.
That's good to know.
So as long as my pulse physically meets their pulse,
it counts as it. Right. We're here to.
Oh, god damn it! No, no! Okay, you know what?
You know what? You know what? You know what?
You know fucking what?
Fuck this bitch.
You don't need this fucking bitch.
Get the fuck out of here. Have a charger here. We don't need no shitty bridge. Right. Harpy deliveries. You have a big order for me?
Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Let me
park
Beginning scan.
my truck.
Bridges ID.
There we go.
Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
You know what? I'm gonna deliver the lost cargo here.
Just simplify matters. If he wants it, he can pick it up here.
It's not too far away to come pick up his lost cargo anyway.
Right,
Let me see. Bots, signed photographs of movie stars. We'll be going that way ourselves.
So we'll take that.
Alright, urgent.
Grab into cartridges. This is the one that's really difficult.
And we need a truck for, so let's do it.
Yes.
Oh my god. Wow.
Okay,
I guess I'm not taking anything else.
What you miss?
This order is apparently fucking crazy.
Time limit set. Really great seeing you.
Oh,
Time to make the delivery.
it filled up the entire truck.
It's full.
It's like really, you can understand what some people want to be shipped.
Ship sometimes, but what the fuck am I?
What?
What?
Wow! Why the hell does this film director have so many chiral cartridges?
Where do you get these from?
Let's go. No!
Oh god! Fuck yeah, bitch! Fuck off, leave me alone.
Oh,
Go. Okay, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID.
okay, we're gonna bypass this and just go straight to the craftsman.
All weapons restrictions lifted.
Fuck off.
And we're gonna stop by the craftsman and make the delivery to the craftsman, and then we will
Continue on our way to Lake City.
Someone's happy.
we'll still stop by the engineer though to see if we can tell the bots to deliver something
First.
Shit, there's technically something you need to pick up from the distro center.
I can't pick up anything else. Fuck.
Okay, but never mind. We'll just leave the Lake City, drive back out of the distro center, and then get back to the
Dude, damn.
Lake City again.
Clear. Weapons detected.
I didn't think that
Be locked until
this
Cargo verified.
delivery from the film director was gonna be this large.
Right.
Let's go.
Nah, it's you. Cargo's...
Back around the corner, French Monka. Don't worry. Trust me. I'm an amazing driver. I haven't let you guys down yet, right?
Just so you know, I've put something aside for you. Go ahead and...
More cryo grenades.
Yeah.
Um, can I put this in the truck?
I can. Okay.
The truck is completely full though.
Seeing you in action gives me hope. Keep it up, Sam. Good work.
Any bots?
Resin delivery to the distro center.
Yeah. Bots, handle that for me.
Deploying autonomous delivery bot.
Back on the road.
Oh god.
Okay.
You know, I think I'm gonna take the bike out of Lake North City to go back out to the distro center.
I'll probably make the journey back out faster.
What can't you do?
I wonder how the game calculates the chances of NPC porters resting at a specific time for shelter.
Oh,
Beginning scan.
happy deliveries!
Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected.
Just here for pit stop.
Locked until the...
You have any materials you can send out to the distro center or anywhere else? No.
Really? Well, fuck you then. Let's get out of here. Fucking
Useless Junji Ito.
Have a pleasant journey.
fuck your wall.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Did I counter?
I think I did. Fuck you, assholes.
I'm busy. I swear, don't you dare.
Okay. Happy deliveries.
Proceed to distribution center.
Beep 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 beep. Honk honk. Emergency delivery for
Whoever the fuck lives here, I forgot your name already.
Scree.
Border bridges.
Yeah, I'm going to park my truck here and then take a bike out.
So
The people down in South Knot City have had to suffer through a lot of terrorist attacks lately. They've not been receiving supplies regularly either. No one's starving, not yet, but a sense of unease is spreading across the city. We need you to bring them as much as you can of whatever you can. Food, oxytocin, the essentials.
I'm busy.
You'll also be carrying seeds, earthworm and insect protein paste, organic chemicals, and anti-BT weapons laced with your blood. None of which can be sent via a Cairo printer. A delivery will remind the citizens they're connected to the rest of the country. It will give them hope. And if you can get them connected to the chiral network, all the better. Something's been nagging at me, though. Fragile checked in a little while ago, saying that due to some instability with the beach, she was having trouble making jumps.
What?
Until things settle down, she won't be able to help you out.
What?
Fragile's at the distro center south of Lake Knot if you want to hear the rest of the story. I marked her location on your map. Be sure to take a look.
What? I can't jump anymore?
Really?
Chiral density appears to be increasing across the board. We're currently looking into what kind of impact this might have on Cupid functionality. No need for you to worry about all that, though. Just keep on doing what you do best, huh?
Wow. Way to dump that on me when I'm just trying to
Complete some deliveries. I'm not even trying to do the story mission.
Well,
here's your printer cartridges.
What the fuck this is?
Hey man, how's it going? You beat the ETA by a country mile. Thank you.
Oh god.
That's 40 of these things.
Okay, fuck this shit, I'm skipping. There we go. Yeah. Alright, now I've done that crazy delivery mission, I never have to do it again.
Fucking 40 crates.
Fucking serious.
Wow.
Oh, I got 14 levels of delivery time just from that one.
You are now tireless easily. Oh, that's cool.
Okay.
Always a pleasure, Sam.
That'll be very useful.
Good work. New.
Attach to suit. Attach to suit.
Custom-magnetic grenade.
Place in private locker.
Rest of these.
Carry my back.
I'm curious. Oh, yeah.
I just wanted to test to double check that.
Each grenade pouch is one grenade item.
Alright, Garage.
Switch out my truck for a reverse strike.
I'm just gonna take this out real quick and get that one delivery mission from the distro center.
Specialized engineer, we don't need to give him stuff.
He's done.
The craftsman does need special alloys though.
So we will make this premium delivery to the craftsman.
On our way back out.
Carry access on back? Okay. Let's get out of here.
You cannot fast travel with BTs are nearby.
Order assigned.
Are the BTs going to start invading my home?
because we already had that jump scare.
In the house. I do not consent to getting jump scared in a fucking walking simulator game. You hear that? You hear that, Hideo Kojima? No jump scares. No more jump scares. I get the stairs stuff because Sam is a doom sufferer.
Technically, yes,
But still, no thank you to more jump scares. None of that, please.
I've had enough jump scares in my walking simulator.
Thank you very much.
Oh wow.
Baby's getting excited from the car ride.
So you can get BB excited in other ways besides just resting.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID.
Right.
Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified.
Happy deliveries. Here's more special alloys.
Yes, I know I drained your special alloys, but
Yeah, I'm trying to replenish it.
Delivering cargo.
Hey, Sam. How are things? How you Bridges guys manage it, I'll never know.
you know this guy used to hate me.
He used to be like, fuck you, you only cause problems.
And then now suddenly he loves me. Well, technically not suddenly. I went through hell
To help him out. No. That's the last of my tea. Perfect timing.
Okay, let me double check my...
Stream time?
Let me see. Alright, yeah. Approaching 11-hour mark, so... Right.
Once we complete that one delivery I want to do from the distro center back to Lake City.
Then, we'll call it a stream.
He sent you to Dangerous BT area to try to get you healed too.
Okay, technically the...
It was the junk dealer who tried to get me killed.
This guy, he didn't...
Just so you know, I've put something to...
He didn't try to get me killed, but he's like, okay, you really want to help? Go and get my tools. I really need those. I don't care if you die.
Kind of thing. This guy was just...
Yeah, I don't care if you die. The other guy, the junk dealer, was actually...
Keep it up, Sam.
Go do it and die.
Kind of thing.
Good work.
And then once he got his waifu, suddenly he's all happy again.
Items used by all robot lovers.
Interesting.
Yeah. We'll send a
Deploying
robot
autonomous delivery
out
bot.
to this.
Man, we tend to be happy without a woman.
Yeah. Debatable. Debatable. It depends on the woman.
Anything heading to the distro center? Nope.
Alright,
Oh, excuse me.
burping. Any lost cargo? Heading to the distro center.
Nope.
Alright, well, we'll
I'll just head to the distro center then.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Alright, let's go. On our way to make the last delivery. Sorry, the stream.
Oh, to start the last delivery of the stream.
Keep on keeping on. Keep on keeping on. Keep on keeping on.
I think I'm fine.
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah.
Someone's happy.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Decontaminating. Safe travel. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Happy deliveries. There's an order for me from here.
Alright, we're gonna actually before we take that,
Let me
take this. That's the order for Sam.
Oh,
cargo recovery from a mule camp.
okay, yeah.
That means we're gonna be doing this on its own. Let's see. Everything should be good, I think.
And
rather than this reverse strike, we're going to
take out this reverse strike. Kylo's bike can rest for a while.
The sticky gun is a weapon that launches an adhesive projectile.
Hmm?
Gun and projectile are connected by a wire which can be engaged to pull in targets. It's strong, too. Could support up to several dozen kilos. You can use it to secure cargo at a distance.
Oh.
Right out from under a mule's nose, maybe. You're a clever guy, so I'm sure you can think up a few other applications. Just comes down to how creative you can get.
And just so you know, Sam, you can use the firing range to practice with the sticky gun. It might be prudent to head there and familiarize yourself with it.
Okay.
It says it has no effect on human targets, but
I wonder if I can scorpion them to me.
guess we're gonna find out. Put that on the tool rack.
Get over here! Get over here!
Have a pleasant journey. Safe travel.
Say you can hold several dozen kilos. Person is
100 kilos. We'll see.
I want to test it out.
Weapons weapons restrictions lifted.
Best way to find out. Let's test it out.
Alright. A gigantic area. Has the stuff I'm looking for.
Let's see.
Okay.
Hit directly for that.
Just a bit further now.
Special alloy. Is there a way for me to get down from here?
There is over there.
Okay, I'm not going to go collect all of it, but I'm going to collect at least the
Big one. The one that's worth a lot.
I have no cargo for you to
steal, motherfucker.
Climbing anchor. Can I not stab?
Stab. Stabby.
Stabby stab?
Stabby stab.
Oh, come on!
Why can't I stabby stab?
Stabby stab. Really? Here? Okay,
Fine. 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 Be that way, game. Fine. Fine. Fuck you too, game. Fine.
I swear, if I don't have enough rope to get all the way to the bottom.
Okay, I do.
Give me that. That's worth taking. See, and grab it. Well, too late.
I'm already down here. It's fine.
I'll test out a sticky gun later.
This game really makes you sweat the details of it.
Yeah, it's got some unusual rules with what type of terrain you can build on and what type of terrain you can't.
Sometimes it's not immediately intuitive.
But oh well.
You live and we learn.
Put the special alloy into the bike. Sticky gun under the tool rack. Let's get back to our main objective.
Right.
Excuse me if I lost sight of my objective. Okay. Why is it that way? No, that's the delivery destination.
Eh?
Game? Hang on a second.
Where am I supposed to be going?
Where's my target?
Devil?
Am I actually gonna have to search?
Oh, there. Okay.
Well. Time to deal with these guys. Can I reach him from here?
No.
Okay, let's find out what this does.
Shall we? Oh, wow.
Really?
Ah. Oh, that's cool.
It doesn't even lock onto a human when I try to aim.
Oh, that's interesting.
Oh, wow.
Ah.
Oh shit.
Oh shit!
Oh shit.
Oh shit!
Okay.
Okay, fine.
Fine.
Fuck you!
Yeah!
Fuck you!
Okay. Time to go loud.
Fuck you!
Oh, hi.
Fuck you!
Punch.
Fucking...
Oh. Oh, hi.
Fuck you too!
Ah! Die. No.
Fuck you!
Give
Very sticky gun!
Oh, he's down. Oh shit.
Hang on. Fuck you! Kick!
And
Kick!
kick you. Wait, is he? No, okay, yeah.
Any more?
Any more coming?
No?
Okay, so yeah, this sticky gun, literally can't do anything with humans.
It's literally just a Spider-Man gun. Or...
For items that the person might be carrying. In fact, they don't even know that you've Spider-Man some shit away from them.
It's kind of silly, to be honest.
Now, time to bring the bike over.
What you looking for, dumbass?
Can I disarm them?
I don't think I can.
It specifically said no effect on humans, so I'm going to assume that they're not going to let me disarm people with that gun. I tried to lock on to the enemies while they had no more items on them, and it just straight up wouldn't lock on.
And also, I'm going to assume that no, I can't disarm enemies.
Alright. Non-lethal scorpion. Non-lethal and doesn't actually affect the enemy.
Scorpion.
Usually just
Steal his shit. My loot now. Oof.
Oh god.
Okay. Let's get this back onto the bike.
All of this stuff. I only found 3 out of 6.
There's still 3 more that can be found around here.
I wonder where they are. Alright.
Sometimes that just happens.
You accidentally end up on your vehicle and you
Start sliding around.
Let's try to look around for the remaining 6. Yeah, I loot the mule's van. I scanned the mule's van. There's nothing in it.
It's empty. If the mule's van contained what I was looking for, it would light up.
Unfortunately, there's nothing in there.
So, the remaining 3 is somewhere else.
You try to search. Okay, I see a 4th one there. No, okay.
The remaining 3 here. Come here! Fuck you, bitch!
Oh shit! No!
You motherfuckers! You made me break the fucking prototype! Assholes! Come here! I'm gonna fucking sodomize you with this bowler! Come here! Bitch! Die!
Those motherfuckers made me break one of my prototypes.
Assholes. See what they did? See what they did? Yeah.
Should kill them for breaking my prototype.
It's destroyed. It's bad for everyone.
It's not my fault!
It's those motherfuckers.
They broke the
Fucking box.
Your fault.
Not mine.
Let me see. What do we have here? Anything good? Nothing really worth taking. The remote stun bomb would be good. To replace the remote stun bomb I partially used.
Yeah, we'll take this. Oh, content destroyed when the case is spotless.
I don't know.
Either way, it's their fault.
I fit this onto the bike? No.
What if I... take one of the small resins onto my back?
And then try to load this onto the bike.
Yeah, perfect.
Was it broken to begin with? It was technically fine, but then this...
Which asshole broke it?
One of these assholes broke it.
Was it you?
No, it wasn't you. It was that guy.
This motherfucker
broke the prototype gun. He just couldn't let me have the gun back.
Instead,
he tripped and he fell, and on his way down, destroyed the
fucking prototype gun. Fucking so asshole. Sometimes these products just don't want to let you have the item, you know?
You can't get 1% damage just for tipping over on the ground, no form, bubble wrap, not even
paper wrap. Yeah, this game is weird that way.
Oh. Alright. Let's drop off some of the recyclables here. Recycle the metals, recycle the ceramics.
Recycle the special alloy.
Recycle the resins. Recycle this too.
Thank you.
Nothing else needs to be recycled.
Right. This recycle. And
that should be good for
recycling.
Wait, there's one more metal.
Recycle that, please.
Right. The rest will keep in storage. You would think that they would have bubble wrap in there because of how sturdy the boxes look.
Thank you for your continued support.
Put all of this away.
Thank you for your contribution.
Okay, chat.
Looking at the destroyed box, it might look like there's a lot of tire marks on it. You can see it underneath there.
It might look like, yes, there's tire marks on it.
And it might look like it got a pretty severe impact with a
bicycle, but I didn't do that.
It was the bad guy. You're okay?
It was the mule's fault.
Make sure you get your stories right, chat.
Okay. It was the bad guy's fault. he somehow threw the box underneath a motorcycle
while he was dying.
Not my fault. It's the motherfucker's fault, not mine.
It's kind of like that first mule that died around me.
He kind of fell
underneath my bicycle 3 times.
By accident. Totally by accident. And this mule did the same thing with that prototype gun. Fuck you!
So you can kill mules? Do they actually explode? If you were to accidentally run over a mule 3 times,
yes, he'll die.
And then you have to dispose of the body. It's why I have the incinerator
marked.
A mule that around here decided to throw himself under my bike 3 times.
You had to deal with the mess he left behind.
Battery's running out, that's fine.
Almost there.
So what happens if you don't? According to Kylon, it's if you allow a body to go necro fully, it's an automatic game over.
Just automatic game over.
And you have to continue back from the most recent save. And when you do continue from the most recent save, the body that went necro will be gone. What the hell happened here?
What the fuck?
Just going to return all this stuff here.
Somebody that Butterfingers, but these are 3 different people. Yeah, I don't know what the hell happened. 3 different people dropped 3 random items on the floor over there. That was really strange.
Alright,
sorry about your,
the 6 sticky gun.
The mule destroyed it. I'm sorry.
Good work, Sam. The weapons you've recovered are something the techs have been calling sticky guns. Anyway, none of this is on you. We should have kept a closer eye on them in the first place. Let's check the cargo. Looks like you got a fair number of them back. Good. This could have been a lot worse.
Destroyed.
Fucking
mule, I swear.
ruining my perfect score.
You only need one, you got 5.
No, I need that S rank.
I swear, that asshole mule causes me to not get the S rank.
Ah! Bitch! Fucking mule, I'm
gonna fucking, if I find him again, I'm going to accidentally run over him with my bike 2 more times.
Motherfucker.
Good work. New order.
Oh well. We're done.
Let me see if there's any. Orders for Sam. Chips stolen by mules.
How much time do we have left?
Nah, we're done.
We're done, yeah.
We'll do this next time.
Got some interesting quests to do.
That was the last delivery stream. Yep, I'm going to send out the bots to do some auto deliveries, but they'll complete this on their own time.
There you go. Get to it, you bots.
You can kill people, dump their bodies in the tire lake, or in the incinerator.
Either or works.
Alright.
Let us go back to our room.
Your work is greatly.
Why did they keep giving robots sexy legs though?
Why not? I mean, those robots gotta, you know, be useful for something else besides just delivering. Yeah, advancing tech to help people combat loneliness. Imagine having a android companion who could take care of your every need. Imagine, chat. Imagine.
Good morning, Sam. Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
Alright. Waystation Capital now.
Yeah.
Be advised, Sam. The beach is an unstable mess at the moment. Until things calm down, Fragile won't be jumping you or herself anywhere useful. She's agreed to remain at the distro center south of Lake Knot City for the time being.
Yeah, we'll talk to her next time.
Let me check mail. Don't think you get much. That would just that legs in the head. Listen, baby steps. You know, you gotta build the health delivery androids bit by bit. Yes. Slowly. But I see it now. You build good legs to allow them to walk.
And it's good for delivery. And then you build them up some nice arms so that they can handle the cargo better.
And then you give them a nice body that will, you know, allow them to fight off
meals better, and then you attach some rocket launchers to them and laser cannons, you know, and then you're good. Oh, and stick a mannequin head on them. Yes. And you're perfect Android waifu. Gonna sound crazy, gotta believe me, Sam. I'll say incinerator. You'll be burnt. Blah 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 blah. Glowing thing to slay, I guess. Any chances? Oh, this is. He's telling me that there is a data shard at the incinerator, but this is way back at the first map. I can't go there anymore. My all-American cosplay convention, really? Really, Conan? You want to do that? More and more porters are getting to cosplay and transforming themselves into you, Sam. You're adopting your voice, your mannerisms, everything. I'm not sure if that's good or bad, but oh well. I suppose if, you know, everyone's pretending to be me, then it can be kind of like a I'm Spartacus situation. When the bad guys won't be able to kidnap me and sodomize me. They'll still have to kidnap and sodomize everyone. Hmm? So I guess it has its perks. Twin sister. She's a prepper too. She's more interested in spiritual stuff. Wait, what? I don't think I've met any godly person, maybe? Go and have a chat with? Yeah, sure. I don't mind going to have a chat with her if you could tell me where the fuck she is. Maybe eventually they'll show me where she is. But for now, I need to check the... Before I forget, I want to check the additional customization I have. What did I get? Ultra carrying but black equipment 1. I need to carry more cargo. I already have a utility pouch on my front, don't I? I don't think I need another one. Pouch. Both 3 times the capacity. Ooh! Oh, this will be useful. 3 times the capacity, huh? So I wanted to... Do I really want to carry that many grenades though? Currently there's nothing else I can build. I could build a utility pouch, I guess, but I don't think I need another one. I mean, I suppose it's good to just have more healing. Yeah, you know what? Okay, let's let us get more healing in. Remove. Fabricate. Utility pouch? Can I fit it yet? No. Can I rotate and fit it here? Yes, I can. Fabricate attachment.
Large grenade pouch.
Huh.
I see. Interesting way of designing the system.
Okay. This gives me additional blood bags
And
even more grenades.
why do I need to throw poop bars? Oh, don't worry, don't worry.
With this, I can carry 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 grenades.
Yeah.
5 grenades and way more blood bags. I've lost 1 grenade, but it's fine.
I'm willing to lose
1 grenade slot for more blood bags.
I'll be fine. Right. Remote stun bomb.
Alright, that's fine.
Inventory touches, yeah.
Although technically...
Okay, if I really wanted to...
do I really need the battery?
I feel like I don't.
I've yet to actually run low on battery. But if I were to... yeah, you know what?
I'm not going...
I'm gonna keep this here. If something else turns up that is better than the battery, I'll just replace.
The battery with it.
But now I'll just keep the battery here as sort of like a temporary equipment. I have a feeling that they're going to introduce more stuff I can add to this. Things that can do different things, and yeah.
Alright. We're done, chat. We're done.
Thank you so much for being here, everyone, whether you're looking or chatting.
I love y'all.
Hope everyone enjoyed the stream and hope to see you guys next time, alright? First up, thank you to everyone for lurking, stopping by, chatting, liking, sticking around for long, or just dropping by for a little bit.
Every little bit helps with YouTube algorithm.
Remember to hit that like and subscribe button down below if you haven't already.
This is a nice stream. I'm glad to be back.
Happy to be back. As usual, let me thank my amazing Extra Mouse supporters. Thank you to Lucky, Crab, Ras.gov, Oxy, and Maka for always giving me a big tip energy.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much.
And next up, thank you to Leah, Maka, Sakito, Kylon, Lucky, Shu, DJ, and Daily Jigger for supporting me on Patreon and Fansly.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Tomorrow, there's going to be no stream,
but the reason for that is because
I'm going to use tomorrow to make sure I'm fully recharged for what we're going to do on Saturday.
Saturday, we're going to be doing something special. We're going to be having a
Pathfinder stream.
Tabletop RPG stream.
D&D Pathfinder.
You know.
Anyone knows Tabletop RPG? Anyone heard of D&D?
We're going to be having a Pathfinder stream.
Pathfinder is similar to D&D but slightly different.
And I'm going to be DMing for the first time.
So yeah,
I'm really nervous, but at the same time I'm looking forward to it.
I hope my players are
looking forward to it as well.
I hope I can be a fun DM for them. Yeah. Hope everything goes well.
Oh. expect shenanigans.
That's all I can say.
Expect a lot of shenanigans.
I have no idea what's gonna happen. Oh god,
I hope it goes well. I'm scared.
But it's fine.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm leaving tomorrow as
a day off so I can make sure I'm properly prepared. And also, Mitchell and any remaining players who needs help or wants to sit down and finalize their characters, we can do it tomorrow or we can do it on the day itself during the 1 hour preparation period. Although ideally I would like to get the finalize. Anybody who has yet to finalize the characters, I would like to get it done tomorrow if possible. But yeah, I'll talk to you guys on my Discord. Besides that, I think, yeah. Well done, chat. Good night, everyone. Love y'all. See you guys again on Saturday.
Okay.
Hopefully it'll go well.
I hope to God I can sleep properly and I don't
suddenly get unable to sleep or whatever.
I'm nervous. I'm already preparing snacks. I have junk food. I have biscuits. Should I buy beer? Maybe I should buy beer.
You know what? Maybe I'll go out and buy beer. Yeah, I think beer would be good.